This is the start of a journey bringing you the history of the African people from the beginning of time to the modern era. A TV series based on a unique project put together by UNESCO known as the General History of Africa. Africa's history written and told by Africans. Africa has the longest history of anywhere on Earth because it is here that humankind originated. In the past, expert opinion was divided about this, but now the debate is closed. This is where it all began for us humans, and it was from Africa that we migrated to other parts of the world. In this programme, I'll be following the trail of evidence on human evolution. East Africa's Rift Valley is where we begin. We evolved here over millions of years. Here in Tanzania, the landscape looks much like it would have done at the time of early humans, the contours of the land sculpted by volcanic eruptions. The Ngorongoro crater behind me is the world's largest and most complete volcanic crater. Early humans and their ancestors have lived in its ecosystem for more than 3 million years. It's believed that a hunter-gatherer culture existed with tribes migrating in and out of the area as they have done until recent history. Across this dry riverbed, little more than 100 kilometers away from the Ngorongoro crater, there exists a group of people who live by hunting and gathering their food from the wild, much as our ancestors did. They are the Hadzabe tribe, and they live on the edge of Lake Eyasi. I need a local guide, David Maragu, to take me, because this tribe lives in isolation from modern society. And David has spent many years getting to know them. He's taking me into the bush to meet them. The Hadzabe are unique in that they are the only big game hunters left in the world who live purely from what they kill or find growing wild. They don't keep animals or grow food, and they move around to new hunting grounds every few weeks, building temporary shelter as they go. There are only about 1,000 of them in all, and they live in small autonomous communities. This is one of the more accessible groups. I'm keen to meet the Hadzabe because they hold valuable insights and provide many examples of how we humans have lived for most of our history.
Mutana bawa, mutana bawa.
Mutana bawa.
Mutana.
Oh.
Mutana bawa.
Mutana bawa.
Mutana
bawa. They welcome me warmly, and I'm immediately struck by the fact that the group meeting me are all male. The modern clothes, by the way, have been given by charities. They would normally be semi-naked, dressed in covers made from animal skins. And awesome just about sums up how I feel about meeting them. They hunt with bows and arrows, making their own weapons, and they start a fire in the traditional way. They don't have any matches to speed up the process. So David, now I'm coming to say hello to the ladies.
Yes.
I'll let you go first. I've forgotten how you say hello already. Hello.
Mutana ayah.
Mutana Aya. Mutana Aya. Mutana Aya.
Mutana
Mutana
ayah.
Aya. Mutana Aya. Mutana Aya. So the men and women stay separately.
The woman and man they sleep together, but the day is separate because everybody doing our own different activities.
This is nobako, which in the Hadzabe language means baobab, a fruit that's consumed widely across Africa. The women are so welcoming and don't seem to mind at all that I'm interrupting their craft making. I want to ask these ladies just how they spend their day. What is a typical day for them?
Ayah. Ayah. Hamana. Ada sema kwamba nini mnavyotunza watoto. Ayah. By collecting the fruit and by feeding with the kids.
The women obviously are the gatherers, the foragers. So, I mean, what kind of things do they go and forage and gather? What do they eat?
Mnachimba nini? Mzizi gani mnachimba? Shumu. They're digging the roots, which is called shumuku. It's one is getting from the ground. They have a lot of water and have a lot of nutrition. So they can eat fresh or they can cook.
Since their lifestyle is so similar to that of our ancestors, the Hadzabe tribe have been closely studied by academics. Professor Audax Mabula at Tanzania's National Museum in Dar es Salaam tells us this is how humans have lived for 99% of our existence.
Our earliest ancestors, including early anatomically modern humans or early Homo sapiens, hunted and foraged. They had the natural food, foraging for tubers, digging out tuber roots, foraging for different types of berries, killing animals, killing birds. And why these sometimes are known, particularly the Hadza, they are known as the egalitarian hunter-gatherers. They don't store food. Whatever they collect, they consume. And if they kill a big animal, they cannot keep it for more than 5 days. They consume immediately. But their food is very, very nutritional.
And evidently, it's not fatty like the processed foods many of us consume. In fact, I don't see one overweight adult or child amongst the Hadzabe. As well as foraging, the women search for small mammals and insects. It may not be quite the feast they were hoping for, but nothing is wasted. Nobako gets the lion's share of the roast mouse, though she does give a tidbit to one child. However, Nobako does take the lead in sharing what the women find with the men. And whatever they forage from the bush supplements what the men are able to provide from hunting. Some of it is cooked to make it tastier and easier to digest. Some experts believe early humans began cooking their food around 1.9 million years ago when they discovered how to make fire. This meant they didn't have to spend hours and hours a day chewing food, freeing them for other activities. The Hadzabe prefer to live like our ancestors. They've been offered housing and farmland by successive governments in Tanzania, but they choose to maintain their traditional lifestyle. I want to know a bit about these people. They've been to see modern life, cars, houses?
Mekona gari, mekona nyumba nzuri pa, mekona kitu yote nzuri. Ukua. You say we see the baba tree, but the car and normal modern life they never.
They're not interested in it. Mobile phones are very popular here in Tanzania. It's a good way of communicating from distances. How do they communicate?
Unapiga mlusi ba. Yeah.
So they communicate from distances by whistling. Another aspect of Hadzabe culture is that they don't attach much significance to age. So this chap here has got a bit of a sense of humour. What can he tell me about himself? Does he know his age?
They don't know.
They don't keep account of their age?
They don't counting age.
Do they have any idea of age?
They don't know.
Is this lady young or old?
Old.
Let me ask her, what does she think she is? What age does she think she is?
They don't know.
Yeah, I like that, you know, actually. Next time somebody says to me, how old are you, Zainab? I'm going to say, well, I don't know. I like that. What did you say?
How old are you?
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not saying. I've kept them all chatting long enough for now. This is a hunter-forager tribe, after all, and it's time for the men to go hunting. They go out every day, wearing the baboon skins to make them look and smell like their prey, so they can get nearer to them. I'm given a little demonstration of this. The Hadzabe men take a great deal of pride in finessing their hunting kit. The tips are dipped in poison to make them more effective in killing animals. Hauno, who's been very friendly and accommodating, gave me a quick bow and arrow lesson before the hunt. You know what? It's not as easy as it looks. This is very stiff. Straight. Keep my arm straight, he's telling me, slightly at an angle, and away I go. Oh, that's not going to get me very far, is it? It's difficult. It's much harder than it looks. I think you've got a better... You know how to use it better than I do. He knows better, don't you? Oh, better! Woo! Thank you. High five. You don't know high five. As we make our way through the bush, the men keep a lookout for something, anything they can kill. If it rains, they show me how they can go into the hollowed-out trunks of trees to take shelter. Wow, this tree can take a lot of them. Well, it's not raining, so I think it's time they came out again. The men are not always lucky, and today their luck was out. And although it's the women who gather berries and plants, when it comes to picking the baobab fruit, it's clearly the men who have a head for heights. Are today's Hadzabe the direct descendants of early hunter-gatherers? We can't be sure. But the Hadzabe themselves have always believed that their ancestors are the very same people depicted in prehistoric cave paintings. But I want to make this clear. The Hadzabe are not an early form of humans, they are a modern community, even if their culture shows a remarkable degree of continuity with early hunter-gatherers. Let's look at some of the evidence that we humans began in Africa. It was the Victorian scientist, British biologist Charles Darwin, who first made the observation that since the African gorilla and chimpanzee are most like us, therefore our common ancestor must have been African. Once Charles Darwin had made the connection, other scientists, archaeologists and paleontologists began to look for the evidence of evolution. The Leakey family from Kenya, Louis, Mary, their sons Richard and Jonathan, are all scientists and fossil hunters who've become synonymous with the field of research on evolution. They've dedicated their lives trying to work out the evolutionary chain from gorillas and chimpanzees to humans. Richard Leakey, now in his 70s, is one of the original contributors to UNESCO's General History of Africa, on which this series is based.
It was the Darwin comment that alerted people to different things, and in particular, the notion that we evolved worried people, the church particularly. But secondly, the idea that if we had to have evolved, and we did so in Africa, this was an anathema to many people who couldn't believe that the purified, pure white, blue-eyed, flaxen-haired people of the North could possibly have originated from the Dark Continent, and they were utterly wrong. But all of the major events relating to the story of us go back to Africa. We are an African animal, an African species that colonized and recolonized and recolonized the world in different times and in different ways. But today, no human can say they don't have Africa as a mother country.
I want to see the evidence for myself. And so I embark on a gorilla trail. Gorillas are only found now in a few places in Africa, mainly in the Great Lakes region between Rwanda, Uganda, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This is the Volcanoes National Park in the Virunga Mountains of Rwanda, where around 500 gorillas live in family groups, watched over by conservationists who protect them from poaching. I'm brought here today by my guide called Patience. Let's hope he lives up to his name. It's quite a hike getting to see the gorillas here in northern Rwanda. You've got to walk a considerable distance through lots of mud. But luckily I've got somebody who's leading the way and trying to show me the least difficult route. But hopefully, in a short space of time, I'll get to see some gorillas living in the wild. The one I really want to find is Kuhonda, who's the leader of the particular family group I'm looking for. Patience, not so fast. I need to catch up with you.
I can try to make it easy for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
After walking for nearly an hour, success.
Look. Over here. Look, Francis.
Oh, I'm not moving. When you get this close, it's remarkable to see just how gorillas' movements and antics and expressions are so like us humans. In fact, we now know that the DNA of gorillas is 98% identical to ours. That means that the vast majority of their body cells are just like humans. Gorillas do not need to drink water. They remain hydrated from eating plants that are very moist.
You see? It's water is. The plant they eat contain enough water.
Gorillas are social animals. Like humans, they live in family groups, and there's always one dominant male, the silverback. In this group, it's Guhonda, who you can see lying there, and you can see the clear strip of silver fur. Now, the male gains that by the age of 12. It's a sign of maturity. And Guhonda has been the leader of his family for many, many years. But he's now 45 years of age, which means he's very, very old and is probably near the end of his life. So Guhonda has been grooming a successor, one of his sons. We may now be sure that humans originated in Africa, but what is the evidence that we evolved from apes? Well, this journey of discovery takes us to Sterkfontein, north of Johannesburg in South Africa, where the first evidence of a hominin, a creature somewhere between ape and human, was found. In the decades since Darwin wrote his book, The Descent of Man, scientists like Kenyan Job Kibi have been engaged in putting together a massive jigsaw puzzle of human evolution.
My work at Sterkfontein is more of a detective story. You're piecing clues of information from bones. And the first major evidence that you have is the bones themselves, the fossils that have been excavated here at Sterkfontein.
What they found is that there are many different species of ape men, creatures which are neither apes nor humans, but something in between. Creatures with names like Australopithecus africanus and Paranthropus robustus. Professor Francis Thackeray is an expert on South Africa's hominin fossils.
The very first fossil of Australopithecus africanus from Africa was this one. This is a replica of the famous Taung child. Taung is situated near Kimberley in the interior of South Africa. It was discovered in 1924. Even though it's a child, it can be recognized as a hominid. There is the brain case. Here is the front of the face and the lower jaw. We believe it to be 2.5 million years old. There is evidence that this was a biped, a creature that walked on 2 legs, and it had a small brain. It confirmed in 1925 what Charles Darwin had said about Africa being the continent on which human ancestors evolved.
The most precious fossils are kept in a vault in Witwatersrand University in Johannesburg, including the skull of Taung child.
Well, these are among the most valuable fossils as part of Africa's paleontological heritage. It was probably killed by an eagle that took it up to a cave.
How do you know that?
We know that because of damage to the part of the skull. There are little holes there in the eye sockets, which would have been made by the talons of an eagle that carried the Taung child to a nest.
Poor thing. Life for our early ancestors was perilous. Staying up in the trees afforded them some protection from predators. But at some stage, hominins began to walk on 2 legs. One theory holds that as the climate changed, there was less woodland and more grassland, so there was a greater abundance of food on the ground. The realization that these creatures walked habitually on 2 legs is important because that became a key characteristic of humans which distinguishes us from apes. It meant that we could have our hands free and use our intelligence to get up to all sorts of things like making tools and hunting with weapons.
If you're a large ape and you're walking along on 4 legs, although you can stand up periodically, your hands cannot carry things any distance. Your hands are not structured to handle things with precision. Once you become upright habitually, and your hands are freed, all sorts of anatomical changes take place in terms of how you use your hands, how you use your shoulder, how you use your elbow. There's no question that chimps are intelligent. There's no question that porpoises are intelligent. But without free hands, they can't do much about their intelligence.
Scientists believe they can date the point at which our line diverged from other primates like gorillas and chimpanzees at about 7 million years ago. This started the process which led to us becoming fully upright or bipedal.
I think a date of around 7 million years is where to look for our ancestors. It does seem that the molecular evidence suggests a split from the chimps somewhere around 7. It's not a precise figure. It could be 8, it could be 9 million. But I think at this stage we can say that full bipedalism, which for me is part of the fundamental definition of being human or pre-human, doesn't come in until between 4.5 and 5, from what we have seen so far.
As the archaeologists and paleontologists continue their work, more and more discoveries are made which help us fit a small part of the jigsaw puzzle that makes up the evolution of humankind. More accurate methods of dating fossils have been developed that help us to do this. Hominins have been found in other parts of the world, but none is as old as those in Africa. One important and famous discovery was the skeleton of Lucy in Ethiopia in 1974. What was remarkable about her was that archaeologists discovered quite a lot of her skeleton, enough to get a good sense of what she looked like. Lucy, as she's known to the world, lived about 3.2 million years ago. I've come to the National Museum of Ethiopia in the capital Addis Ababa, where her remains are kept. Hello,
Hi.
Professor. Hi.
How are you?
Nice
Nice
to
to
see
meet
you.
you.
Hello, thank you. Hello, Yari.
Yari.
Ethiopians call her Dinkanesh, and her actual bones are under lock and key in a special room where the temperature is controlled. I'm privileged to be allowed to see the real Dinkanesh, or Lucy, with one of Ethiopia's leading paleoanthropologists, Johannes Haile Selassie. Now, she was a hominid, which means she was sort of part ape, part human-like.
She had some ape-like features. For example, when we look at the reconstruction of her head, we see that her face points a little bit forward, unlike modern humans where we have very flat face. And that's a very primitive trait that she has acquired from an ape-like ancestor.
So
And
she was erect. She walked
She
on
was
two
erect.
legs.
She was walking on 2 legs. She was a very tiny woman, about 3 feet tall, about a meter.
About a
tall.
meter. About that.
Yeah, but she was fully adult. Her brain size was not larger than an ape's. We're talking about 300, 400 cc of brain capacity, which is within the range of chimpanzees that you see today.
So, when did brain size get bigger?
We have some evidence in terms of when did we start enlarging our brain size, and it appears that it started growing, not as much as what we see in modern humans today, but compared to Lucy's species, or whoever descended directly from her, there is a good correlation between the use of stone tools and the incorporation of meat as a major part of their diet.
So I know that some of the oldest stone tools in the world have been found in Ethiopia dating about 2.5 million years ago. Would Lucy have used stone tools?
All these early human ancestors could have used tools in some way because chimpanzees use tools. They don't make tools, so some of them do, like they make twigs, they sharpen them and use them to fish for termites. So these early human ancestors somehow must have used some kind of tool.
Scientists are constantly trying to work out how the various types of hominin are related, in which part of Africa they originated, and how and when they migrated. What is clear is that other lines died out, and there was just one, the Homo genus, which led directly to us. Let's look at the line which led to us humans. The best evidence so far takes us back to the East African Rift Valley, where a number of hugely significant archaeological finds have been made. Here in the Olduvai Gorge in northern Tanzania, conditions created by volcanic activity made the soil and rock here ideal for finding fossils and stone tools. The Leakey family spent many years working in the Olduvai Gorge, and it was where Richard Leakey's brother Jonathan discovered the first evidence in Africa of the species which was our direct ancestor.
So, in 1961, my brother Jonathan discovered partial skull and a lower jaw that was clearly not Australopithecus or Paranthropus, but it was much more like what you would expect for an early us. It had a larger brain, it had a hand that was capable of much more manipulation of objects, and they call that handyman or Homo habilis.
So can you categorically say that Homo habilis is the earliest fossil find of the line that gave rise to modern humans?
I think if we're going to be accurate, I don't think one could say it is indisputable. The majority of scientists studying the origin story recognize Homo habilis at 1.8 million years as probably the best and earliest evidence of a group or a lineage or a line that ultimately leads to us.
So this is when the evolutionary chain begins to look recognizably human. To put it at its simplest, Richard Leakey identifies these key species in the line that led to us. From the fossils which have been found, there's evidence from 2.1 million years ago of Homo habilis, the handyman, so called for his ability to make tools. From around 1.8 million years ago, there was Homo erectus, who was more upright and developed more sophisticated tools. Modern Homo sapiens, meaning wise man, emerge about 200,000 years ago. Genetically modern humans, that is us, began to appear at around 100,000 years ago. So we've looked at the process of evolution, how we parted company from gorillas and chimpanzees and became modern Homo sapiens. But what about the why? Why is it that humankind evolved in Africa and not elsewhere in the world? Well, it's the climate of Africa thousands of years ago which gives us the answer to that key question. These giraffes are enjoying the lush vegetation of the wide open savanna here in the Serengeti in Tanzania. Giraffes are, of course, amongst the most distinctive and easily recognised members of the animal kingdom. And this kind of environment was and still is ideal for supporting animal life. It was this climate and landscape, like the open grassland in the Serengeti, which gave rise to the perfect conditions for the evolution of the great apes, gorillas, chimpanzees, and the ape men who developed into humans. There was then, and still is now, plenty of game for carnivores to hunt. When you're here in the Serengeti, it's clear that the rules of engagement are eat or be eaten. Just about every animal is either on the lookout for something to eat or is watching fearfully to avoid being eaten itself. And early humans were part of that way of life. It was all about survival. And I think I'm going to get back into the car because I may be coming in between a lion and its dinner. While parts of Africa, like the Serengeti, are obviously lush and rich in wildlife, others are arid. But that doesn't mean they were always like that. Over the course of the millennia, the climate changes. For instance, the Sahara Desert dried out through time. Until about 10 to 12,000 years ago, it supported animal and plant life. One of the most striking demonstrations of this is to be found in the Sahara in the north of Sudan. It's hard to imagine that the Sahara Desert in northern Sudan wasn't always like this. I'm at the site of the petrified forest just outside the town of Al-Kuru, where there's clear evidence that there was a lush tropical climate here. There were giant trees. You can see the fossilized tree trunks around me. There was water running through here, and at some stage many millions of years ago, these trees fell into the water. There was silica in the water, and this, combined with the high temperature, led to a chemical process whereby the tissues of the tree trunks were replaced by the silica, preserving them for posterity by fossilizing them. So where there is now desert, you have to imagine tall forests and grasslands with wild animals. The art of our ancestors also tells us a great deal about how the climate in some parts of Africa has changed. These paintings in North Africa, in Algeria, are in the middle of the Sahara Desert. There are thousands of them, like a rock art gallery. And what is so amazing is that outside the land is barren desert, but inside the caves we see a world teeming with animals just like those which populate the Serengeti today. Experts can't be sure when early humans started to acquire the imagination that led them to creating art. But cognitive complexity had reached the point where imagination was in place more than 3 million years ago. Though the art we see here probably dates back to around 10,000 BC. Algerian professor Slimane Hatchi is an archaeologist specializing in rock art. I meet him in Algiers. Why do you think that early humans from the Stone Age period would want to depict these images?
Est-ce que cet art est un art documentaire? Est-ce qu'ils ont peint ou gravé pour nous dire voilà comment nous vivons, voilà ce que nous avons autour de nous? Certainement oui, mais certainement non aussi. Certainement oui, bien sûr, que cet art nous documente, nous permet de savoir avec quel type d'animaux ces populations-là vivaient. Mais ce n'est pas le but de cet art. Cet art est un art, est une écriture de mythes, de mythogrammes. Ce sont des mythogrammes qui nous sont transcrits par ces préhistoriques. Évidemment, ils décrivent des scènes de vie quotidienne, n'est-ce pas? Mais il y a des images, il y a des représentations qu'on ne comprend pas à première vue, et qui veulent dire quelque chose.
The study of the origins of humankind leads us to the very important consideration of what it is to be human.
To me, what makes us human is we have extraordinary dexterity in our hands. We can use our hands in association with our brain and our eyesight to do all sorts of things. We have complex cognition and complex brains. I think we have a cognition system that enables us to put ourselves in time, both previous and forward-looking. I think once you can plan something, because you can discuss tomorrow as well as experience from yesterday, I think you have a great advantage. I think accessing rich diets was critical to becoming us. I think those are the issues that we're looking for, and one which at the moment seems to defy research of the kind we do is the origin of speech. And once you can convey complex messages as opposed to messages, you have an unfathomable advantage of everything else.
The difference between us and the rest of the animal kingdom is that it is only humans who use words. We have the power of speech. The majority of experts in this field believe that it was Homo erectus who first used words, which means our earliest ancestors communicated through speech about 1.5 million years ago. It's really fascinating. You know, the Hadzabe speak a Click language known as Hadzane. And it's believed by some experts that since it is similar to Click languages spoken by the San people of southern Africa, that therefore there is a link between them and the Hadzabe, and that they possibly share a common ancestor.
It's possible that the early language may have been a Click language. The Hadzabe and Kunsan of South Africa are believed to be indigenous people, particularly in Africa south of the Sahara. People believe that this early language may have been a Click language like that of Hadza today, or even the Kunsan of the Kalahari.
The Hadzabe have taught us so much about how our early human ancestors survived, lived, how they ordered their societies and their beliefs. Before I take my leave of them, I end my visit on a very enjoyable note. They want to show me one of their special dances which they perform before a hunt. Learning about the process of evolution makes you really think about what it is to be human. Dancing, singing, talking, telling stories and jokes, creating art, making things with our hands, having some kind of belief system and spirituality. All these things are part of the makeup of humankind. And Africa is where it began. We all came out of Africa.
The fact that humans around the world are part of the original African diaspora cannot now be argued. Scientifically, culturally, it's still argued. I think the prejudice against Africa and all that's gone into their thinking about Africa probably will take longer to break down, but break it down we must, and we will only break it down not with fairy tales, but with facts.
In the second programme of Africa's history, I'll be looking at how humans became pastoralists and farmers living in settled communities, and at how the Iron Age transformed lives and paved the way for the development of the urban civilizations of Africa. Everybody all over the world has heard of the ancient Egyptians and what they built, Their pyramids, temples, the mummies, the pharaohs, especially the boy king Tutankhamun. But who exactly were the people responsible for this great civilization, and what were their origins?
Egypt was one of the most splendid civilizations of the ancient world. The ancient Egyptians were the first to develop writing in Africa. They also established an advanced, centralized political system based on a complex administration. We know a lot about the ancient Egyptians from what they left behind, like this temple in Thebes in modern-day Luxor. But there are also some unanswered questions. For instance, were the ancient Egyptians black? This was one of the most controversial issues in the General History of Africa volumes on which this TV series is based. In this program, we'll be examining the controversy as well as looking at the rise and fall of ancient Egypt.
The story of early Egyptians is inextricably linked to the mighty River Nile. As early as 7000 BC, there's evidence that humans settled along the river in small communities. Along with agriculture on the banks of the river, and just as important for survival, was the raising of cattle, hunting and fishing. At around 3000 BC, North Africa began to dry out, so more people from other parts of the continent converged on this narrow strip of land in the Nile Valley because they needed the water. UNESCO's General History of Africa studies show that the earliest people in the Nile Valley were from an early human population in East Africa who moved north. Though some scholars still believe the Egyptians were right from the beginning made up of people from different regions of Africa who'd then mixed with migrants originally from Western Asia. I wonder how the Egyptians might identify themselves today. Well, to get an idea of this, I go to southern Egypt, where most of the country's historic monuments are situated. I drop by to meet the Suleiman family in the village of Al-Aqab, just outside Aswan.
أهلاً أهلاً وسهلاً إزيك أنت محمود أنا زينب إزيك هو عامل حسابك شكراً جزيلاً. Oh.
This is the family compound where they get together to share a meal and catch up. Between mouthfuls of food, I ask them where they believe their identity lies.
فشربات أنت يعني دبت العائلة.
بيت العيلة بيت أبوه وأمه. إحنا ساكنين ورا شوية يعني في البلد فوق.
عندك كم عيال؟
4.
ما شاء الله أنا برضه عندي 4 ولدين وبنتين.
أنا عندي 3 ولاد وبنت.
ما شاء الله ما شاء الله. Oh good, we're being joined by other members of the family. أهلاً وسهلاً. شوفوا مرة ثانية. بتفتكروا يعني هي حضارة إفريقية ولا شيء غير إفريقي؟
أفريقية. حضارة أفريقية.
My local guide in Aswan is Fatima Mohammed Subhi. She studied Egyptology, and I ask her if she believes the ancient Egyptians were black.
I believe, yes, they were not white, but black because they always painted in dark red, not white at all. So this is a color which we have different colors of black.
Was it an African civilization?
I believe, of course, the southern, the kings comes from the south. They were more similar or looks like me and you. If you go more southern, you are more darker, so it's more African.
Identity is shaped by a sense of shared history and culture, but the explosive issue of race and colour still holds a powerful grip on how many define identity. So what were the ancient Egyptians? Which racial category should we put them in? Well, the late Senegalese professor Cheikh Anta Diop, who contributed to the General History of Africa chapters on Egypt, caused a stir in the 1970s when he stated categorically that the ancient Egyptians were not only African, but were from the Negro race. He placed Egypt firmly in the cultural and genetic context of Africa. He wrote,
"How did the ancient Egyptians see themselves? Into which ethnic category did they put themselves? What did they call themselves? The language and literature left to us by the Egyptians of the Pharaonic epoch supply explicit answers to these questions, which the scholars cannot refrain from minimizing, twisting, or interpreting. The Egyptians had only one term to designate themselves, Khimt, the Negroes. This is the strongest term existing in the Pharaonic tongue to indicate blackness."
The Senegalese Egyptologist Boubacar Diop, who studied at the Sorbonne in Paris, agrees with Anta Diop. By the way, they're not related. He says there's evidence people migrated from other parts of Africa to Egypt. I meet him in Dakar, where he teaches at the university.
I think Cheikh Anta Diop was right. My thinking is that ancient Egyptians came from different parts of Africa. One part from the Sahara, one part from East Africa, one part from the Great Lakes. So different African groups, for different reasons, the desertification of Sahara and from the Great Lakes, there were eruption, volcano eruption, and from East Africa, also several different groups. The history of ancient Egypt is very interesting. It's the first time, I think, that many groups of Africans came together. And the Nile was very important, gave to the African the possibility to be together. And it was the first African civilization.
That the chapter written by Cheikh Anta Diop stating they were Negroes was disowned by some contributors to the General History of Africa. Dr. Zahi Hawass is a leading Egyptian archaeologist. When asked about the ethnicity of the ancient Egyptians, he describes them as being uniquely Egyptian. So why have the Egyptians not carried out tests on the mummies to verify their ethnicity?
You cannot make any test. There is some studies to see that the shape of the skull could be looks like African, but still you will never put a final decision about the origin of the ancient Egyptian at all, because you need really to make a very comprehensive study by DNA, and this will take long time.
So how African the ancient Egyptians were still remains a matter of debate for some, even if UNESCO scholars now say the matter is settled and that the pharaohs and their people must be placed firmly within the Black African context. Both halves of Egypt were significant throughout history. Heliopolis and Memphis in the north were big centres, though most surviving monuments are in the south, in Swenet and Thebes, modern-day Aswan and Luxor, deeper inside Africa. For instance, the impressive Temple of Karnak, which later became the spiritual heart of ancient Egypt, was 1,000 kilometres away from the Mediterranean Sea. So why and how did such a sophisticated civilization flourish in Egypt? The answer has much to do with the River Nile. The rich mud it left behind when its waters receded after the flooding left the land gloriously fertile. That was the case in ancient times, and it still is today. Mahmoud Mohammed Mahmoud, a widower with 4 children, is a farmer living just outside the city of Aswan. He wants to show me the kinds of crops and fruits he grows.
هذا شجر مانجو جديد لسه ما طرحش يعني لسه يا دوب
So this is a mango tree, he's telling me, but it's very, very new.
أيوة.
And so it's going to be a while until the mangoes come.
بنحافظ على عاداتنا وتقاليدنا ومحبتنا للناس وكرم الضيافة وكل شيء ده طبعا ده يعني إيه يعني أبسط الشيء الاستقبال.
Anyway, he's just telling me that he feels a real attachment to the land, and he feels that he's continuing the growing traditions of his forefathers, and that they like to stick to the customs of receiving guests and also just having this connection with the soil. So can I have a piece of sugar cane?
Yes.
Thank you. You understood that in English?
No problem.
Mahmoud is getting me some. Oh my
please,
God.
Please.
He's attacking me with the sugar cane. This is a huge piece of sugar cane. طيب ممكن تقطع علي حتى أنا ما أعرف.
حاضر أهو.
انت. Oh, شكرا. I don't think I've got the teeth for this. Don't eat the skin, he says, but I don't think I can do. Oh my God. He's very good at this. I can't do it. I think I'll have no teeth left if I try. He's just peeled a bit. God, that was good.
Yeah.
Mm.
Good.
Although the ancient Egyptians were almost entirely dependent on the Nile for their livelihoods, they were in a sense its master. They managed to tame the river through a system of dikes, basins and canals so they could make the most of the Nile floodwater for irrigation and also to stop it washing away their cattle and villages. The Egyptians had to anticipate when the Nile would start flooding, and so they developed nilometers to measure the depth of water. At its simplest, a nilometer was a vertical column with evenly spaced markings at intervals like this one. Mahmoud shows me the modern irrigation canals that provide the water for the farms in his area.
So this is the water that you get from the Nile to for your crops.
دي الترعة. المية بتطلع من هنا بتمشي كده. بتمشي مسافة 10 كيلو.
So he's just saying that the water comes through here and it continues for 10 kilometers and it feeds all the agricultural plots on either side. Yeah.
As farmers settled by the Nile, this inevitably meant that communities would develop.
Early Egyptians had to communicate with one another all up and down the Nile Valley. And so they needed better communication and organization. Therefore, they developed writing and a system of numbers to record information that they could share.
They worked out that there were 365 days in a year, which they divided into months. They also used the moon to measure the passing of a month and developed the science of astronomy to study celestial bodies. Unlike many other parts of Africa where subsistence farming was the order of the day, the early Egyptians could farm and feed themselves, store food, and move it around. Crucially, this freed them for other activities. like making pottery, metalworking, manufacturing wheels for carts, perfume making, and of course, large building programs.
There's an attraction in Cairo which you can get to by boat on the River Nile. It's popular with both locals and tourists. It's called the Pharaonic Village, and it tries to recreate aspects of daily life in ancient Egypt. I'm passing now by some papyrus, and in ancient times this grew abundantly in the wild in marshes and was later cultivated. Papyrus was used for a variety of purposes, most importantly, of course, for writing. These two women are using ancient methods to make papyrus into paper. They slice it and then they flatten it before putting it out into the sun to dry. At one time, the ancient Egyptians may even have eaten papyrus, but they definitely also used it for baskets, mats, wicks for oil lamps, as well as boat making. It's hard to imagine that this is turned into writing paper, but it is because of papyrus and the development of writing in ancient Egypt that we have so many records that tell us a lot about ancient Egypt, compared especially to other early civilizations in Africa.
All this organised effort led to more formal and hierarchical local political structures. One group formed a kingdom in northern or lower Egypt and another in the south, that's Upper Egypt. And on these foundations were built the mighty dynasties of the pharaohs. The pharaohs weren't all from one family or region. Local rulers from different parts of Egypt became prominent at different times and put their own families on the throne. In later periods, rulers from what is modern-day Libya and Sudan also became pharaohs and established powerful dynasties. This partly explains why the ethnicity of pharaohs varied.
Some of Egypt's best-known pharaohs are buried here in the Valley of the Kings. Now, the Egyptian historian Manetho, who lived in the 3rd century BC, put together a timeline of the kings of Egypt. And from information gleaned from tombs, other monuments, scrolls, and tablets, historians can tell that from about 3000 to 330 BC, there were 30 dynasties of pharaohs. They are grouped into 3 periods: the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the New.
The first recorded pharaoh was Narmer, seen here on the Narmer palette at Cairo National Museum. The Greeks called him Menes. It was he who united Egypt into a single entity around 3200 BC. This marked the early dynastic or archaic period of Egypt's history. King Narmer set up his capital at Hierakonpolis in the south. Now you can see from impressions of Narmer that he had obvious African features and didn't have a Mediterranean appearance. Ahmed Samir is a curator at Egypt's National Museum in Cairo.
So what do we know about King Narmer?
King Narmer, considered to be the first king who united Egypt as one kingdom.
After King Narmer, we then have another named pharaoh, Zoser.
Yes.
What do we know about Zoser from what you have here in the museum?
Zoser, we have a limestone statue, but what we know about King Zoser, that he is the king who ordered his architect to build the first pyramid made from stones. So King Zoser known as the first king who made the first stone pyramids.
At Saqqara?
At Saqqara, step pyramid.
In Memphis, which of course is deserted today.
Yes. In Saqqara, the most known pyramid is step pyramid. It's looking like a mastaba above many minor mastabas above 6.
That's kind of steps,
yes,
mastaba.
Steps, mastabas above each other. And in these groups, we'll find some structure represented administrations, shrines, represent south and north.
Xhosa and the other kings who succeeded him made Memphis their capital. At the time, it was a meeting point for the people of Upper and Lower Egypt. It hasn't survived into the modern era, but you can admire the ruins of this great city that was so integral to the history of ancient Egypt for 3 millennia. The burial ground of Saqqara, which is spread over 7 kilometers, is the most striking of the remains, and its centerpiece is the Step Pyramid. King Snefru, who ruled in the middle of the 3rd millennium BC in the Old Kingdom, was the most prolific of the pyramid builders at Saqqara.
King Snefru and his era very remarkable because in his era he began to think about building a complete pyramid. You remember King Xhosa made step pyramids, but not a full pyramid. In his era, King Snefru built a pyramid, the first pyramid of King Snefru becoming a pent pyramid, not a full, complete pyramid. Then his architects built another pyramid, but with full triangle. Then his son, King Khiopis, built the biggest full pyramid in Egyptian history.
So this was when the pharaohs embarked on their vanity-building projects, the Great Pyramids of Giza just outside Cairo. Edifices that throughout the ages, generations of visitors have marveled at. It was the son of Snefru, Khufu, also known as Cheops, and his grandson Khafre, called Khephren by the Greeks, who are responsible for the 2 largest pyramids at Giza. These were built sometime in the second half of the 3rd millennium BC. The size of the Giza pyramids reflects the prosperity of the culture that thrived in Egypt in this period known as the Old Kingdom. The pyramids of Egypt have been studied so intensively there are whole libraries of books about them. Some accounts hold they were built by slaves. According to the General History of Africa, Egypt was not a society where slavery was common. And the burial sites of the builders suggest they were mostly free men.
The discovery of the tombs of the pyramid builders that I found at Giza gives us very important proof that the builders of the pyramids were Egyptians. And the builder of the pyramids were not slaves, because if they were a slave, they will never be buried beside the Great Pyramid. But you have to know one thing. The pyramid was a national project of the whole nation. Every household in the north and the south of Egypt participated in building the pyramid by sending workforce and food to help the king.
The formation of its society was based on a strict order of hierarchy. At the very top, of course, was the pharaoh and his royal entourage. Then there was an upper class made up of nobles and priests. This is the kind of house that a nobleman and his family would have lived in. It's a single-story residence with a series of connecting rooms and outside courtyard. The upper class in Egypt were the administrators, and they ran everything. They could be high-ranking military officers or scribes, or indeed both. Egypt's success was built on the work of its civil servants, and they were obviously richly rewarded for their efforts. By 2200 BC, the Old Kingdom, which had seen the construction of the Sphinx and the magnificent pyramids of Giza, descended into misrule and then chaos. The Old Kingdom came to an end with the rule of the pharaoh Pepi II. Here in Aswan in southern Egypt are the tombs of some of the prominent noblemen of the Old Kingdom. Now, it ended because with the death of Pepi II, there was no dominant central power. And so provincial rulers began raiding one another's territories, and this led to a period of anarchy. A papyrus written many years later bearing the name of the ancient Egyptian sage Ipuwer describes this time in the country's history.
All is ruin. A man smites his brother. Plague is throughout the land. Blood is everywhere. A few lawless men have ventured to despoil the land of kingship.
It was not until the start of the Middle Kingdom, at around 2060 BC, that discipline and prosperity returned. A local ruler of the then unknown and unimportant city of Thebes in southern Egypt thrust himself center stage. Luxor, the ancient city of Thebes. And it was the ruler of Thebes, Mentuhotep, who in about 2055 BC reunited the two lands of the north and south, which had split apart during the intervening period. It was he who re-established a strong centralized government, and it was Mentuhotep who started the first dynasty of the Middle Kingdom. Ahlan wa sahlan. The Middle Kingdom marked the second great flourishing of ancient Egyptian civilization. King Mentuhotep II was a strong ruler, and he reigned for many years. One of his most significant accomplishments was the temple at Karnak. Religion was very important in the Middle Kingdom. So too was the power of the military, for this was the period in which the pharaohs began to keep a standing army. The Middle Kingdom ended after a series of less powerful pharaohs lost overall control of Egypt to regional leaders. Over the next 150 years, the weakened Egyptians were for the first time ruled by foreigners, the Hyksos. They were originally from Western Asia and had settled in the Nile Delta. They were well organized and warlike. But the Egyptians began a war of liberation led from Thebes by a member of the Theban royal family, Ahmose. He defeated the Hyksos and re-established Egyptian rule. The reign of Ahmose, beginning in 1580 BC, marked the start of the New Kingdom, a golden age in ancient Egypt's history. His successors in the 18th dynasty include some of the best-known rulers like Queen Hatshepsut, Tutankhamun, and Ramesses II. During the New Kingdom, Egypt built an empire, the first developed by Africans outside the continent.
You have to understand that the Egyptian never attacked anyone. But when the Egyptian found out they were occupied by strange foreigners for the first time, called the Hyksos, and they ruled Egypt for 150 years. And therefore, in the New Kingdom, it's the first time that we began to see an army, a big army. And this is why the army in the Middle Kingdom was just to guard the king. But in the New Kingdom, we had an army by the name of army.
Thebes became the Egyptians' capital, and it came into its own at this time. The temple complex at Karnak that was begun in the Middle Kingdom was added to, destroyed, restored, and enlarged over a period of 1,500 years. All in all, some 30 pharaohs contributed monuments to this vast complex of courtyards, temples, and halls for the worship of the gods and their own self-glorification. This shrine is dedicated to the three main deities known as the Triad of Thebes. That is, the ram-headed sun god Amun-Ra, his wife, the mother goddess Mut, and their son Khonsu, the god of the moon. And it's through here that the pharaoh would have entered the shrine. The god Amun-Ra was originally a local god in Thebes, but by this period he'd become a mighty deity revered right across Egypt. When you arrive at this entrance to the temple of Karnak, either side of the walkway there are statues to the god Amun-Ra. If you look at his head, it is obviously that of a ram, but look at his body.
It has the powerful shoulders, paws and claws and tail of a lion.
As you walk through the temple at Karnak, there's this forest of pillars built to look like a thicket of papyrus with the flowers opening at the top. And dotted about are massive columns dedicated to this pharaoh and that one. Amongst the pharaohs of the New Kingdom, one powerful monarch stands out. Queen Hatshepsut, daughter of a pharaoh and also a sister wife to another. This could be the statue of Tutmosis I.
Now, he was the father of his successor, Tutmosis II. He was also the father of Hatshepsut, who was married to Tutmosis II. So get that. It was a brother marrying his sister, because incest was not a taboo for the ancient Egyptians, and it was common for such marriages to take place within the royal family.
The pharaoh can marry whatever. It's up to him to decide. But the most important thing that we have to know, Isis married her brother, Osiris. The king is a god. Then the king has the right to marry his sister or his daughter because he was a god. But the common people cannot do this.
When Tutmosis II died, his son, by another wife, was to be his successor. But Tutmosis III was too young to rule, so Hatshepsut became regent and later crowned herself pharaoh, sharing the regency with him.
As queen, Hatshepsut wielded real power. She governed as pharaoh for 20 years, and it was a period of peace and prosperity for the ancient Egyptians. This is her obelisk behind me, and it towers over most of the ruins here at Karnak. Its tip would have been covered in gold.
It can't have been easy ruling as a woman in a society used to taking orders from men. Maybe this is why in some images Hatshepsut is seen wearing a false beard. Early on, during the New Kingdom, the pharaohs gave up using pyramids as tombs and moved to the practice of cutting burial chambers out of natural rock. This is the Valley of the Kings in Luxor, where they were buried, including Queen Hatshepsut.
I believe she is the first queen to build a tomb in the Valley of the Kings. And I did search for her mummy, and I found that the mummy in KV60 is the mummy for Queen Hatshepsut. And we did study this mummy under the CT scan. I found out that she was obese. She died in the age of 55. And actually, she suffered of diabetes. And she died because of cancer. In all the popular books, people say that Thutmose III murdered her. It is not true at all.
I've come to the Valley of the Kings to find out more about the New Kingdom, its pharaohs and their military success, and just why this phase represented the zenith of ancient Egypt's power.
We're sitting here by the tomb of Tutmosis III, who was the stepson of Queen Hatshepsut.
Yeah, he was one of the most great kings who ruled from this time, New Kingdom, and he had many battles and campaigns in all over the countries which surround Egypt, which called now the Middle East.
So Egypt was very much a military power.
Yeah, at that time Egypt was a very military power, and it was the great empire happened in Egypt during the New Kingdom.
Tell us more about Tutmosis III. Why was he such a great king?
Once he ruled, after his stepmother died, he became very great king. And his way, at the beginning, it was to take revenge from the memory actually of his stepmother Hatshepsut. So he destroyed many monuments of Hatshepsut, erasing her names, defeated her monuments, her figures from the monuments, and he made big army because he catch in this hand the priestess of Egypt and the military in the other hand.
So he had both religious and military authority.
Yeah.
Can we go up to see the tomb of Tutmosis III, please?
You are the most welcome.
Thank you.
No other reign is as well documented as that of Thutmose III. The walls of his tomb were covered with stories of his battle victories. But for all his military prowess, he's overshadowed by one of the later pharaohs of the New Kingdom and probably the best known of all, Tutankhamun.
The most famous of the tombs at the Valley of the Kings is number 62, that of Tutankhamun. It was discovered in 1922. And if you go down to the chamber of the tomb, the exhibits there are kept in the dark so as to protect them. You will see the remains of Tutankhamun himself, his magnificent sarcophagus, and the main wall of the tomb is decorated with paintings. When it was discovered, the tomb was crammed with jewelry, furniture, statues, and these are on display in Cairo's National Museum.
We've been given permission to film the most precious artifacts found in Tutankhamun's tomb.
Here is the iconic gold mask weighing 11 kilograms, which was placed over the head of his mummy outside the linen bandages in which his whole body was wrapped. It shows the actual features of King Tutankhamun in order that his soul, the Ba, could recognize his mummy and help him be resurrected. And you may be able to notice that his ears are pierced for earrings.
And some of the exhibits of Tutankhamun's possessions include exquisite items as well as some distinctly unglamorous ones. These are Tutankhamun's underpants. Tutankhamun's tomb was filled with items for him to use in the afterlife. Behind Tutankhamun's tomb is believed to be that of his stepmother, the beautiful queen Nefertiti. Among no other peoples, ancient or modern, has the idea of life beyond the grave played such a prominent part and influenced the lives of believers. The deceased had to be prepared for the afterlife through mummification. The Egyptians developed sophisticated techniques to facilitate the process. It's thought these hooked implements were used to remove the brain. They scooped out organs and discarded everything but the heart, because they believed it to be the seat of the body and soul. These are the real remains of Tutankhamun. He was mummified and buried in his elaborate coffin and sarcophagus. But for all his fame, Tutankhamun actually had little impact. He died in his late teens, and there are no real recorded achievements attributable to his reign. If the pharaohs of the 18th dynasty of the New Kingdom are best known for their beauty and treasures, it's the next great dynasty which can lay claim to bringing ancient Egypt to the height of its power. The 19th dynasty is known as a line of warrior kings. For many years, Egypt had waged intermittent war on the Assyrians and Hittites based in Asia Minor, modern-day Turkey. The Nile Delta was open to attacks from across the Mediterranean. King Seti I and his son Ramesses II made it their life's work to defeat them and recover Egypt's prestige. Here the pharaoh is depicted holding his enemies by the hair.
Of the 11 pharaohs who were called Ramesses, the most famous was the second one, known as Ramesses the Great. He reigned in the 13th century BC for several decades, and he was responsible for some of the finest monuments of ancient Egypt, including the temple at Luxor behind me, where two of his statues sit at the entrance. Ramesses II had about 50 wives, and so he had lots and lots of children. Apparently, he fathered 7 by the time he was 15. He was also renowned for his courage and his calm demeanor in battle, and his military campaigns against the Hittites in Asia Minor helped make his reign one of the highest points in the history of ancient Egypt.
The struggle against the Hittites continued for 20 years, after which Ramesses II signed a peace treaty.
He considered to be very important, not because he made a lot of military campaigns, but because he considered to be the first king in the whole ancient world to make a peace agreement between Egypt and Hittites, or what we call it ancient Turkey. And this agreement proves to us that Egypt was not a country of war, but a country of peace supported by force. He was very fond of his beautiful wife, Nefertari. That's why he built a small temple of Abu Simbel, dedicated for Hathor, the goddess of love, and his wife Nefertari. He mentioned over one of his inscriptions that the sun will not appear till my beloved Nefertari will appear. So he was very romantic pharaoh, very diplomatic, and very skillful about campaigns and war.
The romantic pharaoh.
That's true.
I like that.
Oh, that's true.
The death of Ramesses II in about 1213 BC robbed ancient Egypt of its powerful ruler. So the state gradually weakened as rival princes squabbled amongst themselves. At that time, an important part of the population of the Nile Delta was Libyan. Sensing a power vacuum, the Libyans gradually took control of Egypt, and they ruled it for 2 centuries. Henceforth, apart from a brief interlude, ancient Egypt was ruled by outsiders. In the 8th century BC by the Kushites from modern-day Sudan. Then came the Persians. Alexander the Great invaded in 332 BC. He established a new city in the north beside the Mediterranean and named it Alexandria. After Alexander the Great's death, one of his generals, Ptolemy, began the rule of the Ptolemaic dynasty. The Ptolemies also embarked on big building programs like the temples outside Aswan in southern Egypt of Komombo and Edfu. The last few years of the Ptolemies were marked by decline and chaos, after which Egypt entered its period of rule by the Romans and Byzantines until the Arab conquest in 640 AD.
The Mediterranean coast of Egypt, where the mighty River Nile ends its long journey through Africa and mixes with the waters behind me. When you come here to Alexandria, it's easy to see why Egypt became such a melting pot. You can get here through the Nile Valley and also across the Mediterranean Sea from Europe and the Levant, what we call the Middle East today. This facilitated trade, but it also led to an exchange of ideas and cultures.
Egypt's strategic position clearly made it attractive and hence vulnerable to attack throughout the centuries. The evidence of outsiders coming to Egypt from Europe, Asia and Arabia and mixing with the locals is apparent in the physical appearance of some of the population today. But when you reach further back into time to the monuments of the ancient Egyptian civilization, 1,000 kilometers from the Mediterranean Sea, you're reminded of ancient Egypt's status as that of a great African civilization.
We are in Africa. Egypt is in Africa. And therefore, I believe that the Egyptian civilization is connected with Africa.
In the next program, we'll be traveling south along the River Nile to what is modern-day Sudan to see how the powerful kings of Kush defeated Egypt, governed it for nearly a century, and became one of the most powerful forces in Africa. A unique civilization arose in this part of East Africa, with what is now Ethiopia and Eritrea at its center, the Kingdom of Aksum. In its heyday in the 3rd and 4th centuries AD, it was described as one of the world's 4 greatest civilizations.
The rulers of the Kingdom of Aksum controlled trade between Africa, Arabia, and India. And according to local tradition, Aksum was founded by the son of the legendary Queen of Sheba and is home to the sacred Ark of the Covenant. Ethiopia is also the birthplace of coffee, an enduring gift to a grateful world. Northern Ethiopia, not far from the border with Eritrea. When we examine the history of this region before, during, and after the Kingdom of Aksum, it is the history of both Ethiopians and Eritreans today.
The early morning mist in the highlands that make up some of the most dramatic landscape of both Ethiopia and Eritrea. This is southern Eritrea, which enjoys a long coastline on the Red Sea, a vital maritime route which helped establish this part of Africa as a hub of international trade throughout the millennia. This is one of the most beautiful, unspoilt stretches of the Red Sea coast. You can see from the clearness of the water that this is one of the last remaining unpolluted marine environments on the planet. I wonder what underwater secrets from the distant past it might harbour. To understand the rise of the ancient Kingdom of Aksum, we first have to delve further back into history to find out more about the people who laid the foundations for Aksum's greatness. We begin with the ancient land of Punt, which is in a region now known as the Horn of Africa. It was the ancient Egyptians who named it Puntland, which means the land of the gods. There's evidence the Egyptians traded with the people here some 3,500 years ago, arriving in their distinctive ships. There are records of voyages to Punt depicted in the temple of Queen Hatshepsut at Dar al-Bahri in Egypt. Punt was an important source of the gold that the Egyptians used to decorate their tombs. Jewelry, perfumes, and oils also formed much of this trade. If you spend some time with the coastal inhabitants of Eritrea today, you soon learn that the people here have never broken with their centuries-old tradition of trading across the Red Sea. The fact that most people in this part of the country can speak Arabic is testament to their links with other cultures. This strategic position on the Red Sea coast meant people from many civilizations of the ancient world interacted with the local inhabitants. However, it was not just trade that made this part of Africa attractive.
At its closest point, the Arabian Peninsula lies just 25 kilometers from here on the Eritrean coast. In the first millennium BC, settlers came across the Red Sea from Saba in southwestern Arabia, which is part of modern-day Yemen. They came as traders and farmers in search of fertile land.
The people of Saba came to be known as the Sabaeans. They exchanged ideas and skills with the locals. For instance, they developed new irrigation techniques which boosted crop yields, and they shared knowledge of how to manage cattle, sheep, and goats. In time, a port was established at Adulis, which became one of the most important trading centres on the Red Sea, though its location today is no longer on the coast, but about 7 kilometres inland.
These are some of the ruins of the port city of Adulis. It is now completely deserted, but this was once a thriving ancient port city, one of the greatest of its time.
By the standards of the ancient world, the inhabitants would have enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle. Some of the houses here would have been quite grand.
These are the remains of a house in the city. Nobody lives in the area anymore, but we do know that Adulis was once a prosperous urban centre. Much of the land in Adulis remains unexcavated, but archaeologists here in Eritrea are working to uncover evidence of its former glory.
Dr. Yosef Lipsakal is the director of the National Museum in the Eritrean capital Asmara, which has on display some of the artifacts found in Adulis.
You have two small columns that were found in Adulis. What would they have been?
I think they would have been part of a palace, access to the entrance of the palace, which made of marble, together with other piece of architecture that was found in Adulis.
Looking around your lovely museum, very striking that you have this Sphinx here. Where was that found, and what does it tell us about the indigenous culture of what is modern-day Eritrea?
The Sphinx was found in the southern part of Eritrea, in a place called Adigramatan, which is dated 9th century BC. As you see, it's a figure of the head of a woman and the body of a lion. And under it, you have a Sabian inscription. The inscription talks about that it was a sacrificial stone. When you see the Sphinx, you see the African component, the style of hair, the dressing. And this helps us to see, also to inspect the indigenous and endogenous culture. And it shows the relationship also with the neighboring countries, with Sudan and Nubia, because we know that there are many sphinxes in Egypt.
From Asmara, I'm travelling to the southwest of Eritrea to see more evidence of early civilizations in the country. High up in the mountains is a place rarely visited by outsiders, the site of Kaheto, which is near where the Sphinx in the museum was found. Rock art nearby shows that this area has been inhabited for some 7,000 years.
The sheer number of archaeological remains spread over a wide area at Kaheto suggests that there was once an important site in this region in ancient times. Very little is known about the society that was based here, but it's believed that there was once an independent settlement that thrived in this part of Eritrea for hundreds of years. This is known as the Temple of Mariam Wa'iro, and so far it's the most important site to be excavated here at Kaheto. You can see the four columns, a mass of fallen stones and pillars, and the remains of a wall. It's believed to have been a place of worship.
My guide Suleiman Omar, who accompanies me to Kaheto, wants to demonstrate to me with a stamp of his feet why archaeologists believe there is much more yet to be excavated at the site.
So he's making this kind of hollow sound, and he's saying that underneath here, there are believed to be some more archaeological remains that need to be excavated. Looks like you're doing a, hey, it's a bit like a dance.
كلها 27 محل.
محل.
حتى هناك وهناك.
So
أيوة.
Suleiman's telling me that
أيوة.
across Kaheto there are like 27 sites where they're excavating, and really it does cover a big area of land. So clearly, at some stage, there must have been a society that really flourished here in this part of Eritrea, and it seems to me that it's a story that's being uncovered. Eritrea gained its independence in the early 1990s, so it's playing catch-up with tracing its own past. One gets the impression that excavations are being made all the time in Eritrea, and you're discovering more and more of your history.
Yes, and we're trying to find also an alternative history of Eritrea, together with the new findings, of an indigenous and endogenous culture also. This helps us to construct the ancient history of Eritrea.
Eritrea, of course, was a part of the Aksumite kingdom, and a very critical part because it has the port of Massawa today, but Adulis in the ancient world, and that gave, of course, the Aksumite kingdom access to the Red Sea and vital trade routes.
Most of the sites, which you find in Eritrea, as well as in Ethiopia, were, Aksumite, But we have found that there are about 70% of the Eritrean sites are pre-Aksumite. In Adulis, for example, we have found a pre-Aksumite site, which we call Adulite, because of the architecture, which is definitely different. So most of these sites, we think they are the precursors of the Aksumite civilization.
The various societies which lived both inland at Kaheto and on the coast at Adulis must have interacted with one another, even if they were distinct communities. Archaeologists and historians are trying to find the links between the two, but it's clear Kaheto would have been an important stop-off point on the caravan route to the sea. As time went on, these different groups of people mixed with the Sabaeans, who had migrated from across the Red Sea. The Sabaeans brought with them their own cultural practices, though of course they were also themselves influenced by the locals. Travel to the northeast of Ethiopia and outside the city of Aksum at a site called Yeha, you'll find remains from this period. It's believed that about 500 BCE there was a kingdom here called Damat. This monumental structure is believed to be the palace at Yeha, where the rulers of the kingdom of Damat lived. The palace has deteriorated badly, but you can still see the remains of square pillars. It was in this complex of buildings that a throne of carved limestone and a small statue of a seated figure were found. These are now both on display at the National Museum in Addis Ababa. Near the palace is a temple, which, when I visit, is being renovated. The Sabaeans spoke their own language, Sabaean, which in time mixed with the local tongue and gave rise to a new language called Gez. This evolved into the Amharic and Tigrayan of Ethiopia and Eritrea today, languages which, with some modifications, have been written since about 700 BCE. This Ethiopian musician, Sete Zabegna, is singing in Amharic. The fusion of cultures created the foundations for the emergence of the Kingdom of Aksum, which lasted from around the 1st century for 1,000 years. Between 183 and 213 AD, the Aksumites crossed the Red Sea, invaded South Arabia, and conquered the coastal parts of the land of the Sabaeans. This showed how strong the kingdom had become. This is the major city in northern Ethiopia today that's called Aksum. It's one of the oldest continuously inhabited places in Africa. And if you visit it, you immediately get a sense of its historic significance. The first recorded king of the Aksumite kingdom was Zoskiles, but he's been totally eclipsed by an altogether more romantic tale of the kingdom's origins. Legend has it that the Queen of Sheba travelled from Aksum to Judah in the modern-day Middle East to visit King Solomon, renowned for his wisdom. According to the Bible, she arrived in Jerusalem with a large retinue, camels bearing spices, gold, and precious stones. The story of Sheba and Solomon is related in a book called the Kebra Nagast, meaning the glory of the kings.
It's a compilation of legends and traditions put together mostly in the late 13th and early 14th centuries by monks. Some accounts are historical and others purely derived from folklore, but many Ethiopians today accept it as historical fact.
According to the Kebra Nagast, the Queen of Sheba gave birth to King Solomon's son, who became King Menelik I, and it was he who was the first ruler of the Aksumite kingdom. The powerful grip that the story of Sheba has on many is evident to this day. Princess Mariam, eldest granddaughter of the last emperor of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie, takes up the story of the Queen of Sheba, from whom she believes the Ethiopian royal family is descended.
To me, the Queen of Sheba presents a strong lady who was intelligent enough to realize she was young. Because she was young, she wanted to learn about Solomon's wisdom. And this shows her organization ability to take all those treasures to him and to get his advice on how to govern her country. From that angle, I admire her. I think she was forward-looking, in a sense, to learn, to educate herself, and I give her credit for all that.
About 30 kilometers outside of Aksum, at the site of Dungur, and seemingly in the middle of nowhere, you find clear remains of a substantial building dating back to the Aksumite era.
According to local tradition, this stone structure behind me is the palace of the Queen of Sheba. In truth, it is more likely to be a castle dating back to the 7th century that was the home of a noble Aksumite family. But regardless of what the historians say, local guides here will tell any visitor that this is where the Queen of Sheba lived.
It's got a very special atmosphere. It takes you back and you think of all the traveling she made and the way they brought back the wisdom from Solomon and passed it on from generation to generation.
If the Queen of Sheba was King Solomon's contemporary, she would have been alive 3 centuries before this castle at Dungur was built. But why let a discrepancy of just 300 years ruin a good story? Putting aside the debate of who actually lived in the palace, what do we know about it?
The site here at Dungur is the finest example of Aksumite architecture still standing today. There are about 40 rooms in the castle. There's a kitchen with large brick ovens, rooms with bathing facilities, and all this shows that Aksum was a thriving urban centre of the ancient world.
The castle at Dungur is believed to have been a nobleman's house, and it's not the only one. At the museum in Aksum, there's a model of the Ta'aka Mariam Palace, a square building with 4 towers set in a courtyard surrounded by many rooms.
This is the design of one of the Aksumite palaces. That's the model of Ta'aka Mariam Palace. It's dated to 5th up to 6th century AD. This palace is the biggest one in the history of the Aksumite kingdom.
And why can we not see the site? Because
for the time being is under excavation. That's why we prepare for the time being this model. But this was examined in 1906. by the German archaeologists. So at that time, they found, most of ground plus one, the half of the palace.
So tell me, the famous site at Dungur, which local tradition says is the palace of the Queen of Sheba, would it have looked like this?
Yes. Most of the Aksumite palaces already had this typical architectural design.
So there would have been bedrooms, bathrooms.
Yeah. Already.
Kitchens.
Yes, already it looks this one.
It would have been very impressive then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you believe that the site at Dungur is the palace of the Queen of Sheba?
Yes.
100%?
Yeah.
There's another part of Sheba's story which also has deep significance for Ethiopians and is as vibrant in their culture today as it has been throughout the centuries. Tradition holds that the first emperor of the Aksumite kingdom, Menelik I, the son of Sheba and Solomon,
took from Jerusalem to Aksum one of the most sacred artifacts of Judaism, the Ark of the Covenant.
I make my way along the wide streets of Aksum to the location by the city's main church where the Ark is supposed to be kept and guarded by a monk.
Ethiopian Christians believe that locked away inside this small outbuilding behind me, just by the Church of Mary of Zion, is the sacred Ark of the Covenant brought here from Israel. According to biblical tradition, this contains the 10 commandments handed down to Moses by God. Inside, there lives a lone monk. He rarely ventures out, guarding at all times this sacred and precious treasure.
Patriarch Abuna Matthias is the head of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, and he grants me a rare audience.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, one God. Amen.
I wanted to ask you about the legend of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, because, of course, it is believed that their son, Menelik, brought the Ark of the Covenant to Ethiopia, where it is just by the Church of Miriam of Zion. Do you have no doubt that the Ark of the Covenant is in there?
No doubt, yes.
Have you, as the patriarch, seen it?
Our forefathers saw it, but I am not yet. But everyone accepted the presence of the Ark of the Covenant is in Aksum. And so we believe strongly that the Ark of the Covenant is here in Aksum.
In time, Christianity became an integral part of the Kingdom of Aksum, and its assumed possession of the Ark of the Covenant meant Aksum regarded itself as a religious hub.
Christianity also allowed Aksum's rulers to bolster their authority. But just as with earlier civilizations, it was trade that provided them with their lifeblood. Go to any market anywhere in Ethiopia today, and it's pretty certain that you will find frankincense like this. Along with myrrh, gold, and ivory, these were the precious exports that helped cement the rise of the Kingdom of Aksum.
The evidence of international trade is clear, for example, from these museum objects. Goods from India and the Mediterranean made their way to the Kingdom of Aksum.
Very beautiful, decorated, I suppose they're wine glasses.
Yes. So this is already 4th century goblet glasses, and the glasses already probably imported, especially from Roman Empire, and maybe also made in Aksum.
And I spot some rather interesting-looking human-headed jars also from Axum.
Pottery product was already very famous in the Aksumite time. So this was a jar, especially to offer traditional drink for the elites. And from this pottery, we can understand, especially the hairdoing style of Aksumite women. If you look this one.
Their hairstyle, it was kind of flicked up.
Yeah.
A bit like mine.
No. No, I will tell you about that culture already. Still, our mothers, they do that one, their hair.
Do you do it sometimes?
Yeah, especially in the holiday. Yeah.
It looks very attractive. I might try it myself.
Trade is still in the blood of many who live in the highlands of Ethiopia today. Futsum Barzan is a snazzily dressed middle-aged man with skill and charm in equal measure. He sells traditional artifacts and handicrafts to Ethiopians as well as any passing visitor at his shop in the center of Axum city. Futsum decides to call it a day. After a short walk, Futsum is home and is greeted by his wife, daughters and in-laws, plus a friend who's dropped by. First, Futsum checks one of his daughter's homework.
Hello. Hello, Futsu. Thank you very much indeed. Please don't stand. Hello. Oh, wow. Hello. Hi. Very nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. Oh, your wife. Hello. Very nice to meet you. Hello. Very nice. You are from one of the old families here in Axum?
Yes, you are right. My father is a priest.
Your father?
I can show you my photo.
Yes, your father is a priest.
Yes, father.
And your wife too, and also Salama, your family is from Axum, and it has yes, for generations.
Yes, Axum.
Oh, this is your father.
Futsum's family embodies the twin ancient traditions of Axum, religion and trade.
So your grandfather was also a priest. I see, and you have a marvelous cross that you're wearing here. So you sell these crosses in your shop?
Another.
A different one. This is a special one.
I have 5, 6 kinds.
Beautiful, isn't it? And I noticed that your relative here and your relative there have got amazing hairstyles. This is the traditional hairstyle of the women of Axum. I like your hairstyle.
It's finished. Finished.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist saying that. I like his hair.
Ethiopians, like so many Africans, are renowned for their hospitality, and I'm treated to a traditional meal. Well, no meal is complete without the staple flat sour pancake called injera. It's produced from flour made from a grain called teff, which has been grown here for centuries.
Oh, you have to kiss the injera. Yeah. It's like thanking God for food.
It's eaten with a spiced sauce, which usually includes meat, and is washed down with beer.
You feed your wife.
Oh,
I see.
Yes.
Giving somebody a mouthful of food by hand is a sign of love in Ethiopia.
Very nice. Your wife made this, yes? Very nice. Delicious. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. So drink coffee.
Oh, coffee. Very important for families, yes?
Especially in Axum, 3 times. Morning, afternoon, after 10.
After 10 o'clock. Coffee is not just a drink here, it's a ritual. The red berries that give us coffee beans grow wild in Ethiopia, and coffee has been drunk here for many centuries. Today, the berries are cultivated and coffee is a major industry. The beans are roasted over hot coals, then carried around the room for everyone to savor the scent. Afterwards, they're ground with a mortar and pestle. The coffee is brewed in a clay pot called a jabana, which keeps it warm. The small china cups make the drinking of coffee altogether a rather delicate affair.
It's very nice, really, really nice.
Futsum had enjoyed a good week in his shop, and no doubt this, along with a bit of encouragement from honey wine and beer, has put them in a very merry mood. Traders like Futsum would have used currency hundreds of years ago in Aksum. In fact, Aksum was one of the earliest states in Africa to mint its own gold, silver, and copper coins. King Endibis was the first to introduce coins in the second half of the 3rd century AD. And some of our information about the kings of Aksum comes from these coins. One of the best known and most powerful of the kings was Ezana, seen here on this coin. He ruled in the 4th century.
King Ezana claimed the title of King of Kings for the first time. When we say King of Kings, it is clear indication that there had several kings under him. Because of the trade interruption in the Sudan, he campaigned as far as Marwe to punish the people who interrupted the trade, and he was successful in destroying the town of Marwe. That also indicates his greatness, that he had influence over the Sudan, over the Saudi Arabian kingdoms, and of the Horn of Africa. Besides, the very fact that he controlled the two sides of the Red Sea, that makes him great king.
And what do we know about him as a person?
King Ezana was a despotic ruler because he punished any rebel in the Horn of Africa. Whenever there was rebellion, no matter for what reason, Ezana had to campaign against them in order to punish them. Again, when he was a pagan, he sacrificed human beings, about 50 human beings, to satisfy his god.
Human sacrifices notwithstanding, it seems King Ezana had a dramatic change of heart. Towards the end of his reign, around 350 AD, Ezana adopted Christianity, as documented in the Ezana stone. It was Ezana who made Christianity the official religion of Aksum.
After Ezana became a Christian, there are indications of behavioral change. The rebels might have continued after that. He went on campaign to punish the people, but he did not seem to have been harsh as he was before to kill people, because he did whatever he had done in the name of God. He says, I believe in my God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. I believe in Jesus Christ. This clearly indicates that his behavior was according to a Christian person or individual.
So was he a reformed character when he became a Christian?
Indeed.
He stopped sacrificing people?
It seems never mention of sacrifice.
Stopped being a despot?
Yeah. Go ahead.
When Ezana died, this stela, now supported with a bit of help from modern technology, was erected in his memory. The distinctive monumental feature of these narrow stelae was how the rulers marked their tombs. They were built from solid stone and are believed to date from around 300 AD. Christianity spread in Aksum because it was followed by the elite. Ezana's official adoption of the religion was consolidated by the work of monks known as the Nine Saints, who still have an important place in Ethiopian Christianity today. The Nine Saints came from different parts of the Byzantine Empire, which grew out of the remains of the Roman Empire around the eastern end of the Mediterranean. The Emperor Constantine made Byzantium in modern-day Turkey his capital in the early 4th century AD. From there, he ruled over territory covering a wide expanse of Europe and Asia. The Byzantines didn't seek to defeat Aksum and were indeed on friendly terms with it. So the 9 Byzantine priests arrived safely in Aksum to spread the Christian faith.
These are the ruins of a church dating back to the 5th century, which have been found in Adulis in Eritrea. It's from the Byzantine era and measures about 18 by 10 square meters. We know it's a church because crosses have been found here.
Once they arrived on the coast, the 9 saints went further inland through the highlands to preach the gospel.
This site, east of Aksum, where this modern church stands today, is the exact location where a church was established by one of the 9 saints. The 9 saints are some of the most iconic figures in the history of the Orthodox Church in Ethiopia, and there is still a strong cult of worship around them today.
The priest at the church shows me one of the oldest Bibles in Ethiopia written in Ge'ez. It's at least 1,000 years old. We can't bring the TV camera inside because it has to be kept in the dark. Aksum is the spiritual home of Ethiopian Orthodox Christianity, even if the Patriarch of the Orthodox Church lives in his magnificent official residence in the capital, Addis Ababa.
What was the significance of the 9 saints? Because, for example, they introduced the tradition of monasticism to Ethiopia. If you could explain to us their significance, please.
Well, they were monks, so they were teaching, they were writing books and translating from other languages, from Arabic, and also opening the monastic life for Ethiopia.
The tradition of monasteries and nunneries has really persisted greatly to this day. There are many monks and nuns in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Why it is something which has become so embedded in your practice?
Yeah, the monastic life, male and female monks are very important for religious purposes. So they teach, they keep their responsibility just for the church, not for other things.
Also, in all pictures of Jesus Christ and the Virgin Mary, Jesus Christ is always depicted as brown-skinned with soft African hair, really, because that's very different from how he is depicted in European paintings.
Well, of course, some people do the Ethiopian face. They make the picture like their own people. For example, in the Caribbean, the Caribbean islands make like their own face, dark color. But we believe that Jesus Christ is born from Jews, these white people. It's not important to change the face, the whiteness. So.
But you're surrounded by paintings of both Jesus Christ and the Virgin Mary looking like Ethiopians, brown with a soft afro.
They do people, but Saint Mary also is Israelite. So it's not very important to change the face of our Lord Jesus Christ and Saint Mary, because they are Jews. They are Jewish.
Patriarch Abuna Matthias presides over key services like this one at the Ethiopian Orthodox Christmas at the Holy Trinity Church in Addis Ababa. The most holy item in every Ethiopian Orthodox church is the tabot, a supposed replica of the Ark of the Covenant. It's covered at all times by a draped sheet. With Christianity as its official religion and its ordered hierarchical civil structure, Aksum enjoyed a long period of prosperity and prestige. It had also become a strong military power in the region. The army protected the empire's trade interests and upheld its reputation as a powerful Christian kingdom. Around 520 AD, disturbed by clashes between Christians and Jews in South Arabia, King Caleb of Aksum sent an army across the waters of the Red Sea to South Arabia and defeated the Jews there. According to the Kebre Nagast, after defeating the Jews of Arabia, King Caleb returned to Aksum, gave up his throne, and spent his life in a monastery. However, another account states that he reigned in Aksum for a further 17 years. The Kingdom of Aksum must stand not only as one of the greatest civilizations of Africa, but also of the ancient world. Hundreds of years before Christ, various settlements in what is today Ethiopia and Eritrea were established. Advanced societies that laid the foundations for a great military and religious power. Civilizations which used a written language and coinage, where fine buildings and monuments were erected, where sophisticated goods were made and traded, a unique African civilization. As we've seen, the official adoption of Christianity by Aksum's kings and the urban elite meant that at times there were tensions between them and the Jews of Arabia. Later, the Aksumites would have to deal with the emergence of another religion, Islam. In the next program, we'll see how the Christians, Jews, and Muslims in this part of Africa coexisted, and how in time Aksum's decline gave rise to new Christian and Islamic kingdoms. The Kingdom of Aksum was one of the greatest civilizations of Africa. It lasted for almost 1,000 years throughout the first millennium.
It grew rich and powerful through its control of the Red Sea trade. The kings of Aksum embraced Christianity as their official religion and had their own written language and coins.
But just as empires rise, so inevitably they must decline. In this program, we look at what brought about the fall of the Kingdom of Aksum and the kings and emirs who followed in their wake. This is the modern city of Aksum in northern Ethiopia. At the beginning of the 7th century, it was the heart of a Christian kingdom that was also a major trading power. Aksum covered a large area of territory on the east coast of Africa. But crucially, it also controlled the southern Arabian Peninsula. This gave it dominance over the trade routes to the whole of Arabia, India, China, and Europe, and markets for its gold, frankincense, and ivory. Through its port at Adulis on the Red Sea in modern-day Eritrea, Aksum enjoyed a strategic position that made it a gateway not only for the import and export of goods, but also ideas, culture, and beliefs. And from across the Red Sea in the 7th century, there came a major influence which would have a profound impact on Africa and the world. In the province of Hijaz, in modern-day Saudi Arabia, in a town called Mecca, a religion emerged. That religion was Islam, and Muhammad was its prophet. Islam spread relatively easily. Its doctrine was simple to understand. It didn't have a complex hierarchical religious priesthood, so the believer could worship God directly without the intercession of a cleric. At first, Aksum enjoyed good relations with the Muslims of Arabia. In fact, a group of early Muslim converts from Mecca were given sanctuary by the Christian Aksumite king Amr. These Muslims crossed the Red Sea and arrived on what is now the coast of Eritrea.
The Eritreans lay claim to having the first Muslim shrine in the world, dating back to the early 7th century. This is what remains of it. What is certainly true is that around 615 AD, some followers of the Prophet Muhammad fled persecution in Arabia, crossed the Red Sea, and arrived here. They sought protection in the court of King Amr, the Aksumite king. He received them favorably and granted them protection. This is supposed to be the exact location where they prayed in what is now the port of Massawa.
An-Nur Haj Muhammad is from the Muslim community in the Eritrean capital Asmara.
فالإسلام دخل في إريتريا 614 ميلادي بعد ما عملوا عليهم قريش النبي وصحابته عملوا عليه ضغوطات فقال لهم سيدنا الرسول قال لهم امشوا للحبشه لان فيه ملك عادل دخلوا مصوى وعملوا فيه مسجد بعدين قابلوا هنا النجاشي استقبلهم استقبال كويس ووروه عن الاسلام ايش هو ما كان طبعا قبل كده كان هنا الدين المسيحي وبعض القبائل الوثنيه كانت اريتريا هنا في البلد ده خصوصا ساحل البحر الأحمر كلها دخل الإسلام بالجزيرة العربية بدون حرب بدون أي حاجة.
The burial site of some of these early Muslims who arrived in Aksum is still a revered place.
The compound of the main mosque in Nagash in northern Ethiopia is believed to be the resting place of 15 of the early followers of the Prophet Muhammad.
Some of them returned to Mecca when it was safe for them to do so. Those who remained were buried here, 5 women and 10 men. The compound is a Muslim cemetery that has seen many burials throughout the ages, so Islam has old and strong roots in both Ethiopia and Eritrea. That is because although some Arabs came just as transient traders to Africa, others brought their religion with them and settled. Ahmed Zakaria is the chief curator of the Ethiopian Studies Museum at Addis Ababa University.
Saudi Arabia used to export dates, textiles, directly from their product or as intermediary from Indian Ocean to this area. So there were precious items for palaces and for the churches. The relationship between the Arabs and the Aksumite Empire, we see it extremely smooth relationship because families were going there and some Arab settlers were also coming here. And so we are talking of stronger relation, blood tie relationship, not only trade. So the Red Sea was not a barrier, one could say.
However, the rise and growth of Islam began to challenge the power of the Christian Aksumite kings, and this led to hostilities between them and the Muslims. The Aksumites made a series of attacks on parts of the Arabian Peninsula that they didn't control, like the coastal town of Jeddah across the sea from the Aksumite port of Adulis.
Ships used to come to Adulis and attack, and leaders of Adulis were also going to Jeddah and attack. That was going in between them for a long time. The Arabs became strong in late 7th century. Islam unified them and they start expanding.
It was trade that made the kingdom of Aksum great. And one of the main reasons for its economic decline was that the Arabs seized control of the Red Sea trade route from them. For a kingdom whose wealth had been based on trade, this was a severe blow to its power and prestige.
By the 8th century AD, the Aksumite port of Adulis had been destroyed, and Aksum would not be able to recover its former standing. Thus, the center of power shifted inland from the coast.
But Ahmed Zakaria says religious rivalry wasn't the only factor that led to the decline of Aksum.
Aksum decayed because of environmental factor. Some archaeologists suggesting that the water table moved down and that affects the vegetation of the area because they were depending on ivory, slave, and gold. Ivory was out of business because of the ecology. And there was also another suggestion, it has to be proven, that there was a disease, endemic disease in that area, and Aksum decimated because of that.
All this meant that the decline of the kingdom was imminent. The history of the kings and patriarchs, or the Kebre Nagast, which glorified Christian rule, describes the violent end of the Aksumite era.
If it was the Muslims who'd contributed to putting the Aksumite kings under pressure, it was their old rivals, the Jews, who dealt them the final blow. There'd been Jews living in this part of Africa well before Christianity was introduced. Many of these Jews had converted to Christianity, but some had kept their religion. So, towards the end of the first millennium, there were Jews, Christians, and Muslims all living in Aksum. It was a kingdom in which the three major monotheistic religions cohabited, but at times their interests would diverge. Traditional accounts relate that Aksum was destroyed by a queen called Judith or Yodit, and that she was Jewish. She was probably from the Agor people, who were Judaic in culture and basic religious beliefs. I'm granted a rare audience with the head of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, His Holiness Abuna Matthias, who tells me more about Queen Judith and the impact she had on the church.
She was a warrior woman, so she destroyed the Ethiopian historic holy books in many parts of the country, and she was, unbelievable. She did unbelievable destruction in the country because her belief is Judaism, not Christianity. So she destroyed many books. So she is not accepted by the Ethiopian people.
Judith, or Yodit, as she was known in Amharic, could have been a figure representing several individuals who may have existed over 2 to 3 centuries. Whatever her provenance, she's held to have destroyed all symbols of Christian and imperial Aksumite power.
In fact, the Judaic influence from Ethiopia's early history is still evident today.
Judaism was in Ethiopia before Christianity, and many of them converted to Christianity, and the others stayed in their own Judaism religion belief, but they were in Aksum and in other places also.
But to this day, I understand that Christian Orthodox believers in Ethiopia do have some traditions which are similar to Judaism. For example, the circumcision of boys on the 8th day, and also it's forbidden for people to eat pork. And Saturday is also a bit of a holy day, as well as Sunday. How many traditions of Judaism do you think have remained in the Christian Orthodox Church here?
Well, yes, the Saturday was respected by our forefathers because according to the Bible. So gradually, now we are celebrating Sunday mostly, but it was mixed before, many years ago. Both were respected by the Ethiopian Orthodox Church.
So, according to tradition, the story of Aksum began with a woman, the Queen of Sheba, whose son Menelik became the first Aksumite king, and it ended with a woman, the Jewish queen Judith. Her burial stela lies in a field in Aksum. Ironically, her name and grave are forever connected to the great kingdom she destroyed. The end of the Aksumite dynasty spelt the rise of a new one known as the Zagwe dynasty. This represented a revival of fortune for the Christians. At about 1150 AD, a group of army officers from a place known as Agu seized the throne from the weakened descendants of the Aksumites and replaced them with military leaders. They founded a new capital in the Central Highlands at Adefa, or Lalibela as it's better known, and established the Zagwe dynasty. The most famous of the Zagwe kings was Lalibela, who gave his name to the city. His reign began sometime in the 13th century and is thought to have lasted about 40 years. Under him, the people of Lalibela soon prospered and enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle. And the city became established as a place of pilgrimage. It still attracts many visitors who come as pilgrims or tourists today. It's also refreshing to know that the young people here tell me that they're proud of their history and the founder of their city. King Lalibela is credited with building a remarkable series of churches hewn out of solid rock. There are 11 of these churches, and they represent an extraordinary achievement of engineering. Just imagine chipping away at the rock to carve out a church this size without the benefit of a mechanical digger.
It's likely that King Lalibela would have walked through this very doorway of the church of Beit Medhani Alam, which is the biggest of the churches here at Lalibela and indeed is the largest rock-hewn church in the world.
Fikru Walde Georgis is a local guide born and bred in Lalibela. He's lived and worked here all his life.
King Lalibela is the one who behind these marvelous rock-hewn churches. So he was a king and a priest as well, and later canonized by the church as a saint. So he's known as Saint Lalibela. And he carved out these marvelous rock-hewn churches, of course, not only him, with his people and with the help of angels. And the churches are really unique. They're not built up, but cut out of one piece of rock. So it's like statue. Everything is the same material. The wall, the roof, the pillar, all is one piece of rock. And that's really an extraordinary engineering back in the 1200s, using basic materials like hammer, chisel, just simple. Not split level, no dynamite, no drilling, just using chisel and buckets.
But there are historians who believe that the complex of churches here at Lalibela could not have been built in the reign of a single king. You believe that the angels helped King Lalibela build these churches?
Yes, because the idea was to recreate Jerusalem. Of course, there is a theory also, the churches are made in different periods, but the Ethiopian Orthodox Church strongly believes that. That includes me. These are done during the time of Lalibela, within 23 years period, with the help of angels.
Lalibela attracts the faithful in their hundreds of thousands every year.
So this is an interesting duo. Are they pilgrims?
They are pilgrims, and even he's a pilgrim and hermit as well.
He's a hermit as well. How do you know he's a
You
hermit?
can tell from his dreadlock.
So this is the natural hairstyle
Yes,
here
yes,
of
yes.
hermits.
Yes, the hermit leaves their hair as it is.
Where does he live?
Yet no minors yet. Yeah, for hermits there is no place to stay. He just walks from place to place, from monastery to monastery. So according to the will of God, he goes to a place that God wants him to be.
Is this your first time here at Lalibela?
He comes every time.
Oh, and he walks. How long does it take him to walk here?
3 days.
Takes him 3 days to walk here.
So when it's really far, sometimes it could be like 2 weeks.
So the idea that pilgrims and hermits would come here to Lalibela, King Lalibela's idea was to relieve Christians of having to make the long journey to Jerusalem.
So the idea was recreating Jerusalem here in Ethiopia. And there is also belief that pilgrims to Lalibela, they share the same blessing as pilgrims to Jerusalem. So you can imagine how important really it is for those pilgrims.
You walk all the way?
He always walks. Sometimes people give him a lift, but he mainly walks with bare feet. With bare feet, no shoes at all.
Really?
Because he's hermit.
But isn't that uncomfortable, walking on all sorts of terrain?
Of course it is. It's not really easy.
Very tough skin there. The remains of earlier pilgrims to Lalibela who died on arrival. It's considered a blessing to die here. The resting place for these particular worshippers is in the most greatly admired of the churches at Lalibela, St. George's.
And when one visits, one can see why. Dug out from deep down underground, it's a marvelous sight and a remarkable feat of construction for that era.
Fikru, St. George's Church is remarkably intact, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And it's also the last one to be made. And as you can see, they start from the top, cut down, and then separated all sides. Again, through the doors, they went all the way up, or they hollowed it. Look at the corners, how exactly and nicely made they are. So imagine there's no place for a mistake. And look at also the gutter. So the gutter itself is hewn out of the rock and has got 12 open windows, 9 blind windows, and 3 doors. And the most sophisticated detail of this church is the thickness of the wall. It's thicker at the bottom, or it tapers up. So that helps the church to be stable.
And, you know, I can just see that even today, there are so many people coming to worship still.
Yeah, all of the churches are still functioning. Every day, every morning, churches are open for a service. So this is a living heritage, never been abandoned even for a single day, and always in use.
Can we go inside?
Yes, we can.
Take our shoes off first.
Yes, shoes off.
This is the Church of St. Mary, which has the best preserved internal decorations, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So this one is Beta Mariam, believed to be the first one of all. Even has got a loft. And there is staircase cut out of the rock and spiral to the loft. And highly decorated church with nicely made paintings. There is a fresco, which is painted on the wall. Of course, it's not direct to the rock. They first plastered the wall and then painted it. And there is also an engraving, which is carved. They first carved and painted it. And there is also a canvas, which is painted on a cotton, glued to the wall or framed.
When King Lalibela died, he was laid to rest just a few meters to my left in one of the rock-hewn churches. The church he was buried in is called Golgotha, named after the spot in Jerusalem where Jesus Christ was crucified. Inside the church, there's a series of life-size relief carvings of the 12 apostles, and a modern, colourful depiction of King Lalibela himself stands by the curtain behind which his tomb lies, hidden from public display. Let's find out more about Muslims in this part of Africa. I make my way to the Dahlak Islands on Eritrea's Red Sea coast near the modern-day port of Massawa. The Dahlak Islanders were amongst the first to embrace Islam. The largest of the islands is mostly populated by the local Afar people who greet me formally but warmly. There are more than 200 islands which form the Dahlak archipelago off the Eritrean coast on the Red Sea. Largely arid and flat, fresh water is scarce, so very few of the islands are inhabited. This is the biggest of the islands, Dahlak Kabir, and I've been granted rare access by the Eritrean authorities to come here. أهلاً شكراً شكراً أهلاً أنت اسمك مين؟
صالح إدريس.
صالح إدريس. أهلاً وسهلاً.
أهلاً وسهلاً.
فأنت يعني رئيس القبيل في القرية هنا.
أيوة شيبة القرية هنا.
أنت من الناس العفر.
عفر.
العفر. يكون
كيف؟
كيف؟
حقنا نحن ناس استنونا هنا قبل كده موجودين أبهاتنا أبهات أبهاتنا جداتنا كله نحن مولودين في البلد هذه.
The Arab legacy is evident on the Dahlak Islands, and indeed some of the inhabitants proudly proclaim their Arab ancestry, as this local official confirms.
أهلاً وسهلاً. أهلاً وسهلاً. شكراً جزيلاً. تعتبر نفسك يعني عندك دم عربي ولا بتشوف نفسك يعني بس إريتري فقط؟
لا أحس مسلم دم عربي هذا أصول وجذور لا ننكرها.
وبتتكلم عربي في المنزل وكذا؟ Do you speak Arabic at home?
نتكلم باللغة المحلية اللي هي الدهلك.
So you speak in the local Dahlak language, and does that have any Arabic in it? اللغة الدهلكية فيها أي كلمات عربية؟
فيها كلمات عربية وفيها كلمات من التقري وفيها كلمات من أنواع كثيرة ملخبطة مأخوذة من هنا ومن هنا.
إزاي يكون أنتم ملخبطين؟ Your language is mixed, just as you are.
Abdu Ahmed wants to show me the graves of Muslims who lived and died on the Dahlak Islands, and these ruins, he tells me, are significant.
فذل بيعتبروا يعني الناس بيفتكروا هذا مغابر مسلمين حوالي من القرن العشراوي لحد القرن الخامسعشراوي. So some people believe that these are Muslim tombs dating from the 10th to the 15th century. This one obviously has got some Arabic inscription. It's got Quranic inscriptions, so that would seem to support the theory that these are Muslim tombs from after the time that the Arab Muslims seized control of Dahlak Islands. But evidently, looking at the extent of the cemetery here, there must have been many more people in centuries gone by who lived here.
فلان ابن فلان المتوفي في سنة كذا كذا في الحجرة تقريبا 1800 سنة.
So this could be either a grand tomb of somebody or it could be a small place where people came to pray. Thank you. شكرا جزيلا.
منطقة كانت طبعا منطقة.
The Dahlak Islands are like stepping stones in the Red Sea, so it's easy to see why the Arabs could cross over and quickly establish Islam on the islands soon after its introduction. The flow of these early groups of Muslims into the highland areas happened gradually. By the 12th century, there were sufficient Muslim communities for a sultanate to be formed, known as the Sultanate of Shoa. Relations between the Zagwe kings and the Muslim communities in the highlands were relatively cordial, though a commercial rivalry soon emerged. Dr. Tekle Haymanot Gebri Selassie is a historian at Addis Ababa University.
The Zagwe kings, like the other Ethiopian kings, tolerated the Muslims because it was very important for them to get imported items from abroad. And the agents were Muslims, because the Muslims could have gone easily to Saudi Arabia and other places which were Islamic states. So for that reason, it was mandatory. They used Muslims as their agents for trade, simply because the Christians could not have easily penetrated into the Muslim areas. The Arab traders or the Muslim traders supplied the Zagwis and later on others with different items, mainly finished clothes.
But from the 13th century, signs of rivalry between the Christians and Muslims were really beginning to show.
Between 13th century to 16th century, we see lots of bloody clashes between the Muslims and the Christians. Not because of religion, but because of trade control.
By 1300, the Sultanate of Shoa was overtaken by a rival Muslim sultanate called Ifat.
The Ifat rulers went deeper into the highlands, and that brought them into more violent clashes with the Christians of Zagwe. Unable to resist the might of the Zagwe dynasty, the Muslim Sultanate of Ifat withdrew east to Harar. But the conflict was not entirely based on religion.
Here also we see it's power politics, not religion. You can utilize religion as mobilizing factors to a certain extent, but not the cause. It's not to spread a religion. It's to capture power. For me, it's difficult to consider religious wars in Ethiopian context, because they were from same culture, same background, and they could move from one to the other easily, from one religion to the other.
In Harar, the Muslims founded a new kingdom called Adal in the 1400s, and they began to build their new center and power base here. Visit Harar today, and you immediately get a sense that this is a city with deep historic roots.
This is the site of the oldest mosque in Harar. In fact, there are more than 80 mosques within the historic city walls. That is a lot of mosques. Throughout the centuries, the center of power of Islam has shifted, but there is no question that Harar is the most important Muslim city in Ethiopia.
The graves of some of the celebrated early Muslims of Harar are still venerated today. This is the tomb of Sheikh Abadir, one of the most respected Muslims in Harar's history. His tomb states he was buried in the 10th century. Amir Redwan is the guide at the site.
He came with his 44 companions and made the people as he unified people who were here, so that the people here stopped fighting for racial things. He assembled everybody and he made a great sermon. He is like the unifier, and he is our father in spiritually. So everybody here coming here means being enlightened for everybody.
Who visits the tomb of Sheikh Abadir?
Muslims, non-Muslims, and all people from from all tribal groups, and Somalis, Hararis, anybody around.
We go outside to see some of the burial sites in the compound. Amir, I noticed that some of the graves here have a stone in the middle. What does that mean?
So this means female figures are buried in here, like great mystics who used to live in here.
So women in Ethiopian Islam are considered to be almost religious authorities?
Yes, here they are even given, the place of as a saint or walis. Unlike other places, we have lots of them. Like even the mother of Sheikh Abadir, who is buried just right here, is also considered one of the great Sufi even saints.
For the next 2 centuries, the Muslims of Adal, with their stronghold in Harar, and the Christians of the region were in a pretty permanent state of high tensions, if not all-out conflict. In 1270, the Zagwe kings were overthrown by a nobleman, Yakuno Amlak, who'd raised an army against them. He re-established the Solomonic dynasty and laid the foundations for modern Ethiopia. Yakuno Amlak's relations with the Muslims were also strained. Both sides would initiate attacks on the other at various times.
Harar was used as a base by its Muslim rulers to launch attacks against Christians, but it also served as a defense against raids by pagan Oromo tribes.
This meant that Harar was a prosperous, bustling urban centre, as it still is today.
This is some frankincense, which I've picked up in the market at Harar, and it smells wonderfully aromatic. And just as this was critical to Aksumite trade, centuries later, frankincense was a valuable export commodity that helped the Muslim state of Harar prosper.
Time to meet some of the locals, I think. So, after the evening call to prayer, I make my way to a traditional home in Harar to meet a couple of the established residents.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hi. Hello.
How are you?
I'm Zainab. Fine.
Welcome,
Hello.
welcome.
Thank you. Hi, Fatihia. Hello. Hello. Thank you. So this is
Zainab.
your house?
Yes.
Yes. Very beautiful house.
Thank you.
The owner of the house, Juhaira, is joined by a friend who can speak Arabic and so can interpret for me.
Busy all day.
Yes, always.
Hawira tells me Juhaira works in a government office.
Regional of the president office.
She also supplements her income by running her home as a guest house.
guest house.
ده بيكون guest house. ده guest house. انت يعني عندكم guest house هنا.
ايوه.
الناس بيجوا يقعدوا.
يعني ما سمعتي هذا لو ده guest house.
ما سمعت عنه. وبيجوا
عندي
الناس.
مجلة في مجلة.
بيجوا من فين؟
بيجوا من كل مكان بيجوا.
I'm sure her guests must, like me, appreciate the decorative ornaments all over the house. There's barely a spot on the wall that doesn't have something hanging from it.
So Harar is the most famous Muslim city in Ethiopia. أشهر مدينة مسلمة في الحبش حرار. مش كده؟ ويعني أنتم فاخرون.
I ask them both how life is in this famous city and they tell me they're proud to come from Harar.
والمسلمين في باقي الحبش بيجوا هنا لحرار عشان يشوفوا المدينة وكده عشان أهم مدينة للمسلمين فيها.
They also want to emphasize that in their experience, communal relations are excellent in Harar today between people of different faiths.
كل واحد.
يا كل واحد.
كل
No
واحد.
problem.
ما في no problem.
Yes.
No problem.
ما في مشكلة.
ما في مشكلة.
It's dusk, and I thank my hosts and take my leave, for I want to go and see an enduring, if bizarre, custom that exists in Harar. I'm going to see the extraordinary hyena men of Harar.
Every evening, the men and boys whistle to entice hyenas in from the wild, and then they'll feed them with their own hands. And I have to confess, I am a little bit nervous because I know that some hyenas would just suddenly emerge in the darkness out of nowhere. I'm not quite sure I'm prepared for that.
It's a myth that hyenas are just scavengers. They do kill to eat. In fact, they have the strongest jaw of all predators. That's all very reassuring for me, to put it mildly. These young men actually pass the food from their own mouths to that of the hyenas. Brave, foolhardy, or both?
This is a tradition that dates back for centuries, and the idea was that they would feed the hyenas to try to prevent them from eating their livestock.
dalagaa tana baaqiyyaa eegalee jira isa marraayin fuudhee jira innilleen ni jira amma xiqqoo dura isin dura kutee jira dalagaa tana amata torbattiin eegalee soon xiqqaadha takkaana sodaachiseetis hin jiru na nyaateetis hin jiru.
Which animal do you feed them?
maal faa nyaachistaa maalirraa qaqalame?
Gaalaas jeen re'ees loonis ni nyaata jeen.
Do you know which ones are which? Can you identify them?
Addaan baafattii ni beektaa isaan?
Cufa isaatu akkuma bakka akkamitti namaa fi nama adda baasuu dandeessa akkasumattiin isaas nama addaan baasuu danda'a jechuudha.
So I make my excuses and leave after declining an offer to feed the hyenas myself. I've come across a wedding in Harar and fortunately not a hyena in sight. The bride's modest wedding dress is a reminder that Islam is as much a part of Ethiopia's history as its Orthodox Christianity.
Behind me is one of the 5 gates of the historic walls of Harar. In the mid-16th century, Harar was established as the heart of Ethiopian Islam. The dynasty of the Emirs of Harar was founded, and they ruled Harar as a Muslim state for 3 centuries.
وارفع درجاتنا وارحم آبائنا واغفر لأمهاتنا وأصلح ديننا ودنيانا وشتت شمل أعدائنا واحفظ أهلنا وأموالنا وبلادنا من جميع الآفات والأمراض والبلاء بأقدامنا وانصرنا على القوم الكافرين بحرمة القرآن العظيم يا قاضي الحاجات ويا مجيب الدعوات استجب دعانا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين الرحمن الرحيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات رحيم الله لا.
I've come to visit one of the descendants of the hereditary rulers of Harar. Sheikh Maftuh Abu Bakr is the 8th generation of the emirs of Harar, but the grand style he and his family lived in is a thing of the past. They give me a very relaxed welcome.
Assalamu alaikum.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا جزيلا الشيخ مفتوح. أنت أهم شخص من الأسرة المالكة هنا في حرر؟
نعم نعم.
والسكان هنا الناس لسه عندهم احترام كثير للأسرة المالكة؟
صح.
فأنا عايز أسألك يعني للآن الناس اللي هنا عايشين في حرر إيه رأيهم عن الأسرة المالكة؟
ولا شيء أي شيء.
لسه يعني عايشين في عظمة مثلا؟ يعني بيعتبروكم طبعا كعلماء.
احترام فيه ولا؟
الاحترام فيه كثير.
His wife Maburdi Abdallah earns money by sewing and weaving ornaments. The Sheikh and Sheikha are a reminder of the long history of Muslim rulers in Harar. Their home is an oasis of peace in what is a busy and lively city. Harar is still the most influential Muslim city in Ethiopia today, and the churches of Lalibela are the country's most famous Christian monuments. Back in the shadows of the historic churches at Lalibela in the central Ethiopian highlands, I enjoyed the traditional song and dance of the people of that area. The music and performance is as vibrant, colourful and evocative as the history of this region has been throughout the ages. From the pre-Aksumite civilizations to the rise and fall of the powerful kingdom of Aksum, from the Christian dynasties to the Muslim sultanates, Ethiopia and Eritrea represent a remarkable period in Africa's history. In the next programme, we travel to North Africa and ask, who are the Berbers or Amazigh, the people most associated with this part of the continent? What kind of kingdoms were established in North Africa, like the great city of Carthage? And how did the people flourish under Roman rule? North Africa was for centuries a melting pot of races, religions and cultures. People mixed with Africans south of the Sahara with Europeans, Asians and Arabs through trade, migration or conquest. That mix is evident today in the population, culture and architecture. In this programme, we look at the original inhabitants of North Africa. Who exactly are the Berbers of the region? What was the civilization that gave rise to Carthage? And how did North Africans live under Roman domination? I begin with a visit to one of the best-known and most historic cities in North Africa today, Marrakesh in Morocco. This is its main square, Jama al-Fina. Jama al-Fina is the beating heart of Marrakesh. And throughout the centuries, it was a very important meeting point for the caravan trade across Africa. And that history means you can see from the appearance of the people of Marrakesh that their roots are very deeply connected with the rest of the continent. The culture here is as mixed and vibrant as the people themselves. The dancers, sellers, fortune tellers, and snake charmers in Jama al-Fina certainly know how to grab your attention. I decide to leave the doubtful charm of the snakes of Marrakesh and head a few hours out of the city to admire the haunting beauty of the Atlas Mountains of North Africa. This part of Africa has been inhabited for many thousands of years. The foothills of the mountains don't make the easiest of terrains for a gentle stroll in the sunshine. About 20,000 years ago, North Africa was green and humid, and the region we call the Sahara today was not a desert. Fossil evidence shows that North Africa's Stone Age inhabitants were tall with long limbs and low foreheads. We know a little about them from their burial practices. For instance, the discovery of their skeletons showed they might have deliberately removed some of their front teeth. Archaeologist Professor Abdurrahim Mohib says early human remains have been found in prehistoric caves or grottos in Morocco.
The Ibomis are people who developed modern techniques of tools. They started to bury their dead and they start thinking about the other world. For example, if we speak about La Grotte des Pigeons, east of Morocco, just near the frontier between Morocco and Algeria, in this cave we discovered a necropole of about 180 skeletons of Ibero-Amerasians. And we do discover a skull which is what's called trepanation. The first chirurgical intervention, if you want.
So you must be great neuroscientists now, then. So the people who lived here 20,000 years ago used tools so effectively that they carried out brain surgery. We don't know why they did, but academics like Algerian archaeologist Slimane Hatchi can tell us more.
Donc ce Sahara n'a pas été le territoire d'une population. C'est avec cette civilisation ibéro-maurusienne que nous allons avoir en Afrique du Nord une civilisation qui fait tout le long de la Méditerranée, qui se développe le long de l'Atlantique au Maroc et qui aussi, on ne l'a pas trouvé dans la Méditerranée orientale sur la côte tunisienne.
Afsa in modern-day Tunisia. Around 7000 BC, this is where a new people emerged, known as the Capsians. The Capsians were tall, of Mediterranean appearance, with some African features. They settled on hilltops near water where they farmed and domesticated animals. We know they were artistic. They decorated ostrich eggs and engraved stones, for instance. Dr. Rida Bousoufara is from the Institute of Archaeology in Tunisia.
Il est généralement admis que les Capsiens ont occupé l'intérieur du territoire, alors que les Ibéro-Maurusiens ont occupé les côtes, surtout les zones dunaires. Traditionnellement, ces deux civilisations ont été totalement séparées, dans le temps et dans l'espace. Mais maintenant, les nouvelles recherches sont en train de remettre en question toutes ces vérités, étant donné qu'il s'est avéré que chronologiquement, ils se chevauchaient, et que aussi sur le plan territorial, ils se chevauchaient aussi, ce qui fait que l'affaire ou la question est encore à remettre en question. Nos connaissances sur ces civilisations concernent essentiellement leur mode d'habitat, leur technique de taille de pierre. Donc les éléments les plus importants dont on dispose, ce sont les pierres taillées, les outils, mais aussi les ossements d'animaux qu'ils ont chassés.
The Capsian culture seemed to end around 4000 BC, and this is about the time the people known as the Berbers, or as they prefer to be called, the Amazigh, appeared. They could be a historic mix of the Capsians and the Ibero-Maurusians, but we're not exactly sure. This means that from 4000 to 2000 BC, the Berbers were becoming established as the inhabitants of North Africa. They actually refer to themselves as the Amazigh, meaning free people or noblemen. I team up with Moroccan Berber historian Nouhi Al-Wafi, who's taking me to a small community of Moroccans by the Atlas Mountains who proudly proclaim their Berber heritage. En route, I fancy a snack. And I see a man selling something. Not quite what I expected. Iguanas. They've had their jaws sewn up so they can't bite. Animals caught in the desert are very much part of the local diet, just as they were when early humans populated the area.
هاد البلاصة هادي وجاو النصارى كيصوروا فيها والدم غادي وعند الجرح ديالو كيبرى.
انجرحته.
ما فيش السم.
He said when he was sewing up the mouth of one of them, it slightly scratched him, but there was no blood drawn. He's looking at you. I decide I'm not feeling peckish after all. Nearby, there's a stall holder selling Berber souvenirs, including the distinctive blue scarf or veil known as the Nila. It's also worn by the Tuareg nomads who live mostly in southern Algeria, Niger and Mali and have common roots with the Berbers or Amazigh.
السبب أن هناك نبتة تسمى النيلة وعادة يؤتى بها من مناطق جنوب الصحراء. بالنسبة للألبسة الرجالية نجد النيلة أيوة هي هذا الطرف الذي المصبوغ بالنيلة ويعطي لون أزرق وهو ينفع الجلد بالنسبة للنساء ويستعمل له لعلاج بعض الأمراض الجلدية. هذه هي النيلة فلذلك
وبيغطي من الشمس.
نعم هو نوع من الوقاية من الشمس. لما تريد المرأة التي تعيش في الصحراء أن تخرج للشمس تعمل هذا على وجهها، يعني تمسح هذا الثوب على وجهها فيترك آثارا زرقاء. فهذه الآثار تمنعه من أشعة الشمس أنها
أهلا وسهلا. إزيك؟ أهلا شكرا. دبي ممكن تعمل فيني معروف كيف بلبسه؟ I've just asked him to put this thing around me. I'm going to be a Berber for a minute. So, I've disappeared. Watch my hair, mister. I can tell you it's actually quite tight. Thank you.
لكن في الصحراء.
كده.
كده لكن في الصحراء.
شكرا جزيلا. The blue mouth veil, known as the litham, is actually worn by men, not women.
هذه ظاهرة خاصة بالأمازيغ المسمى بالتوارج اللي يعيشوا في جنوب الصحراء الكبرى. هذا يوضع لمنع تسرب الغبار والأتربة
يعني ما تأتي به الرياح في الصحراء، خاصة الرجال يخرجون إلى الصحراء في حروب وفي صيد وفي أعمال مختلفة.
We continue our journey across the valley south of the high Atlas Mountains to the well-preserved old town of Ait Ben Haddou near Ouarzazate. We make our way to Muhammad Jamal ad-Din's home. He traces his roots here for generations. Muhammad offers us tea. Why do they pour it so high?
هذه العملية تساعد على تكوين رغوة للشاي. وهذا التقليد يكون في الصحراء غالبا حيث تكون الأتربة ويكون الغبار، فهذه يعني تمنع الغبار من الدخول إلى الشاي. بقدر ما يعني تعلي يدك تكون الرغوة عريضة، تكون كبيرة.
The residents of Ait Ben Haddou live in a settlement that perhaps dates back as far as the 12th century, which is why it's a popular location for film sets. The people here are pretty self-sufficient. Their animals provide food and wool for clothing. Like the people here, Gnawa music has ancient roots. You hear it everywhere in Morocco, and its haunting spirituality is a fitting soundtrack for the Atlas Mountains and their timeless beauty. Professor Al-Wafi encourages me to go back to Marrakesh to find out more about Berber culture at its most vibrant. For centuries, Marrakesh was significant in trans-Saharan trade. Caravans of camels would stop here on their way all over Africa. And you can see that mixed legacy in the varied faces of the people who live here and in the culture of the storytellers, dancers and fortune tellers at the main square in Marrakesh, Jama' al-Fina.
السلام عليكم. كي دايره اختي لاباس؟ عايشه في لندن.
عايشة في لندن.
انت مزيانه وقلبك
لكن مولودة في السودان، لكن مقيمة في لندن.
مولودة في السودان وعايشة في لندن.
وعايشة في لندن حياتي كلها.
شوفي حياتك زوينة. ديري قلبك أخمامك يعطيك الله.
واستغفري طيب.
قلبك.
قلبي.
أخمامك.
أخناني.
أشياتك الله.
أشياتك الله.
زنوبة زوينة، أنت مزيانة. زنوبة ظريفة وجاية من طريق وغادية لطريق، الله يديك على خير. قولي يامي.
يامي.
أنت مزيانة وعندك الكلمة مع الناس وكلمتك عالية وما ربي يحن عليك كل إن شاء الله.
شكرا حبيبتي. شكرا. I can see why people flock to Fatima. She certainly tells you only nice things about yourself. And in using the Arabic diminutive of my name, Zanuba, she ensures I immediately engage with her. After all, hospitality and the welcoming of strangers is a strong Berber trait. I've made an arrangement to meet a local guide, Abdullahi Shantit.
Ahlan wa sahlan. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Hi, Salama. Excuse me, would you like some water?
No, I've had some. Thank you
So
very
I'll have
much.
some, me, please.
So this is the traditional Berber water
Yeah,
cellar.
he's called in Arabic garab.
Garab.
Which
Ahlan
means
wa
water
sahlan.
seller or water vendor.
Uh-huh.
So you can recognize garab in Marrakesh easily by this beautiful garment, red garment.
And the
with a
hats that
beautiful
puts-
hat
yeah.
with tassels.
And that's the water in the goat skin.
From the public fountain, goat skin from public fountain. Shukran jazila. Salam alaikum.
Ma salama.
Ma salam.
So this is the way to do it.
Yeah.
From about 5000 BC, the climate of North Africa began to change, so the region became more like what it is today. By about 1000 years BC, the Berbers were becoming increasingly cut off from the rest of the continent as a result of desertification. But they could still communicate and trade with other parts of Africa, moving from oasis to oasis through the desert. It was easier for the Berbers to interact and mix with Western Asia and Southern Europe across the Mediterranean Sea. And this led to significant changes in the culture and racial makeup of North Africans.
There was a change in between the two sides of the Mediterranean. For example, now from Tangier, from the north of Morocco to Spain, there are some 13 or 14 kilometers. But in some other periods, for example, when the level of the sea was lower, there was only perhaps 6 kilometers or 7, so man can travel.
The first newcomers to North Africa who had a significant impact were the Phoenicians, whose maritime culture spread from an area we now call Lebanon. They arrived towards the end of the first millennium BC in search of silver, copper, and tin. The Phoenicians mixed with the local population of North Africa and gave rise to a new culture known as the Punic civilization. The most famous city built by the Punic people was Carthage, but it is in fact the lesser-known port city of Kerkouan, also in Tunisia, that has the best Punic remains. Now, if I were an estate agent, I'd tell you that houses boast all the latest conveniences, including lead pipes for carrying water. If you wander around the site, the layout of the city is pretty evident. It's believed that about 2,000 people lived here. They were mostly middle class, made up of artisans and tradesmen, and they lived in family houses, individual dwellings. There were actual private bathrooms here, which suggests that they could obviously transport water into the homes. And the rooms are quite spacious, so all that indicates a relatively high standard of living. The Phoenicians moved around North Africa and laid down roots, including in what is now Africa's largest country, Algeria. One of the biggest sites from the Punic era is the ancient city of Hippo, what is modern-day Annaba in northeastern Algeria. This is what remains of the original Phoenician port at Hippo. It was built around 800 BC, and at that time, the waters of the Mediterranean would have surrounded this area. Phoenician traders mingled with the local Berber population. 500 kilometers from Hippo, in the fishing town of Shachel in the province of Tipasa, you can see more evidence of the Phoenician presence. All that remains of the Phoenician era in this pretty town of Tipasa is this rather lopsided tomb. We don't know who was buried here, but we do know that it is Phoenician because it's similar to tombs found in Carthage. Algerian archaeologist Al-Fakir Rida explains that it is important to stress that once the Phoenicians mixed with the local Berber population, it gave rise to a new culture known as the Punic civilization.
على العموم البونيقيين اللي هم أحفاد الفينيقيين انطلاقا من القرن السادس قبل الميلاد سيطروا على التجارة في الحوض الغربي للبحر الأبيض المتوسط.
What kind of things did they trade?
يجيبوا منتوجاتهم اللي هي في الحقيقة فخاريات وحلي وما شابه، وياخذوا المواد الأولية من ذهب من فضة من المنطقة.
The Punic civilization grew rich from trade. The famous city of Carthage was believed to have been founded in the 9th century BC as a trading centre. Its people became known as the Carthaginians.
This area here in Al Hawariya in Tunisia was once a Punic quarry. Yellow and red sandstone was quarried from here and used for the building of monuments, towns and cities, including Carthage. From their base here in Carthage, the Carthaginians took territory from the Berbers and held land roughly equivalent to modern-day Tunisia. The Carthaginians controlled the North African coast from what is western Libya to the Atlantic, as well as parts of southern Europe.
Carthage is said to have been established by the famous Queen Dido, though some historians doubt her existence. However, Tunisian archaeologist Leila Lajimi Sabai tells me that the legend of Dido, written by the Roman poet Virgil, does not do her justice.
Elissa Didon, c'est un personnage absolument extraordinaire parce que c'est une femme fondatrice d'empire. Et ça n'existe, c'est le seul et unique cas dans l'histoire de l'humanité. Eh bien cela, les Romains ne pouvaient pas l'accepter. La société romaine était une société plutôt patriarcale. Virgile, qui était le grand poète de l'empereur Auguste, a écrit l'histoire de Didon et Énée, et il les a fait se rencontrer ici à Carthage avec une grande histoire d'amour. Et cette histoire d'amour a fait que Énée était obligé d'aller fonder Rome, et il a laissé la reine Didon ici, et la reine Didon s'est suicidée par amour. Or, ce n'est pas du tout ça l'histoire. En fait, Elissa Didon s'est suicidée pour sauver sa patrie, parce qu'elle ne voulait pas se marier, justement, avec un chef berbère. Alors, c'est une femme héroïque. Et Virgile en a fait une femme séduite et abandonnée par Énée, comme si Rome et Carthage étaient équivalentes, comme si elles étaient chronologiquement fondées en même temps. Or, Carthage est plus ancienne que Rome. Donc, il y a une sorte de reprise de l'histoire, de réajustement de l'histoire, qui est complètement fausse.
This is one of the two Punic ports in Carthage. One would have been used for trade, the other by the navy. Today, they're just sleepy, picturesque fishing ports, so you have to try to imagine just how busy they would have been in their heyday. It was Carthage's success in seafaring and trade that made it a great maritime power, but this aroused the envy of Rome, which saw Carthage as a rival.
In 264 BC, the Romans took Sicily from the Carthaginian leader Hamilcar in what was known as the First Punic War. Then in 218 BC, there was one of the most famous military campaigns of all time. The Second Punic War was started by the Carthaginians when Hannibal, the son of Hamilcar, crossed the Alps with a 90,000-strong army and dozens of elephants.
Hannibal, c'est une des plus grandes figures de l'histoire de Carthage. J'aime beaucoup Hannibal, mais c'est dommage parce que c'est une figure militaire. C'est la figure d'un général, c'est la figure de la guerre. Mais il est vrai que Carthage était très menacée à l'époque de la naissance d'Hannibal. Hannibal, qui a fait pendant 20 ans la guerre, et puis qui est venu ensuite en Afrique. Il est revenu à Carthage au bout d'une trentaine ou une quarantaine d'années pour essayer de reconstruire la ville de Carthage. Malheureusement, ça n'a pas pu être possible parce qu'il y avait malheureusement des traîtres à Carthage. Il y avait des traîtres qui l'ont vendu à Rome et il a été obligé de s'enfuir et de mourir de manière tragique puisqu'il s'est suicidé.
By the year 149 BC, the Romans mounted a huge offensive to finish off the Carthaginians once and for all. They landed in Utica near Carthage. The people of Utica switched sides and backed the Romans in what became known as the Third Punic War.
It took 3 years before the Carthaginians were defeated by the Romans. 3 years of desperate siege, and by the end of it, Carthage was completely destroyed. It was more than a century later that the Romans built a new city on the site where ancient Carthage once proudly stood. So, the remains you see around me today are actually those of the Roman city of Carthage.
puisque Carthage a brûlé pendant une semaine. On a appelé la destruction de Carthage Hiroshima du monde antique, parce que véritablement, ça a été une destruction d'une très, très grande violence. Carthage, évidemment, elle a été détruite par Rome, et il se trouve que les historiens qui ont parlé de Carthage étaient souvent des gens qui étaient plutôt du côté des Romains, les Grecs et les Romains. Donc nous avons très peu de renseignements qui viennent des Carthaginois eux-mêmes.
The Romans gave their newly conquered land the name of Ifriqiya.
Oui, on parlait de l'Afrique. Eh bien, l'Afrique, c'est en fait la Tunisie. C'est le pays qui, dans l'Antiquité, a pris le nom de Africa, Provincia Africa, qui allait de Carthage jusqu'à Constantine en Algérie, et de Carthage jusqu'à Tripoli, et qui ensuite, petit à petit, est devenu le nom de tout le continent africain.
The Roman province of Ifriqiya was one of the wealthiest regions of the Roman Empire and covered a large expanse of fertile territory in North Africa and became the breadbasket of the empire. The Romans managed their North African empire through a network of rulers. They could be Roman, Punic, or Berber. There was some intermarriage between the locals and the Romans, but the Berber population retained many of their traditions. Even today, the Berbers have their own distinctive culture. Their carpets and rugs, for instance, bear special designs.
انت ممثل كويس بعين على وتنزلها تحت وتاني تعمل كده
أيوة.
تحصرها تحت كده
ايوه
كده لكن ده بياخذ زمن طويل بياخذ مدة شهر قلت عشان يخلص
تقريبا بين تفضل
شكرا هذا بربري
And this is what a finished product might look like. During Roman rule, new Berber kingdoms came into existence. One called Mauritania, for instance, was established in the 3rd century BC and corresponds with the Mediterranean coast of what is today northern Morocco, not modern-day Mauritania. And the kingdom of Numidia comprised what is now Algeria, along with parts of Libya and Tunisia. You can see from the ruins at Hippo, modern-day Annaba in Algeria, how well the Numidian kings lived at this time.
Hippo is one of the oldest cities in Algeria. It was first established by the Phoenicians, but it came into its own when a local Berber king called Gaia renamed it Hippo Regius and made it his capital. Behind me are the ruins of his palace, and Hippo Regius remained a royal city for the Berber kings who succeeded Gaia. It was his son Massinissa who helped the Romans defeat Carthage, and it was he who united the Berber kingdoms into one single kingdom called Numidia.
Massinissa was the most powerful of the Berber kings. He was born around 238 BC. This coin bears a depiction of his face.
This is the main road in the royal city of Hippo. It's called the Cardo Maximus. And I was trying to do a regal walk because this is where the Berber kings of Numidia would have walked along with their families and entourage.
Another great Numidian settlement is the beautiful city in eastern Algeria of Constantine, or Sirta as it was originally known. It was built on top of this magnificent gorge.
This is one of the bridges of Constantine that connects the inhabitants with one another across the deep divide of the Rumel Gorge. It was first settled by the Phoenicians, but it was King Massinissa who made this the capital of his new kingdom.
Dr. Kaltoum Kitouni is the director of the museum at Constantine.
تعرفي أن مدينة قسنطينة بنيت على صخرة وكانت محصنة بالواد، إذن فكانت كمان موقع كمكان استراتيجي للمدينة الملكية.
Massinissa was the Numidian king who established a dynasty that lasted for 250 years.
مثلا من خلال النصوص، يعني أن الشيء اللي وصلتنا من خلال النصوص الإغريقية واللاتينية، يقول عن ماسينيسا هذا الإنسان القوي حتى إلى السنة 80 من عمره يركب الحصان وممكن أنه يبقى طول اليوم على قطعة خبز، ولو أنه ممكن أن، وهذا دليل على القوة البدنية التي كان يتمتع بها. من خلال أيضا السمات الفيزيولوجية التي نراها على وجه القطعة النقدية، أنه بالفعل جميل الوجه، جميل تسريحة الشعر.
Some Berber rulers, like King Massinissa of Numidia, managed to maintain their power base. Massinissa had backed the Romans in their battle against the Carthaginians, so they allowed him to rule and even expand his territories.
على كل حال ماسينيسا كان معروف بمقولة: إفريقيا للأفارقة، أسترجع أرض آبائي وأجدادي. لأنه لما مثلا قام بهذا، يقولوا التوسعات أو ولكن هي استرجاع، في بعض ما وراء السطور وفي بعض النصوص نجد أن ماسينيسا لو بقي على قيد الحياة لا أخذ كل إفريقيا.
As it was, King Massinissa reigned for many decades until his death around 148 BC.
King Massinissa died at the ripe old age of about 90. It's believed he was laid to rest in this mausoleum on a hilltop just outside Constantine. He'd had an active and productive life. In fact, he left behind more than 40 children, including one who was just 4 years old. The dynasty of Numidian kings he'd established was to last more than 200 years.
Massinissa was succeeded by one of his sons, Micipsa. After Micipsa's death in 118 BC, a power struggle ensued, and his nephew, Jugurtha, became king. He clashed with the Romans, triggering the Jugurthine Wars around 112 BC. Jugurtha was defeated and killed by the Romans. The Numidian kingdom grew weaker, and North Africa came increasingly under Roman control. Decades later, another member of the Numidian royal family, Juba I, made one final attempt to maintain some independence by taking on the Romans in Hippo in modern-day Algeria. But he was no match for the great Roman general, Julius Caesar.
This statue was commissioned by Julius Caesar to mark his victory in 46 BC over the forces of King Juba I here at Hippo. The bronze statue depicts the armor and toga worn by a Roman cavalryman. Accounts vary as to what happened to King Juba I after his defeat. He either committed suicide or retreated to the desert where he was stabbed to death.
King Juba I's son, who bore his father's name, was taken to Rome as a youth and educated there. On his return to North Africa, Juba II built the city of Caesarea, named in honor of Julius Caesar. It's now called Shershel and is in the Algerian province of Tipasa. Rida Hakim is an Algerian archaeologist based in Shershel.
Juba de quitter le roi ici à Shershel, où Shershel avait rendu capitale d'une province. Juba a été élevé à Rome. Il voulait faire de Shershel une ville extraordinaire, une ville vitrine, où il a édifié les différents établissements qu'on peut les visiter. Nous avons l'amphithéâtre de Shershel, nous avons le théâtre, nous avons le forum, c'est la place publique.
Juba II ruled over land from western Algeria to Morocco. He established his capital at Volubilis, in what is now the northwest of Morocco. Volubilis is the most impressive Roman site in Morocco. The area remains as fertile as it was in Roman times. The civic buildings and triumphal arch are intact, and the beautifully preserved mosaics give us an idea of what this royal city would have looked like.
It was in the 1st century AD that Volubilis really flourished. King Juba II was a highly respected and cultured monarch. He wrote many books about history and geography.
Juba II was married to Cleopatra Selene, the daughter of Egypt's Queen Cleopatra and the Roman general Mark Antony. They had 2 children, Ptolemy and Drusilla. Mustafa Atki is the curator at Volubilis, where King Juba II had lived with his family.
Because he was educated in Rome, does that mean that he lost all his Berber culture and tradition?
Juba II, ce qu'en fait le caractérise, c'est qu'il ne s'est pas contenté de ce qu'on lui a pris à Rome, mais il a pris connaissance de ses origines berbères locales et il les a exploitées également dans les différents domaines qu'on connaît. À titre d'exemple, dans les effigies monétaires qu'on voit en relation avec Juba II, on peut voir l'éléphant, qui est un symbole africain.
Volubilis prospered in this period under King Juba II, and he found a colourful way of making money.
King Juba II made a fortune from selling purple togas to the Romans. And even today, the Moroccans are masters at dyeing textiles and leather. The colours in these dyes at this tannery are all derived from natural sources. Henna for orange, mint for green, and saffron for yellow.
King Juba II is said to have ruled for 50 years until his death in 23 AD. This is his magnificent mausoleum in what is modern-day northern Algeria. It's where he and his wife, Cleopatra Selene, were buried. The mausoleum was built entirely from stone and originally stood 40 meters high, but it's been damaged throughout the centuries by the elements and vandals. After Juba's death, his son and heir Ptolemy should have succeeded him, but he was killed by Caligula, the Roman emperor. After Ptolemy's death, the Romans tightened their grip on North Africa. They established many towns during the time they dominated the region. But whilst these may have been largely designed by Romans, they were built by local labourers and made from local materials, so it would be more accurate to describe them as Numidian Roman.
هذه المدن اللي يقال عنها في أنها رومانية بالنسبة إلى فقط إلى تخطيط العمراني الكارد والديكومانس، ولكن لو ننظر إلى النمط المعماري البنايات نجدها تختلف عن المدينة الرومانية. لم يأتوا الرومان إلى منطقة هكذا شاغرة ويقطنون فيها.
Some of the best remains in North Africa from the Roman period are in Algeria. I make my way to see the ruins of Tipasa on the northern coast. The ruins are extensive and little visited by outsiders, though Algerians certainly like to spend the day there.
Experts here believe that only about a third of the original Roman town of Tipasa has been excavated. أهلاً وسهلاً يا شباب. السلام عليكم. أنتوا من هذا المدينة؟
نعم
من هذا المدينة. وأنتوا عارفين إيش هذا المبنى؟
هذا عبارة عن متحف.
متحف.
ومن تعرفوا من أي وقت في تاريخكم؟
من الرومان.
من الروماني، من الحضارة الرومانية، الجيل الروماني. وأنتم بتعتبروا يعني هذا تاريخكم؟
نعم. تاريخنا وأرضنا.
صح. ويعني مبسوطين عشان عندكم تاريخ كده.
فرحانين بها وهذه جميلة.
Similarly, Timgad in eastern Algeria has ruins which are so well preserved that it seems as if people were living here recently, not more than 2,000 years ago.
Now, one of the more interesting jobs that the locals had to do was to empty the urine from the public latrines, take it to the tanneries where it was used to cure leather. Now, the Romans used to tax urine, and if you think about it, that would have provided them with a pretty steady source of income because, let's face it, it was never in short supply.
To get a better look around the ruins of Timgad, I meet up with a local guide, Abdelkawi Tawfiq.
Thank you so much for showing me around.
You're welcome.
Timgad.
He's keen to show me the remains of the gate to the city.
This is a beautiful arch here. Tell me about that.
This arch, it was built when they make the extension of the 3rd century, and it became the official gate of the city.
Now, there's a temple to Jupiter somewhere. Is that it there?
Yes. This is the big temple.
We're crossing the Forum
Yes.
and going to the theatre. So here we are. Oh, look, there's an audience. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Zainab.
Yes.
Come here.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
And speak.
Okay, well, I'm in an Arabic-speaking country, so I'll say Assalamu alaikum. There's a real echo here.
Yes.
You say
echo.
something.
مرحبا بكم في ثموغادي.
You said, welcome to Timgad.
Yes.
If we could sing.
What do you want to say?
Sing anything.
Algeria. For Algeria, we see for it all, for peace. For Algeria, we see. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Very nice, thank you. You get an idea of what life was like here in Timgad from this graffiti that's been scratched into the stone in the Forum. And it's inscribed in Latin. I'll give you the translation. It says, hunting, washing, playing, laughing, this is life.
By the 1st century AD, North Africa was important economically for the Romans. Not only was it the breadbasket for the Roman Empire, it also provided a steady supply of slaves, gold, olive oil, and ostrich plumes. The physical presence of the Romans in North Africa is evident from the Latin stone inscriptions, impressive and extensive ruins in the region. But in cultural, linguistic, and religious terms, the Romans left a light footprint. In the next program, we chart the impact of Judaism and early Christianity in Africa, and how North Africans in particular made significant contributions to Christian thinking and practice. We also look at the enduring presence of Africa's indigenous ancestral religions, which millions of people on the continent still practice.
Go to any market anywhere in Ethiopia today, and it's pretty certain that you will find frankincense like this.
Along with myrrh, gold, and ivory, these were the precious exports that helped cement the rise of the Kingdom of Aksum.
The evidence of international trade is clear, for example, from these museum objects. Goods from India and the Mediterranean made their way to the Kingdom of Aksum.
Very beautiful, decorated, I suppose they're wine glasses.
Yes. So this is already 4th century goblet glasses, and the glasses already probably imported, especially from Roman Empire, and maybe also made in Aksum.
And I spot some rather interesting-looking human-headed jars also from Aksum.
Pottery product was already very famous in Aksumite time, so this was a jar especially to offer traditional drink for the elites. And from this pottery, we can understand especially the hairdoing style of Aksumite women. If you look this one.
Their hairstyle, it was kind of flicked up.
Yeah, yeah.
A bit like mine.
No. No, I will tell you about that culture already. Still, our mothers, they do that one, their hair.
Do you do it sometimes?
Yeah, especially in the holiday. Yeah, yeah.
It looks very attractive. I might try it myself.
Trade is still in the blood of many who live in the highlands of Ethiopia today. Futsum Barzan is a snazzily dressed middle-aged man with skill and charm in equal measure. He sells traditional artifacts and handicrafts to Ethiopians as well as any passing visitor at his shop in the center of Aksum city. Futsum decides to call it a day. After a short walk, Futsum is home and is greeted by his wife, daughters and in-laws, plus a friend who's dropped by. First, Futsum checks one of his daughter's homework.
Hello. Hello, Futsu. Thank you very much indeed. Please don't stand. Hello. Oh, wow. Hello. Hi. Very nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. Oh, your wife. Hello. Very nice to meet you. Hello. Very nice. You are from one of the old families here in Aksum?
Yes, yes, you are right. My father is a priest.
Your father?
I can show you the photo.
Yes, your father is a priest.
Yes, yes. Father.
And your wife too, and also Salama, your family is from Aksum, and it has yes, for generations.
Yes, Aksum.
Oh, this is your father. Yes.
Futsum's family embodies the twin ancient traditions of Aksum, religion and trade.
So your grandfather was also a priest. I see, and you have a marvelous cross that you're wearing here. So you sell these crosses in your shop?
Another.
A different one. This is a special one.
I have 5, 6 kinds.
Beautiful, isn't it? And I noticed that your relative here and your relative there have got amazing hairstyles. This is the traditional hairstyle of the women of Aksum. I like your hairstyle. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist saying that. I like his hair.
Ethiopians, like so many Africans, are renowned for their hospitality, and I'm treated to a traditional meal. Well, no meal is complete without the staple flat sour pancake called injera. It's produced from flour made from a grain called teff, which has been grown here for centuries.
Oh, you have to kiss the injera. Yeah. It's like thanking God for food.
It's eaten with a spiced sauce, which usually includes meat, and is washed down with beer.
You feed your wife.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Giving somebody a mouthful of food by hand is a sign of love in Ethiopia.
Very nice. Your wife made this, yes? Very nice. Delicious. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. So drink coffee.
Oh, coffee. Very important for families, yes?
Especially in Aksum, 3 times. Morning,
after 10 o'clock.
Coffee is not just a drink here, it's a ritual. The red berries that give us coffee beans grow wild in Ethiopia, and coffee has been drunk here for many centuries. Today, the berries are cultivated and coffee is a major industry. The beans are roasted over hot coals, then carried around the room for everyone to savor the scent. Afterwards, they're ground with a mortar and pestle. The coffee is brewed in a clay pot called a jabana, which keeps it warm. The small china cups make the drinking of coffee altogether a rather delicate affair.
It's very nice. Really, really nice.
Futsum had enjoyed a good week in his shop, and no doubt this, along with a bit of encouragement from the honey wine and beer, has put them in a very merry mood. Traders like Futsum would have used currency hundreds of years ago in Aksum. In fact, Aksum was one of the earliest states in Africa to mint its own gold, silver and copper coins. King Endibis was the first to introduce coins in the second half of the 3rd century AD. And some of our information about the kings of Aksum comes from these coins. One of the best known and most powerful of the kings was Ezana, seen here on this coin. He ruled in the 4th century.
King Ezana claimed the title of King of Kings for the first time. When we say King of Kings, it is clear indication that there had several kings under him. Because of the trade interruption in the Sudan, he campaigned as far as Marwe to punish the people who interrupted the trade, and he was successful in destroying the town of Marwe. That also indicates his greatness, that he had influence over the Sudan, over the South Arabian kingdoms, and of the Horn of Africa. Besides, the very fact that he controlled the 2 sides of the Red Sea, that makes him great king.
And what do we know about him as a person?
King Ezana was a despotic ruler because he punished any rebel in the Horn of Africa. Whenever there was rebellion, no matter for what reason, Ezana had to campaign against them in order to punish them. Again, when he was a pagan, he sacrificed human beings, about 50 human beings, to satisfy his god.
Human sacrifices notwithstanding, it seems King Ezana had a dramatic change of heart. Towards the end of his reign, around 350 AD, Ezana adopted Christianity, as documented in the Ezana stone. It was Ezana who made Christianity the official religion of Aksum.
After Ezana became a Christian, there are indications of behavioral change. The rebels might have continued after that. He went on campaign to punish the people, but he did not seem to have been harsh as he was before to kill people, because he did whatever he had done in the name of God. He says, I believe in my God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. I believe in Jesus Christ. This clearly indicates that his behavior was according a Christian person or individual.
So was he a reformed character when he became a Christian?
Indeed.
He stopped sacrificing people?
It seems never mention of sacrifice.
Stopped being a despot?
Yeah. Go ahead.
When Ezana died, this stela, now supported with a bit of help from modern technology, was erected in his memory. The distinctive monumental feature of these narrow stelae was how the rulers marked their tombs. They were built from solid stone and are believed to date from around 300 AD. Christianity spread in Aksum because it was followed by the elite. Ezana's official adoption of the religion was consolidated by the work of monks known as the Nine Saints, who still have an important place in Ethiopian Christianity today. The Nine Saints came from different parts of the Byzantine Empire, which grew out of the remains of the Roman Empire around the eastern end of the Mediterranean. The Emperor Constantine made Byzantium in modern-day Turkey his capital in the early 4th century AD. From there, he ruled over territory covering a wide expanse of Europe and Asia. The Byzantines didn't seek to defeat Aksum and were indeed on friendly terms with it. So the 9 Byzantine priests arrived safely in Aksum to spread the Christian faith.
These are the ruins of a church dating back to the 5th century, which have been found in Adulis in Eritrea. It's from the Byzantine era and measures about 18 by 10 square meters. We know it's a church because crosses have been found here.
Once they arrived on the coast, the 9 saints went further inland through the highlands to preach the gospel.
This site east of Aksum, where this modern church stands today, is the exact location where a church was established by one of the 9 saints. The 9 saints are some of the most iconic figures in the history of the Orthodox Church in Ethiopia, and there is still a strong cult of worship around them today.
The priest at the church shows me one of the oldest Bibles in Ethiopia written in Ge'ez. It's at least 1,000 years old. We can't bring the TV camera inside because it has to be kept in the dark. Aksum is the spiritual home of Ethiopian Orthodox Christianity, even if the patriarch of the Orthodox Church lives in his magnificent official residence in the capital, Addis Ababa.
What was the significance of the 9 saints? Because, for example, they introduced the tradition of monasticism to Ethiopia. If you could explain to us their significance, please.
Well, they were monks, so they were teaching, they were writing books and translating from other languages, from Arabic, and also opening the monastic life for Ethiopia.
The tradition of monasteries and nunneries has really persisted greatly to this day. There are many monks and nuns in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Why it is something which has become so embedded in your practice?
Yeah, the monastic life, male and female monks are very important for religious purposes. So they teach, they keep their responsibility just for the church, not for other things.
Also, in all pictures of Jesus Christ and the Virgin Mary, Jesus Christ is always depicted as brown-skinned with soft African hair, really, because that's very different from how he is depicted in European paintings.
Well, you know, of course, some people do the Ethiopian face. They make the picture like their own people. For example, in the Caribbean islands make like their own face, dark color. But we believe that Jesus Christ is born from Jews, these white people. It's not important to change the face, the whiteness. So.
But you're surrounded by paintings of both Jesus Christ and the Virgin Mary looking like Ethiopians, brown with a soft afro.
They do people, but Saint Mary also is Israelite, so it's not very important to change the face of our Lord Jesus Christ and Saint Mary, because they are Jews. They are Jewish.
Patriarch Abuna Matthias presides over key services like this one at the Ethiopian Orthodox Christmas at the Holy Trinity Church in Addis Ababa. The most holy item in every Ethiopian Orthodox church is the Tabot, a supposed replica of the Ark of the Covenant. It's covered at all times by a draped sheet. With Christianity as its official religion and its ordered hierarchical civil structure, Aksum enjoyed a long period of prosperity and prestige. It had also become a strong military power in the region. The army protected the empire's trade interests and upheld its reputation as a powerful Christian kingdom. Around 520 AD, disturbed by clashes between Christians and Jews in South Arabia, King Caleb of Aksum sent an army across the waters of the Red Sea to South Arabia and defeated the Jews there. According to the Kebre Nagast, after defeating the Jews of Arabia, King Caleb returned to Aksum, gave up his throne, and spent his life in a monastery. However, another account states that he reigned in Aksum for a further 17 years. The Kingdom of Aksum must stand not only as one of the greatest civilizations of Africa, but also of the ancient world. Hundreds of years before Christ, various settlements in what is today Ethiopia and Eritrea were established. Advanced societies that laid the foundations for a great military and religious power. Civilizations which used a written language and coinage, where fine buildings and monuments were erected, where sophisticated goods were made and traded, a unique African civilization. As we've seen, the official adoption of Christianity by Aksum's kings and the urban elite meant that at times there were tensions between them and the Jews of Arabia. Later, the Aksumites would have to deal with the emergence of another religion, Islam. In the next program, we'll see how the Christians, Jews and Muslims in this part of Africa coexisted, and how in time Aksum's decline gave rise to new Christian and Islamic kingdoms.
The abolition of slavery in Britain and the extraordinary decision by the government of the day to compensate slave owners richly for their loss of property. Don't miss the start of a new two-part series, Forgotten Slave Owners, next week here on BBC World News.
Islam in Africa, one of the continent's main religions. Islam arrived early to Africa in the 7th century. By the 11th century, Islam had spread across North Africa and also to parts of the East and West. In this program, we look at how Islam took hold in Africa and how it assumed a uniquely African guise, and how the powerful Islamic dynasties of the Berbers in North Africa created empires that stretched across the continent and extended as far as Europe. Here in Tunisia, people gather for a very special annual event. Hunting with birds, a sport beloved by the Arabs, is popular today across North Africa. The Arabs arrived in Africa in the first half of the 7th century, and their influence is particularly evident across the north of the continent. The Arabs brought their faith, language, and culture. Today, Islam is the dominant religion and Arabic the main language in the region.
ازيك اهلا كيف حالك؟ اوه ممكن ناخذها هنا شكرا So this is the yeah he wants me to dance with it. You know, the Falcon Festival here at Al Hawariya in northeastern Tunisia takes place, it takes place just once a year. And these birds actually migrate from Arabia to this part of North Africa in search of food in those mountains there behind me. And the locals really just have this festival. They keep the bird. Oh! Well, the locals here keep these birds as a hobby just for a couple of months to train them for this festival. And what they do is they throw a bird and then the falcon is supposed to run after and catch it. And if your falcon does that, then it's done well. But with falconry, actually, it goes back centuries. The Arabs actually used falcons for hunting, and handling them is a skill which is just handed down from generation to generation. But you'll be glad to hear that these falcons, after a couple of months, they are returned, they're freed, they're liberated, and they go back to their home in Arabia.
الطائر هذا هو طائر البرني، وهو من فصيلة الصقور أو الشواهين عند الخليجيين. هذا يعيش معنا في الجبل هنا في تونس في الهوارية. ناخذ 4 طيور صغيرة من الأعشاش موجودة في الجبال الهوارية. أول حاجة هي احنا نصطادوا بهم الحجل والسمان والحمام، وخاصة طائر الحجل، خاطر هذايا عنده سرعة كبيرة وفائقة توصل حتى ل 380 كيلومتر في الساعة. وهذا
300 كيلومتر في
الساعة. أي عند القنص
30 kilometers an hour. واو.
أي وطريقة الصيد نتاع طائر البرني من أعلى إلى أسفل. ياخذ العلو ثم ينزل على الفريسة.
Beautiful, beautiful creature. Thank you very much indeed.
شكرا لكم.
I make my way from the festival in Hawariya and head to the capital, Tunis, to see another example of North Africa's Arab heritage. The famous Arabian stallion is the most highly prized horse in the region to this day. The Qasr Sayyid Hippodrome in Tunis is where locals keep their thoroughbreds, and Haytham As-Sayyid wants to show me his horse.
Very nice to see you. Thank you.
Hi Zainab, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
So, Haytham, thank you so much for showing me your beautiful horse. This is the Arabian breed. What makes it so special and why was it significant historically?
Well, the Arabian breed is very special
because the Arabian horse adapts itself to our climate, which is the whole North Africa, where the heat is extreme and they can survive very well on it, even on little water. They have plenty of stamina. This is the reason why they were used for the big conquests, historically speaking. They have plenty of speed as well. This is why we raised them in Tunisia. And as a breed, in general, they are smart, they are intelligent, and with plenty of character.
I haven't ridden a horse for many, many years. I think I'll leave it to you or somebody else to show us just what this horse can do. Thank you so much. Are you going to help me get off now?
The Arabian stallion was amongst the most treasured of the animals that the Arabs brought with them to Africa. The Arabs' intention was to spread their Muslim faith, and one of the first places they set their sights on was Egypt. The Arabs came to Egypt very early in the history of Islam. An Arab commander called Amr ibn al-As arrived in the country with a small army around 640.
This is the site of the oldest mosque in Egypt. It's called Amr ibn al-As after the brilliant Arab general who conquered Egypt and brought Islam to the country. The mosque is situated in Fustat, the new capital he established for Egypt, and it's part of modern-day Cairo. The present mosque dates back from the late 18th century and is built in a style which reflects the simplicity of the original mosque.
The conversion of the Egyptians to Islam was gradual. I meet Dr. Abdelbaki Al-Sayed, an Islamic scholar inside Egypt's famous Al-Azhar Mosque in Cairo. He told me that Amr ibn al-As completed his conquest through a peace agreement with the Egyptians.
كان هناك رؤية وبعد كبير جدا من عمرو بن العاص أن يتعامل مع المصريين بطريقة اللين، بطريقة التسامح، وهذا ما جعل الأقباط كلهم إلا قليل منهم يتحالفون مع عمرو بن العاص واستقبلوا الإسلام بكل ترحاب.
He didn't just bring Islam with him, he also introduced Arabness to Egypt, didn't he?
لكن بدأ يعلم الناس الحوار في المسجد كان بيتم باللغة العربية، تلاوة القرآن كان بيتم باللغة العربية. التحول إلى اللغة العربية لم يأخذ وقتا طويلا.
After penetrating Egypt, the Arabs decided to attack the Christian Nubians in northern Sudan, who by now had been Christian for hundreds of years. The Arabs went to the town of Old Dongola and destroyed the cathedral there, so that today all you can see are just ruins of some early churches. Professor Yusuf Fadil is one of Sudan's foremost experts on the arrival of Islam, and he explains how a truce known as a Bact was struck between the Nubians and the Arabs.
The first contact between Islam and the Sudan was 651 the year AD. Now, no sooner has Islam spread in Egypt than the Nubians here began to make skirmishes on the southern part of Egypt, sort of defending or coming to the assistance of their Christian brothers there. And that caused some annoyance. The Caliph in Medina decided to put an end to that. So they began to send a kind of winter attacks to stop the Nubians from doing this. In the end, they decided to send a campaign against the Nubians to stop them from harassing the inhabitants of southern Egypt. And that came what we call the Bact Agreement. Now, the Bact Agreement is a treaty of no aggression. Each will not attack the other. That is, in essence. This treaty continued for something like 600, 700 years.
Nubia had managed to hang on to its independence. The Bact or treaty lasted for 6 centuries, and the Nubians continued to practice their Christian faith. But in the end, the Nubians and other people in what is today's Sudan could not resist the tide of Islam, which came to them from 2 directions, from the north and from the east. From the north, trade, interaction, as well as military expeditions from Egypt to Nubia meant its Christian heritage began to unravel. Islam also entered Sudan from the east, from Arabia, just a short journey across the Red Sea.
The one across the Red Sea were purely Arabs. They heard of the Sudan that there are plenty of grazing ground, water. So the news came to them through those merchants who have been to the Sudan, and people began to infiltrate, at first in very small numbers, unnoticed, and continued until it reached its peak during the 13th, 14th, and 15th century, the climax of the Arab migration. That is one attraction. The second one is that in the Eastern Desert, Arabs discovered gold mines and emerald. And this is, to them, constituted a gold rush. They came in large numbers.
Did these Arabs integrate? Did they intermarry, for instance, with the local populations?
A lot of intermarriage. I would say it has produced something very unique. If you take it in the way of culture, by way of music, we are more African-oriented in our music than any Arabian. This is the first sign. The color itself is become more African than Arabs as such. In the behavior, we have a lot of Arabian customs and the same African ones.
Give us some examples.
Yeah, the way the people behave, being generous to the people who come along the road, this is more of an Arab country, perhaps. Now, if you take the facial marks, this is an African custom, and you see it on my face, and I have been there for a long time. This is an African custom. When the Arabs came, they adopted it.
However, the custom of tribal marks is one that has died out today in Sudan. As in many other parts of Africa, Islam in Sudan took on a distinctly Sufi or mystic identity infused with local colour, music and dance. These people are referred to as the whirling dervishes, though to be accurate, they are groups of worshippers who sway, twirl and dance and chant praise to Allah repeatedly, building themselves up into a high state of spirituality. They congregate every Friday in a suburb of the capital, Khartoum.
Can you describe what the main features of Sufism is and the dervishes that we see today in Sudan?
Personally, I think it's more of an African influence in it more than any other thing. Perhaps the whirling has been there, but if you take the way they beat the drum, it's more of an African tune. When you hear the drum beating like that, you'd feel an urge to go and join the group and dance.
What's the principal purpose, though, of the dance? To get into a trance?
Well, perhaps some of them do get in a trance. But in that action, one hopes that they will get identified with Islamic teaching and religion and so on, and they will say their prayers properly. So that is perhaps a means to bring them, but not an end in itself.
Let's now turn to the powerful Islamic dynasties that became established in North Africa. It was another Arab general, Uqba ibn Nafi', who swept across North Africa and introduced Islam to this part of the continent. He was the nephew of Amr ibn al-As, who'd brought Islam to Egypt. Uqba ibn Nafi' first arrived in North Africa around 644. He defeated the Berbers, who followed their traditional religions or were Jewish or Christian. Their conversion to Islam took place over a period of time. The legacy of Uqba ibn Nafi' is still evident today in the region, for instance in the town of Kairouan in northern Tunisia. Uqba ibn Nafi' brought with him many Muslims from Arabia, the early followers of the Prophet Muhammad. They settled and died in their new home in Kairouan.
This is the tomb of Abu Zama' al-Balawi, one of the companions of the Prophet Muhammad. Now, al-Balawi actually died about 40 kilometers from Kairouan, but he was brought here for burial. And local legend has it that buried with him are 3 hairs belonging to the Prophet Muhammad that apparently he always kept with him.
The 7th century marked the start of a golden age in Kairouan. There were amenities and services. And when, for instance, the inhabitants of Kairouan suffered from water shortages,
the authorities here built reservoirs like this one behind me. The water was brought in via aqueducts from the hills west of Kairouan into the reservoirs. The water system, built so many centuries ago, is still very clear to see, and one can only marvel at the sophistication of its engineering.
after his campaign in what is today Tunisia, Uqba ibn Nafi' went to modern-day Algeria, where he was killed in battle by the Berbers.
هي معركة مشهورة شهيرة إلى الآن ما زال قبر عقبة معروف في الجزائر في الموقع الذي حصلت فيه المعركة فمات يعني قتل جيش عقبة بن نافع كله في هذه المعركة.
There was a gap of several decades before another Arab general, Musa ibn Nusayr, would go to North Africa to try to subdue the Berbers. Musa ibn Nusayr was one of the greatest Arab commanders in this period of history. He succeeded in bringing North Africa under Arab control, spreading Islam and expanding the influence of the Muslim Caliphate.
نعم موسى بن نصير يعني واصل في الحقيقة مشروع بناء الخلافة في هذه الفترة. تبين جليا بأن هذه القطعة من شمال إفريقيا تميزت بنوع من المقاومة. ابن خلدون المؤرخ الكبير يقول بأن البربر ارتدوا 40 مرة، يعني يسلمون ثم يرتدون. فقد لا يكون هذا صحيحا من حيث الرقم، ولكنه صحيح من حيث مقاومة الاحتلال ولكن قبول قيم الدين الجديد. فموسى بن نصير قدم وفي خطته استمالة المغاربة وتشجيع المبادرات الفردية في نشر الإسلام.
However, there were some Berbers who wanted neither Arab rule nor Islam, like the legendary Berber queen known as Kahina, or Kahina as the Arabs call her. Her name means priestess or soothsayer. She led the resistance to the Arabs and their religion. Kahina was believed to have been born in the early 7th century and has attained mythical status as a heroine for all the people of North Africa today. Moroccan historian Professor Nuhi Al-Wafi is a Berber or Amazigh, as they prefer to be called.
الكاهنة كانت أميرة في قومها أو كانت زعيمة في قبيلتها التي كانت في منطقة الأوراس، وهي في الجزء الشرقي من الجزائر في منطقة سوق هراس الحالي. فكانت توصف ببعد النظر وتوصف بأنها تقرأ الغيب، ولذلك تنبأت لما رأت مقدم العرب تنبأت بأن مستقبلا سيئا ينتظر المنطقة، وتنبأت بأنها ستقتل على يدهم.
As she predicted, Kahina was killed by the Arabs for refusing to accept Islam, but she urged her 2 sons to convert in order to survive.
This was the stronghold of Queen Kahina, the Ores Mountains of eastern Algeria. You can just imagine her using her knowledge of the terrain to attack the invading Arabs. Queen Kahina is a symbol both of Berber pride and strong female leadership right across North Africa. And it was here in Algeria that she died.
Kahina's stand against Islam may have been brave, but in the end, her resistance to the Islamization of the Berbers proved futile. But the introduction of Islam was often peaceful. By the end of the 7th century, a holy man from Mecca called Moulay Idris took refuge in the old Roman town of Volubilis in modern-day northern Morocco after experiencing problems in Mecca. Moulay Idris so impressed the Berbers with his piety that they made him their leader. He had children with a Berber woman called Kenza and gave his name to a new dynasty, the Idrisites. Moulay Idris was succeeded by his son Moulay Idris II. He expanded the state and in 807 moved his capital to Fez, which he wanted to turn into a center of enlightenment. Fez is home to the Kairouan Mosque, one of the finest in the world. According to local tradition, when Moulay Idris II died in 828,
he was buried here in this tomb, in this mosque, in his beloved Fes.
Upon his death, he was succeeded by his son Muhammad, but he turned to his mother Kenza for advice, and she told him to divide the kingdom amongst his father's 10 sons.
This weakened the Idrisite dynasty and spelt the beginning of the end of their rule.
But the Idrisites did manage to hang on to some of their power, and they continued to rule in a decentralized manner for nearly a century after. And Fez was established as one of the ancient centers of learning. In fact, it has the oldest university in continuous use in the world. Its old quarter dates back to the early 9th century, though the remains are mostly medieval. North Africa, with Kairouan in Tunisia as its capital, was very much part of the Islamic world, and there followed a period of history in which a succession of dynasties ruled one after the other. Some were North African, others from Arabia and what we now call the Middle East. Here are some of the most important dynasties. At the end of the 8th century, the Baghdad-based Abbasids appointed Ibrahim ibn al-Aghlab as governor of Tunisia. He founded the Aghlabid royal family, which ruled on behalf of Baghdad in North Africa. Then from Kabylie in central Algeria, a new dynasty emerged, the Fatimids. They followed the minority Shia sect, not the Sunni or mainstream form of Islam that most people adhere to in Africa. The Fatimids conquered North Africa, and a year later, their leader Abdullah declared a caliphate in modern-day Tunisia, just south of Kairouan. The Fatimids built a new capital called Mahdia. Go there today and you see the hand of Fatima everywhere. Fatima was one of the daughters of the Prophet Muhammad.
أهلاً وسهلاً.
I get my own personalized version.
There we are. Abdul Latif engraved my name in Arabic, Zainab Badawi. And that's the hand of Fatima, which will apparently bring me luck. The Grand Mosque just here was part of a massive building programme embarked upon by the Fatimids when they made Mahdia their capital. It was founded in the early 10th century by the Caliph Abdullah al-Mahdi, and he gave the city his name. The Fatimids chose Mahdia because of its closeness to the sea, and indeed today it is still one of Tunisia's most attractive ports.
Dr. Rida Boussafara is a Tunisian archaeologist and historian.
الفاطميون أو العرب بشكل عام كان عددهم قليل وكانوا يمثلون الطبقة الحاكمة في حين أن عموم الناس هم سكان أصليون أي هنالك تنظيم سياسي وتنظيم اجتماعي يعني محكم قبل مجيء العرب فهذه القبائل في معظمها أسلمت لكنها أبقت على عاداتها البربرية القديمة والفاطميون لم يتمكنوا من أخذ الحكم إلا بفضل إعانة بعض القبائل البربرية البربر هم دعامة الحكم وكانوا يعني هم الذين قاموا ببناء المدن وهم كانوا التجار وهم كانوا الحرفيون إذن هم كانوا يمثلون سواد المجتمع في تلك الفترة.
After gaining control of this part of North Africa, the Fatimids next turned their attention to Egypt. They had a strong and disciplined army, and in 969 they conquered Egypt. They built a new capital city, Cairo, and established its famous mosque, Al-Azhar.
The Al-Azhar Mosque in Cairo, which was built in the 10th century, for hundreds and hundreds of years, it has been the seat of Islamic learning for the Sunni form of Islam. But in fact, it was built by the Fatimid dynasty, who governed Egypt for 200 years, and they adhered to the Shia form of Islam.
Ensconced in Cairo, the Fatimids' hold on their dominions elsewhere came under challenge. In their former capital, Mahdia in Tunisia, a local family, the Zirids, were ruling on behalf of the Fatimids. But they opposed the minority Shia form of Islam practiced by them. So the Zirids broke away from the Fatimids around 1045 and established their own kingdom.
The period of rule under the Zirid dynasty was a high point in the history of this part of North Africa. From their base here in Mahdia along the Tunisian coast, the Zirid rulers presided over decades of prosperity across many economic sectors, including agriculture, trade and industry.
الفاطميون لما قرروا الرحيل إلى مصر بعد بناء القاهرة تركوا الحكم لقبيلة صنهاجة أو تسمى كذلك قبيلة الزيريون، بحكم أن جدهم الأول اسمه زيري ابن مناد، وكانوا متشيعين مثل الفاطميين في أول الأمر. لكنهم بعد مدة قصيرة الأمير الثالث الزيري وهو المعز ابن باديس رجع إلى عن المذهب الشيعي، وأعلن انتمائه للمذهب السني، نظرا أن سواد الشعب عموم الناس في تونس بقوا سنيون. فالفاطميون في مصر لمعاقبة الزيريين بعثوا إليهم قبائل متكونة من عشرات الآلاف من الصعيد المصري.
The Fatimid forces attacked the rebellious Zirids. The town of Mahdia was impregnable, but the rest of the region went into decline, and for several decades after, there was a power vacuum in North Africa. Then, around 1050, the Almoravids, the first of several new powerful Berber dynasties, emerged in what is today Morocco. And it was the Almoravids who founded the city of Marrakesh.
Marrakesh is probably the most important of the cities in Morocco built by its Berber dynasties. The Almoravids established a thriving city within these walls. They built many mosques and schools, which rapidly led to Marrakesh becoming the religious, cultural and trading centre of the Almoravid Empire.
The Almoravid ruler Yusuf ibn Tashfin was a powerful, charismatic man. Under him, the Almoravids seized control of much of Morocco and built an empire. Their power extended far and wide and included territory in modern-day Spain, Algeria, Libya, Mali, Mauritania and Senegal. Their capital, Marrakesh, was a meeting point for caravan routes. They became rich from trade, especially through selling salt for gold. They had so much gold that the Almoravid gold coin was the most trusted currency in the whole of the Mediterranean at this time. When Yusuf ibn Tashfin died around 1106, he was succeeded by his son, Ali. The first 20 years of Ali's rule saw Marrakesh grow even more in stature. But faced with unrest to the north and south, the Almoravids grew weaker, and by 1147, a new dynasty came to dominate the region, and they were the Almohads. The Almohads, like the Almoravids, were responsible for Islamizing North Africa. Religion was important to them. But the Almohads had a more philosophical, intellectual approach to religion and saw themselves as the chosen ones. To make their mark, the Almohads built the great Kutubiyya Mosque of Marrakesh alongside the stone remains of an earlier mosque they'd built.
Non-Muslims are not permitted to go inside the Al-Kutubiyya Mosque, but it's only when you enter that you get a sense of its scale, magnificence, yet striking simplicity. The Al-Kutubiyya Mosque is the most impressive legacy of the Almohad rulers of Morocco.
The Almohads' architectural heritage was one of their greatest achievements. They established a new capital on the site where Rabat, Morocco's current capital city, stands. But they also set up efficient government frameworks and coherent taxation systems. They were major patrons of philosophy and therefore helped stimulate new thinking, which later influenced European Renaissance intellectuals. Yusuf Yaqub al-Mansur, to give him his full name, was the third Almohad ruler. He was in power from 1184 to 1199 and was reputedly an accomplished man who wrote beautiful Arabic prose. Walking around the old quarters of the Almohad fortress of Rabat, you can almost feel the presence of the Almohads. By 1250, the power of the Almohads had drained away. By now, the most powerful of the Berber kingdoms was a dynasty known as the Merinids, a nomadic Berber tribe who encouraged the cult of holy men. Their most famous king was Abu al-Hassan, known as the Black Sultan. He ruled his empire with an iron fist, and under him the city of Fez regained its former glory and once more became a center of culture and craftsmanship. Moroccan historian Professor Mohammed Kibri Alawi explains how the Merinids developed Fez and took other key cities such as Rabat and the nearby site of Chella.
But the site really came into its own with the Sultan from the Merinid dynasty known as the Black Sultan, who built the outside walls and the towers that we see standing today. What do we know about him?
À la fin du XIIIe siècle, après l'implantation d'un cimetière royal sous le règne du sultan Abou Youssouf Yaqoub, donc un sultan mérinide. La nécropole royale est établie en partie sur la ville romaine. Et le sultan noir, Abou al-Hassan, a agrandi ce cimetière royal. Et nous avons la date de construction du rempart, la fin des travaux de construction du rempart, qui est donc celle de 1339. Donc travaux qui ont été ordonnés par le sultan noir, Abou al-Hassan, qui a accueilli les dépouilles mortelles de plusieurs sultans et princes de la dynastie mérinide. Il faut imaginer que des grandes personnalités, des sultans et des princes ont donc franchi la grande porte d'entrée par laquelle donc on accède aujourd'hui au site.
The Black Sultan, Abu al-Hassan, was forced to abdicate from power in 1351. He died in exile in the high Atlas Mountains, but he was buried here at the necropolis he founded at Chella. This is his tomb. It looks rather plain, but in fact, on top of it, there would have been a stela or a small pillar that would have been standing on it. It now is exhibited at the entrance to the site. Beside the Black Sultan's tomb is a smaller one, which has the remnants of a small marble pyramid. Historians and archaeologists can't be sure, but they believe that this is where his son, Abu Hisham, was buried, and he died in infancy.
C'est un site qui a cette importance aussi parce qu'il a gardé sa sacralité longtemps après l'abandon du site ou de ce cimetière en tant que lieu d'enterrement. On enterrait ici, sur le site de Chella, jusqu'à pratiquement le début du XXe siècle. Donc ça, le bassin aux Anguilles, qui est un lieu vénéré que toute la population locale connaît, c'est un bassin qui était donc à l'origine une source, c'était à l'origine un lieu d'ablution et il est le lieu le plus fréquenté par la population locale.
The Basin of Eels is still a big attraction too. Visitors are keen to see the eels, and I wonder if I might be able to bring some to the surface.
Well, fortunately, I got a helping hand from Alal, who has been guarding this pond for many, many years. And Alal, I saw that you just threw some boiled egg into the pond, and I saw an eel emerge. Yeah. So how long have you been doing this? طيب لك كم مدة كم سنة؟ I have to talk to him in Arabic. لك كم سنة شغال هنا؟
أنا 40 سنة. حتى نعطيك البيضة ونعطي البيضة للتورست فحلك باش يشوفوا يعني السمك النون eels.
Eels, أيوة. So he said that he خليك معي شوية يا حاج. He said that the tourists come and they give him money, and what he does is he throws bits of boiled egg into the water and the eels emerge. That's what people want to see.
يجوا تورست كثيرين يعني من بريطانيا، من أمريكا، من الألمان، من هولندا، من بلجيك، من الروس، من
أي مكان.
من أي مكان يجوا لعندنا.
Alal and I are able to converse together in Arabic because of the Arab influence in Morocco and Sudan, where I was born. But the impact of the Arabs and their religion and language was not confined to just northern Africa. Islam was also introduced to West Africa by the 8th century through trade across the Sahara. But there was only a significant Muslim presence there by the 11th century, for instance, in what is today Senegal. Today, nearly all Senegalese are Muslim. And when it comes to the lunchtime prayers on Friday, most people stop what they're doing and go to one of the many mosques in the capital, Dakar. The Grand Mosque is a dominant feature of Dakar. It was built by the late Moroccan king Hassan II. Tierno Kar is an authority on Islam and director of the Islamic Institute in Dakar. He told me more about how Islam took hold in Senegal through the teachings and preachings of Sufi mystics like the Marabout sect.
La pénétration de l'islam au Sénégal, ça date depuis le début du XIe siècle. Les musulmans sénégalais ou africains de l'Afrique de l'Ouest ont appris l'islam par des marabouts enseignants. La confrérie la plus ancienne en Afrique, c'est la confrérie qadirite. C'est la première confrérie qui a pénétré dans notre pays.
And in East Africa, Islam also has strong and deep roots. The Muslims of what is today Eritrea claim to have some of the earliest Muslim converts on the continent when followers of the Prophet Muhammad fled across the Red Sea from Mecca to the coast of what is today Eritrea. In fact, this small building on the Eritrean coast is claimed by the Eritreans as the first Muslim shrine in Africa, for it's believed to be the site where followers of the Prophet Muhammad prayed when they fled Mecca for Africa in the early 7th century. Elsewhere in East Africa, Islam arrived later, around the 13th century, as Felix Chami, a Tanzanian historian, tells me as we walk along the island of Zanzibar.
On the coast of East Africa today, we really started from Madagascar in the south, southern Mozambique, going all the way up north to Kenya. If we want, we can extend to southern Somalia. You know, from the Roman time period, we are told there were kings in Azania on the coast of East Africa. And these kings had territories in which people were very much free. They were living in a very free kind of life. So influence of Arabs can be traced much back from that of Swahili time period, 1200 AD. Because here now we can see actually Islamic religion being adopted.
Since Arabic is the language of the Quran, this meant the Arabic script was used to write the Swahili language that's spoken mostly on the east coast of Africa.
The Swahili coastal culture is a fusion of local African, Arab and Indian influences. For instance, the Swahili language spoken in this part of Africa incorporates many Arabic words and was first written in the Arabic script.
These two carpenters in Stone Town, Zanzibar, are chatting away in Swahili while they go about their work. You can make out words of Arabic origin here and there in the conversation.
Hujatoka basi upati angalau kula kazi zetu mpaka utoke.
Mtu hajui wewe unaumwa, hajui una matatizo gani, yeye kishakupa pasenti yake basi akishe wewe huna amani hata kidogo.
Lakini mtu anataka ukiitia pap kesho anaitaka.
Achukue.
Achukue.
Sasa utachukua vipi kitu hicho kilichokuwa ina kitu hichi? Si kama ni kitu cha.
Clearly, the legacy of the Arabs, their religion and language is evident in Africa today, not only in parts of the east and west, but particularly in the north. It would be easy to categorize North Africa as just being part of the Arab world and somehow separate from the rest of Africa. But North Africans share a legacy with millions of people elsewhere on the continent. As we've seen, the powerful Berber dynasties like the Almoravids and the Almohads had deep ties with other Africans. And the fusion of the Arab influence with African culture has given rise to something unique to Africa. I'm left with the thought that Africa surely is the most complex, varied and diverse of all the world's continents. Its rich culture and heritage mean it has a fascinating and much overlooked history. This series has been guided and inspired throughout by a unique project, the General History of Africa, undertaken by UNESCO on behalf of African nations to bring an African perspective to the continent's history. Because everybody, young and old, African and non-African alike, should understand that Africa's history is, after all, part of our global story.
Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. The locals here call it Mosi Watunya, which means the smoke that thunders. The people living in the area of the spectacular Victoria Falls were not isolated from the outside world. Southern Africans were involved many centuries ago in trade with people from other parts of the world. We know this from oral tradition and archaeological evidence of goods from across continents. In this episode, we look at some of the great kingdoms of Southern Africa, including the towering civilization of Great Zimbabwe, and see how African rulers put up fierce resistance to the Portuguese and at times succeeded in keeping the Europeans at bay. These dancers and drummers at a market in the Zambian capital Lusaka are an ethnic performance group that represents some of the main ethnicities in Zambia today. They have much in common with one another and with people in other parts of Southern Africa, including those who built Great Zimbabwe. Before we pick up the history of Great Zimbabwe, we need to go back a little to see what gave rise to it. In the late Iron Age, which is around the 9th century, communities in Southern Africa lived mainly from agriculture and fishing. By the 10th century, the remaining hunter-gatherers were either absorbed by agricultural communities or pushed out of the region. And crucially, people began to keep cattle. Cattle were, and still are, a major source of wealth and, by extension, of social control. And cattle were actually used as a form of currency for bridal dowries and even for trading. And the more cattle you had, the wealthier and more powerful you were.
Cattle was the biggest economy. It was the form of money, so to speak, or to say it was the bank. So the cattle economy was very wide, and most groups or ethnic groups in Southern Africa had cattle. And that was the driving force of conquering areas because they would be looking for cattle.
There was cattle for meat and cattle for milk, but some societies would rather have been eating vegetables than killing cattle, because if you kill your cattle, then you are becoming less wealthy. So you find that people would rather have large heads of cattle, but they are killing them as food.
By about the late 10th or early 11th century, a cattle-keeping culture developed known as Leopard's Kopje after the site where it was first identified. This formed the bedrock for the kingdoms that developed later. This civilization was based in modern-day Zimbabwe and covered parts of what are now Zambia, Mozambique, South Africa, Malawi, and Botswana. The people also farmed and terraced hillsides to prevent the erosion of fertile soils. Food was plentiful. Today, Southern Africa is known for its deposits of valuable metals like gold, and this was the case centuries ago. Mining for precious metals was present as early as the 10th century. Miners would dig shafts as deep as 30 meters or more. Young children were often used to go deeper into the shafts. We know this because the skeletons of children have been found. It's likely that the wealthy elites would have forced people to go down the mines to obtain the precious metals.
In fact, when we talk about mining, these early people that lived in Southern Africa were people that also were aware and were conversant with the value of certain minerals, and they transformed some of these into artifacts which people valued. So they were doing their own small types of mining, and that is also part of what directed latter people to say, you know, where are these kind of minerals coming from, and to go and mine this. So much of the mining that was done in the early years was normally along river banks. When it rains and as water was flowing, it was exposing some of the minerals. So the people were able to distinguish an ordinary rock from a mineral that was worth taking to smelt and make artifacts out of them.
The leopard Skopje culture reached its height about 1075 at Mapungubwe in the north of modern-day South Africa. The people here established a network of stone settlements that became power bases for regional councillors. The elites grew rich from the sale of ivory, gold and copper and lived in clay-built houses. The king or paramount chief had both religious and political authority. The remote and rugged hill was a sacred site where ordinary people were not allowed to venture. We know Mapungubwe traded with Europe, India, China and Arabia because goods from these places have been found there, like these Chinese ceramics dating back to the 13th or 14th century. The people at Mapungubwe also made their own exquisite objects, and some dating from the 13th century are on display at the museum in Pretoria, like this wooden rhino covered in gold flake, a model of a cow, a gold headdress that looks like a cup, and a small golden staff. These were used by the rulers of Mapungubwe and show what a sophisticated culture they had. But their tombs were looted in years gone by, losing us much vital information. Cedric Setlako is a guide at Mapungubwe and has a deep attachment to the region where he lives.
What these people, had for a living, they had to hunt, and they plowed. They had plowing fields, sorghum, millet, and grain beans. We're talking an estimated population of about 5,000 people who occupied the Mapungubwe Valley, and only less than 50 people that occupied the hilltop, which is the royal family, and probably the guards and the servants as well. What the people did 1,000 years ago when they occupied the site, in order for them to be able to get up to the top, they actually had to cut the holes on both sides on the rock to anchor tree branches across for a stepping ladder to get up there. That still remains the only route to get to the top. So also up on top of this hill, you still find, holes like this, and that one there. All over this hilltop. These are the holes the people of Mapungubwe would use to anchor the poles. That is for their huts and the shades, for the structures basically, just for support. All this gold that we're talking about was actually found in the burials. That is right on top of the Mapungubwe hill. Gold was only found only on top of the hill. And that was in the graves. And those are the graves that contained all these golden artifacts that we have. The golden rhino, the golden bowl, the golden scepter. And there were also clay pots that were found in those graves. Some of these clay pots also contained beads in them.
The Kingdom of Mapungubwe was the first stage in the cultural development of the Kingdom of Great Zimbabwe. It laid down the economic and political foundations for it. Sometime in the 13th century, Mapungubwe became absorbed by Great Zimbabwe. Great Zimbabwe is one of the most famous historic sites in Africa and is located 240 kilometers east of Bulawayo in modern-day Zimbabwe. The rulers of Great Zimbabwe built on the stone masonry traditions of Mapungubwe and established elaborate settlements to display their wealth, power, and prestige. The kingdom's capital was the city of Great Zimbabwe, which spans an area of more than 7 square kilometers. At its peak in the 14th century, it may have housed around 18,000 people. The roughly 7-meter-high great enclosure was built without mortar and is therefore unique in the whole of Africa.
Great Zimbabwe was built for a succession of rulers who became rich and powerful through trade. And these collection of ruins are the largest in Africa south of the Sahara. And they are testament to a culture of immense wealth and great architectural skill. It's reckoned that around 1 million stone bricks, weighing about 15,000 tons, were needed for the main walls alone. And by the way, Zimbabwe means house of stone in the Shona language of the people who still inhabit the area.
One of the main sources of wealth for Great Zimbabwe was the fact that it was a thoroughfare for all trade in gold and ivory from the interior of Africa to the southeastern coast. The GHA, the General History of Africa, compiled by UNESCO, on which the series bases its facts, states that the famous stone ruins of Great Zimbabwe fueled the sometimes extravagant imagination of foreign writers and visitors who could not believe it was built by Africans. This is one example that illustrates this, the words of James Theodore Bent, an English explorer, archaeologist, and writer.
A prehistoric race built the ruins, a northern race coming from Arabia, closely akin to the Phoenician and Egyptian, and eventually developing into the more civilized races of the ancient world.
Zimbabwean academic George Carrick-Waivanane is currently teaching African history at Edinburgh University in Scotland. He was born in an area very close to Great Zimbabwe.
Many Europeans who saw the majesty and splendor of the Great Zimbabwe just couldn't imagine that Africans could have built this. They came up with many theories about the Phoenicians having come and all those sorts of spurious theories. But in fact, these are impressive structures that were built by African people using African intellect and African innovation.
So the reality is that Great Zimbabwe was constructed according to age-old architectural principles and made from local raw materials. But we cannot be sure exactly who built it, according to Zimbabwean professor Ngwabi Bebe. He's one of the main contributors to the General History of Africa, and we meet at the site of Great Zimbabwe.
It is very important to always remember when we are talking about the builders of Zimbabwe that we should not quickly identify these ruins with a particular ethnic group within Southern Africa, because the ethnic groups were migrating. Recently, we have discovered that some societies which are associated with some of the remains that we have found here, very early on, really migrated to South Africa and back again. So it was not a straightforward one route or one directional migration, but the people migrated to and from. We know that they would have lived in wattle and mud huts, apart from the stones that we are looking at, the great stones that they've built. The wattle and mud huts have been found, their remains up there.
So the gold, the fact that they had this gold, would have made them extremely rich and powerful.
Very powerful indeed. But remember, these people basically were cattle keepers, and all this area is very small, and speculation is that the cattle would not have all been kept within this area, but would have been kept in distant areas from here, being farmed to communities which would have been conquered by the chiefs living up here.
The kings of Great Zimbabwe asserted their dominance over their neighbors through their military prowess, and this meant they could increase their wealth by forcing people to pay taxes, which cemented their hold on power. And as if to emphasize their lofty status, they chose to live high up, well away from their subjects.
Here on the hilltop fortress, archaeologists have found spearheads which were the symbols of great power. And down below, you can see the great enclosure where the senior wife lived with her own entourage and children. And whichever wife was on duty would come up here to spend time with the king. It's believed that about 8 kings lived here at Great Zimbabwe with their warriors and close relatives. One king, Mutota, reportedly had 200 wives.
You see, the king would have been not an ordinary king. He would have had also some priestly powers, just like other African kings that we have found out elsewhere in Africa. He would have been in the great enclosure with so many hangers-on, so many assistants and so on. So many priests would have assisted him.
It's believed that the last king of Great Zimbabwe was King Mutota, who apparently had 200 wives. Have you heard of that story?
Yes.
Do you think it's true?
Mutota is associated with many stories. He is the guy who is supposed to have taken a large army and migrated northwards. And his army was so large that it was likened to insects. When they got to the Zambezi Valley, they got there and just took over the entire place.
In the mid-15th century, King Mutota left the kingdom and travelled north. He went in search of salt, a very valuable commodity, and he defeated other communities along the way. He established a new independent dynasty called Mutapa at Chitakochangonia Hill in northern Zimbabwe. Over the following years, Great Zimbabwe's resources became depleted. Trade routes also gradually shifted northwards, and Great Zimbabwe was eventually abandoned in the latter half of the 15th century.
Great Zimbabwe is thought to have gone into decline for a number of reasons. First of all, there would have been cattle keepers, massive herds of cattle, and this would have been overgrazed over a time. Number two, our people eat a lot of salt. I'm told the Zimbabweans are extraordinary eaters of salt, and much of it was collected from the soil. It ran out within this region. And so that's hence some theories that they migrated to the Zambezi Valley. The third reason is that it just became overpopulated. So again, the environment might have been overexploited. And then there was also the movement of trade northwards. The kings moved northwards to go and control that trade.
After the break, the new kingdoms that arose after the decline of Great Zimbabwe and how their rulers had to fight off Europeans intent on seizing their riches. In the late 15th century, after Great Zimbabwe was abandoned, it was the Kingdom of Mutapa which became the dominant force in the region. This may not have had magnificent ruins by which we can remember it, but it was a great kingdom which stretched across portions of modern-day Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Mozambique. King Mutota of the Mutapa Kingdom settled amongst the Shona people in what is today Mozambique. He became known as Lord of the Metals, and with his son Matope quickly established control over the people in the region. Surrounding states were encouraged to join Mutapa voluntarily in exchange for a position in the Great Council. Mutota's kingdom was rich in agricultural resources and well positioned for trade with neighboring settlements, who benefited from economic ties with it. One example of a settlement that traded with Mutapa was Ingombe Ilede in modern-day Zambia, about 150 kilometers south of the capital, Lusaka. To get to this remote area, I make my way on a car journey that takes me through sparsely inhabited terrain where there's a stark collection of baobab trees. Apart from providing a feast for the eyes with their striking beauty, these trees also provide a little tasty snack. The fruit of the baobab is rich in vitamin C. The site of Ingombe Ilede was excavated by archaeologists around 1960, and this is what provides us with information about the settlement. Archaeological discoveries have been made here of textiles, ceramics, gold and copper ore dating from the 7th to the 16th century. And this would indicate that there was a small commercial state or chiefdom that existed here, and it's believed that salt was its principal trading item. The people here really reached the height of their civilization between the 13th and 16th centuries, when they traded with the kingdom of Matopa. Now, there is a fallen baobab tree, which is a monument to the site of Ngombe Ilede, which actually in the local Tonga language means the cow that sleeps. And if you look at the monument, I suppose from a certain angle, it does rather look like a cow that's sleeping. Have a look and see what you think. Ingombe Ilede is near Lake Kariba on the border of Zambia and Zimbabwe. The area north of here has for centuries been inhabited by the Tonga people. Many of them are still here today. Their ancestors would have lived in the small states, chiefdoms and kingdoms in this part of Africa. All's well that ends well. The Mutapa Kingdom was not the only one to arise out of the disintegration of Great Zimbabwe. The rival Tora dynasty established the Butua Kingdom in what is today southwestern Zimbabwe. Its capital was in Kami, just outside modern-day Bulawayo. Kami is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and its ruins display some of the fine stone masonry traditions of Great Zimbabwe. Built on a hilltop, Kami is spread over 2 kilometers and is made up of a series of dry stone-walled structures displaying a high standard of workmanship. The Tora royal family lived in the built-up areas. Open spaces were for ordinary people. The Kingdom of Batura at Kami had extensive trade links, and a range of imported artifacts have been discovered. This is a fragment from a Chinese porcelain object, which dates between the 14th and 16th century. At around the same time that Kami was established, outsiders were becoming increasingly drawn to this part of southern Africa. By the late 15th century, the Portuguese had arrived. They did not immediately go on the offensive and indeed paid tribute to rulers for the use of their trade routes. In fact, the powerful Mutapa Kingdom developed a comparatively strong and friendly relationship with the Portuguese.
The Portuguese were attracted to this part of Africa because of the wealth, the ivory and the gold especially. So they were coming in there, especially to do a lot of gold trading. So there was a lot of trade that was happening between the kingdoms in this part of what is present-day Zimbabwe.
And the Portuguese wanted a slice of the action.
Indeed, the Portuguese, and this is why when you look at the Portuguese presence in the area, a lot of it was trading posts, which were helped in terms of enforcement by a bit of the military. But a lot of it was really trade, and they wanted a piece of that action, as you say.
However, this relative peace was not to last. By the early 1570s, the Portuguese were frustrated by restrictions on their trading activities, and so they began an all-out invasion on the Mutapa Kingdom. The Portuguese soldiers were quickly defeated by disease, drought, and determined resistance from the locals. As such, Mutapa ended the 16th century as the dominant power in the region. But a conflict of interests had been exposed, which later paved the way for European domination. In the mid-1680s, a new power arose on the Zimbabwean plateau, led by a military ruler called Changamire Dombo. He rebelled against the Mutapa Kingdom and defeated them in 1684. He then established a new domain known as the Rosvi Empire.
Changamire was a title. It was a title that was given to the Rosvi king. And in terms of how he started, what we have been told is that he was a herdsman. He was a lowly person who arose as a herdsman of the Mutapa. And he gained favor with the king. And after gaining favor, he was given a grant of a lot of land. However, after a while, he then rebelled against the Mutapa king. And after rebelling, he fled to the south. And during his flee to the south, that's when he began to conquer a number of communities around in that area. And then that's it when he began to build what we now know as the Rosvi Kingdom.
The influence of Rosvi extended over much of present-day Zimbabwe, northeastern South Africa, and perhaps westwards into Botswana. The Rosvi Empire did not want to depend on trade for wealth and survival. It wanted to be more self-reliant. So the people were very active in agriculture, cattle rearing, hunting, and fishing. Changamire Dombo fought the Portuguese, leading to years of struggle with them.
I think one of the key things about Changamire Dombo's reputation is as a superior military strategist, tactician. He was seen to be a cunning military strategist, and this is, I think, in part because of the fact that he had defeated the Portuguese. He clashed with them a number of times during the late 17th century.
What was the nature of the military engagement he had with the Portuguese? Were these fully armed Portuguese soldiers?
For the most part, he was dealing with Portuguese trading posts. So to be fair, the victory was partly due to the disciplined and trained nature of the Roji army. But I think it should be said as well that the Portuguese were at this time trying to fend off the Sultan of Oman on the East African coast. So he was not really dealing with the full force of the Portuguese at this time. And for the most part, these were, you might call them trading posts of the Portuguese. But what we do know is that the defeats were convincing enough for the Portuguese to actually recognize the Roji as the rulers of this area, and to some extent were paying tribute to the Roji people.
Changamire Dombo's combined economic and military might gave him a fearsome and powerful reputation, and he almost completely removed the Portuguese from the areas he controlled. His control of the gold trade became absolute because he conquered the mineral-rich lands in the region.
But Changamire Dombo died in 1695, not long after his military successes. One can only speculate about what might have happened had he lived longer.
Historians are notoriously coy about making predictions about the future. But I think one of the effects of Changamire Dombo's early demise was the fact that the kingdom began to be rocked by a lot of succession disputes. And I think this must have affected the strength of the kingdom. So some have suggested that only once was the succession peaceful, and repeated succession disputes must have definitely weakened the kingdom and affected its ability to repel the intrusions by other people who were coming into the Zimbabwean plateau. And the second reason was that there was an incursion from the south by another group, which then took over the area to the southwest of Zimbabwe and essentially led to the decline of the Roji state.
What would you say is the significance historically of Changamire Dombo?
I think Changamire Dombo is one of those important characters that are often missing in our understanding of African history. We're most often taught about Africa as a place, a dark continent, a place without a history, a primitive place, and yet we find it was actually populated by people of great political cunning, military strategists, people who were able to put together important and significant polities, kingdoms that were able to hold forth for over a century in the region. So I think he is one of those important missing figures we don't talk enough about in African history.
With their major foe out of the picture, the Portuguese managed to hang on to their trading posts and began to entrench themselves increasingly in the region. By the first half of the 1800s, the Rosvi Empire gradually began to disintegrate. The Portuguese built this fort in Maputo, which they called Lourenço Marques, to defend their position and interests in this part of Africa. But they had not yet subdued local rulers. After the decline of the Rosvi Empire in the 1830s, another kingdom arose, that of Gaza. It extended from the lower Zambezi River to just south of the Limpopo River and included parts of modern-day South Africa and Zimbabwe. The Gaza Kingdom was founded by Soshanghane, who ruled in the 1830s to 1858. This is a representation of an etching of Soshanghane from one of the General History of Africa volumes. He's portrayed gathering his men in preparation for the collection of taxes.
So Soshanghane, we are told, was a general of the Ndwandwe people in present-day South Africa. He started to migrate northwards into what is now present-day Mozambique. And when he arrived in that area, he began to establish his kingdom. And then the kingdom began to consolidate and spread across what is now present-day Mozambique, South Africa, and parts of Zimbabwe. The Gaza Kingdom was able to repel the Portuguese on a number of occasions.
Soshangaine considerably weakened the power of the Portuguese, and the centre of his kingdom was in southern Mozambique, which includes the modern capital city of Maputo. But by the 1880s, the Gaza kingdom went into economic decline because large numbers of young men were migrating to work in the diamond mines of Kimberley in South Africa. And this deprived the rulers of Gaza of both labour and revenue. By the end of the 19th century, the Gaza kingdom had disintegrated, and this bronze relief at the fort in the capital Maputo shows Portuguese soldiers clearly subduing the citizens of Gaza. The Portuguese military governor, Muzino de Albuquerque, defeated the last king of Gaza, Ugungane, at a battle in 1895. Thereafter, the king was deported to Europe. Moise Timber is the curator of the fortress in Maputo.
Ngungunyane, quando foi vencido por Muzinho de Albuquerque em 1895, já em 1940 ergueu-se monumento de exaltação a Muzinho de Albuquerque. Parte desse monumento tinha painéis ali que representavam a humilhação, a prisão de Ngungunyane.
So Moses, you're bringing me to see the coffin, the tomb of King Ngunyane, and here it is. His body was returned, wasn't it, to Mozambique when the country became independent in 1975 from Portugal, where he had fled?
Yes. Esta é a urna realmente de Ngunyane após a sua prisão, deportação para os Açores em 1896. Ele teria morrido lá em 1906. A maioria da população considera Ngunyane como um herói da resistência contra a ocupação e dominação colonial estrangeira e portuguesa de uma forma particular. Ele teria sido preso num contexto de resistência, num contexto de defesa contra a escravidão, contra o trabalho forçado, contra a humilhação externa e opunha-se às pretensões portuguesas de ocupação e colonização desta região. Então, a abordagem que nós temos da maioria é que ele foi um herói da resistência.
The Portuguese were now the dominant power in what became Mozambique until the country's independence in 1975. They left a large footprint on the country, the Portuguese language, the Catholic religion, and buildings like the fort at Maputo. The kingdoms covered in this episode are examples of the sophisticated, thriving, and rich civilizations established by the people of southern Africa. It's a history that's not been widely related or has been told from the European perspective, partly because of a lack of written African records.
We say to ourselves, it's not just the written record that can be a clue to our history. First of all, it's the oral traditions that are found in all the families that are all over Zimbabwe, all over South Africa.
All over Africa.
All over Africa. And those oral traditions, when they are properly used and analyzed, can give us so much clue as to what happened in the past. Then there is the archaeology, of course. The archaeology that was also carried out here, and in the colonial period, there was so much that was done.
When you were at school, what were you told about the civilization or the people who'd built Great Zimbabwe?
Nothing.
Nothing at all?
Nothing at all.
It was just ignored?
It was ignored.
When did you find out about it?
When I became a professor.
So that was relatively late in life?
That was relatively late in life, I must confess honestly. It was late in life.
That you found out about this extraordinary historical monument?
Very exciting when I went to class to start teaching about the rise of Great Zimbabwe and the rise of the Monomotapa Empire and the rise of the Rosary Kingdoms and so on. It became very exciting.
It's being taught what you are putting together will tell. If that meeting is for elders, when we look at the history of Africa, it's like a chosen few went into the books of history, while the other very powerful kingdoms, powerful kings, and systems that didn't put them down and write about them. So the emphasis really was elsewhere because I think Europe was so much interested in the wealth and not necessarily in the people per se, but they were powerful kingdoms.
Those ancient kingdoms remind me of the fact that African civilizations were present and they were dynamic. It was an era of creativity. There was so much that was happening. So I think recovering the history of these southern kingdoms casts a new light on African history and recovers those kind of kingdoms that we don't know enough about, that were important and dynamic societies that built diversified economies, sophisticated political systems, and complex urban areas with impressive architecture like the Great Zimbabwe.
So the pride is evident in this aspect of African history, not only for the people of southern Africa, but indeed the whole of the continent. The young in downtown Maputo let rip with their dancing. They can be confident in the knowledge that their forefathers and mothers are drawn from the same group of people who built some of the great civilizations on the continent. A history they can share and revel in. In the next episode, we look at one of the most famous of West Africa's kingdoms, the Asante of Ghana, and how they've maintained their traditions, culture, and heritage despite the onslaught of colonial domination. Southern Africa is one of the richest regions in the world, endowed with an abundance of natural resources and mineral wealth. but this also made it a magnet for white settlers. In this episode, a member of the family of the great Zulu king Shaka relates the Zulus' heroic resistance to European colonizers, though ultimately they failed.
This was really a time of great tragedy during this period in African history.
And we also see how white domination spelt disaster for the African. The Cape in southern Africa. The original inhabitants here were the Khoi, sometimes called the Khoi Khoi. They were pastoralists, and the San, who were hunter-gatherers. Nishada Ndango works at the San Conservation Centre outside Cape Town.
Usually the youngsters, they don't practice the culture anymore. Only the elders, they dance and they sing. The youth will be there, but they will stand and watch them doing it. That's why it is important to practice, because I see that if all the elder San people die, and then I see that our language and our culture will distinct. That's why I say that it is very important if we learn it.
But from the mid-1600s, the centuries-old way of life of the San and Khoi peoples was irrevocably disrupted when Europeans arrived in the Cape, which lies strategically at Cape Agulhas, the point where the Atlantic meets the Indian Ocean.
In the early 1650s, the Dutch East India Company launched a small expedition led by Dutchman Jan van Riebeck. He arrived in what is today Cape Town and established a settlement here, and it was a useful trade route east for the spice trade.
In order to consolidate their position, the Dutch East India Company built this castle here in Cape Town. The fortress consists of a church, living quarters, workshops, amongst other buildings, and it was completed in 1679 and indeed is the oldest building in South Africa. At first, the Khoi and San people welcomed these Europeans. They traded with them and supplied them with provisions. And whilst their numbers were modest, there didn't seem to be much of a problem. But soon these Europeans, who were Dutch but were also German and French, began to farm and expand into the land of the Khoi and San. They became known as free burghers. South African historian Dr. Tula Simpson describes relations between the Khoi and Europeans.
What is significant about this from the Khoi perspective is that initially it's a trading relationship and it's a mutually beneficial relationship. That begins to change about 5 years into the Dutch occupation of the Cape Peninsula, when they start trying to establish agricultural land holdings in order to produce their own goods to refresh the ships going around the Cape. And that leads to conflict, because what that is viewed as from the Khoi perspective is the alienation of their ancestral land. So the expansion into the interior starts encroaching on the Khoi way of life.
Professor Nigel Penn says the Khoi Khoi were looked down upon by the Europeans.
The first impressions recorded by Europeans of the Khoi Khoi were on the whole very unflattering. They regarded the Khoi Khoi as being the epitome of savagery, and their descriptions highlighted everything that to a European signified savagery. And the reason for these very negative impressions is largely, prejudice rather than objective observation.
They lost a lot of their land, and the consequence of losing a lot of their land is that their ruling authorities and their leaders lost their prestige. Their political structures went into decline. There were opportunities created for divide and rule tactics, and there was a disintegration of the Khoi society as well. Amongst the other things which are exchanged are diseases, and one of them is smallpox, and that is a major cause of large-scale death amongst the Khoi in the late 17th and early 18th century.
And the Khoi began to say to the Europeans, "Why are you ploughing up the land? Why don't you go back to your own country? What would you think if we came to your country and began to take over your land?"
So, Conflict was now inevitable. Driven from their traditional lands, killed by newly introduced diseases, the Africans tried to fight back against the Europeans and their guns.
They had no effective answer against the superior military technology of the Europeans. They had to try and use the terrain as far as possible and to try and engage the Dutch at close quarters. They didn't
Very
have guns
unequal
themselves.
contest.
It was very unequal contest.
They were so subjugated, so weakened, that they were forced to work for Dutch settlers for extremely low wages, in some cases no wages at all, or simply food and clothing. So the Khoi became the oppressed subordinate labor force of the Dutch settlers.
The San people, however, were seen as being less useful and suffered even more than the Khoi.
The San, on the other hand, being hunter-gatherers, were not valued as laborers. In fact, they were regarded as a threat to livestock because they hunted, and the San were regarded very often as a form of vermin that ought to be exterminated. And so frequently commandos were sent out against San, or hunter-gatherers, who had killed the livestock of the colonists, and these San were hunted down and killed, exterminated. You might say there was almost a genocidal warfare waged against hunter-gatherer resistors. Normally the San men were killed, but the women and children would be spared, and they would be absorbed as laborers, domestic servants. Thousands of San were killed in these genocidal wars of deliberate destruction of San society.
However, there was resistance in both the San and Khoi communities. The Khoi were depicted here by early Dutch illustrators. One leading opponent was the Khoi chief Oud-Shumau. He was initially an interpreter for the Dutch before turning against them in 1659. Oud-Shumau was imprisoned on Robben Island off the Cape, but managed to escape. He died in 1663, a broken man who'd been unable to secure freedom for his people. The Dutch also imprisoned resistance fighters at the castle in Cape Town once it had been built. I make my way there to meet Andre Naidu, a community activist who shows me one of the cells where people were held and tortured.
You had the choice of either death here or go back into the fields, not as an owner of the land, but now to be a slave for a new master. And you can see the balls and chains used to keep them locked.
However, the power of the Dutch began to fade in the Cape by the end of the 1700s, and the British seized control of the region in 1806. The British found thousands of local slaves, as well as labor imported from Malaya, Madagascar, and the Indian subcontinent. These groups mixed with Africans, giving rise to a new community later referred to as the Cape Coloureds.
When the British first arrived, they conquered the Cape by military force, and they proved, I suppose, they were militarily superior to the Dutch settlers, and the Dutch East Indies Company no longer existed. So most of the Dutch accepted that they had a new government, and they were prepared to tolerate that government as long as it kept order, and especially helped them on the frontiers to fight the African societies and to keep order amongst the Khoi and the San. They became unpopular when they introduced 4,000 or 5,000 British settlers into the Eastern Cape, who became, in a way, rivals.
So, from 1834, thousands of Dutch settlers began to leave the British-controlled Cape for areas in the interior. This mass movement of settlers is known as the Great Trek. The settlers, or burghers, as the European farmers were called, moved north and east to regions such as KwaZulu-Natal, the land of the Zulus. Dutch settlers travelled in their wagons, armed with their guns and carrying their Bibles. These were the first of the voortrekkers, or trek Boers, and that means wandering farmers in Afrikaans. Now, this word was later shortened to just the Boers. Afrikaans is the name given to the version of Dutch spoken by the Boer settlers.
Once the Boers had established themselves as republics in the interior of South Africa, they were always regarded as being a bit of an obstacle or threat to the British project of imperialism.
This rivalry led to a series of battles between them known as the Boer Wars, which began in the late 19th century.
The conflict between white settlers in what is today South Africa is interesting and critical, but this series is based on UNESCO's General History of Africa, which focuses on the African perspective of history on the continent. So, let us now turn to a significant chapter, the rise of the Zulu kingdom in the early 19th century.
The Zulus are amongst the best known of Africa's ethnic groups, and they were to encounter the Boers and the British as they increasingly established themselves in their territories. The most famous figure of the Zulu was the son of a chief of a small clan. In 1819, he had established himself as the ruler of a single, all-powerful kingdom. He was in his early 30s, and his name was Shaka. In the space of a few years, Shaka had extended his domain across modern-day KwaZulu-Natal. I go there to find out more about the Zulu way of life. Bongi Tabade, a Zulu herself, is a guide based in Durban, the capital of KwaZulu-Natal.
These are called Amakukwane. Those are the huts that are used by the Zulu people. As you can see, they are made out of thatch grass or yellow grass, and you can find it growing all over KwaZulu-Natal. The women will cut it, and they will be the ones who will actually thatch it. The men will then do the structure.
In the 19th century, the Zulus were essentially pastoralists, weren't they? How did they divide the labor between them?
Livestock was very important in the lives of the Zulus because we would use goats, we would use a cow when we perform our rituals, and also it provided meat for the family. The women would go to the fields, they will plow the fields, they will plant the crop, they will clean the huts, the homestead. Also, the women were responsible for raising the kids. The men will make sure that the family is protected.
And you're wearing, I see, some wonderful beads. Beads are very important,
of course,
for the Zulus, even from the 19th century. I mean, King Shaka, for example, beads were a very important thing in his life.
Yes, in the olden days, though, because we didn't have the glass beads, that only came when the Zulus started to trade with the sailors who were coming through on ships.
I've been told I can see some beaded jewellery and other items dating back to the time of King Shaka. They're on display at the Fancy Museum in Durban. This is a medicine bottle, a fertility doll, and a chest decoration of the kind worn by Zulu kings in the 19th century. Most of the descriptions of Shaka during his lifetime do not come from African sources, as Dr. Tula Simpson explains.
The sources were from European traders and European missionaries writing their accounts and translating Zulu folklore about the great King Shaka and his achievements and his military prowess. And those are the sources that have been transmitted to us as far as that is concerned.
So in your view, are they slanted?
I do think that they're definitely slanted, and there are ways in which it has been slanted to justify European colonialism.
So the depictions we have of this rather cruel figure, in your view, isn't necessarily supported by African sources?
That's correct.
In 1836, one British adventurer, Nathaniel Isaacs, wrote to a fellow author advising him to smear Shaka and his successors. Make them out to be as bloodthirsty as you can, he urged. Shaka developed a centralized kingship, quashing internal opposition and launching a military campaign against rival communities in what was known as the Mfecane, or the Crushing.
It's the name given for a series of wars, and the status of that period in history is contested amongst historians at the moment because it creates a very convenient myth from the colonial point of view, which is the idea that black-on-black conflict created a depopulated interior in which whites could move into empty land.
But the Mfecane really did lead to a scattering of many, and they left the territories that they had lived in for many, many centuries.
But in a sense, this is a continuation of a pattern that's been continuing for a number of centuries.
Zulu traditions have endured for hundreds of years, and today the Zulus are renowned for their distinctive dance and militaristic style. I arranged to meet a Zulu prince, Mangosuthu Buthelezi. As leader of the Inkatha Freedom Party, he was known as Chief Buthelezi and was a pivotal figure in South African politics before and after apartheid. King Shaka was his great-great-great-uncle on his mother's side, Princess Mgogo. As a graduate of history, Chief Mangosuthu likes to relate his family story.
King Shaka actually is, I would almost say that he is revered by the Zulu people as the founding father of the Zulu nation, and as someone who made us who we are, the Zulu people.
King Shaka introduced the notion of celibacy amongst his soldiers. They were kept in barracks and were expected to remain chaste for as long as 10 years. That was quite a remarkable thing to introduce.
But I suppose acceptable for them for those times. You see, because we look at it through our modern eyes, and at that time, the people accepted it and he accepted it.
Oh, was King Shaka celibate?
He was a celibate, yes.
Chief Mangosuthu Buthelezi tells me King Shaka is credited with inventing the short spear, which was much more effective as a fighting tool than the long one.
People used to throw spears at each other. That was how warfare took place during the time. And then he came up with a short spear, meaning that you must confront, your enemy, face to face and fight.
And Shaka also devised the bullhorn fighting formation, which the chief describes.
Some army people went this way, and others on the other side to make a settle, to finish off the...
To converge, so there would be no means of escape.
Yes, they would either led by generals this side and some on the other side, until they completely unsettle the enemy or target.
I'm here in Khwaduguza, about 70 kilometers north of Durban, and this is where Shaka established his capital. Khwaduguza in the Zulu language means place of the lost person. In the end, it was not on the battlefield that King Shaka met his death. On September the 24th, 1828, Shaka was sitting on this rock awaiting visitors. Two of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mhlangana, along with Shaka's servant, Mbopa, approached him carrying spears. According to one historical account, one of the brothers, aiming for Shaka's heart, instead hit him in the arm. Shaka got up, tried to walk away, but they stabbed him repeatedly in the back until they killed him. However, according to Zulu tradition, Shaka did not try to resist his attackers. Shaka's body was then wrapped in the skin of a black ox and buried. And years later, his body was moved to this site behind me. And this marble monument is a legacy to Shaka, who epitomizes the African fighter, a symbol of courage and military prowess that brought Shaka fame that spread far and wide.
We still mourn him because we think that with the kind of mind and genius that he was, we say that he would have taken Zulu people even further than he succeeded in uniting them. And therefore, although King Dingane was given the same respect as a king, but there's always a feeling that, you know, what he did was actually disloyal and actually that it was wrong to end the life of such a genius at the prime of life.
So even in death, you think he was brave? He didn't resist? He didn't try to run away?
No, he didn't run away, no. In fact, he prophesied then, even if you kill me, you'll not rule. He predicted the coming of whites into the kingdom and taking over the whites.
One big impact of Shaka's reign is that the Mfecane, or crushing, helped mould the map of southern Africa as it is today. After the Mfecane, various chiefs fled elsewhere and established new kingdoms, such as in modern-day Lesotho and Mozambique. In part of what became Zimbabwe, one chief founded the Ndebele Kingdom in Matabeleland. Bulawayo is its main town, and this is where I meet Patisa Nyasi, a cultural expert who tells me about this king, Mzilikazi.
King Mzilikazi, as some people will say, was probably the second greatest fighter and leader after King Shaka. He defied King Shaka. He refused to fall under King Shaka. He said, I will create my own nation.
There's a direct descendant of King Mzilikazi whom Patisa wants me to meet. She's a teacher and storyteller, Musa Dungeni.
Mzilikazi was a very clever king. I would say he was a unifier. He was very kind. However, the stories that actually say something about him usually would be told by my own parents. Now that I'm also a grandmother, I do tell stories.
Give us one.
I'll tell you a story about a mamba, a big snake, and Idwangu. Idwangu is a?
It's a papoon.
It's a papoon. Where
Musa Dungeni tells us a long story about an encounter between these three animals. She says the fable illustrates how King Mzilikazi set an example of how a leader should behave.
He should be able to honor his word. No. In our tradition, he is always the clever one who solves things.
These are people that you want to emulate, legendary figures, so that the young, growing children are learning values from such people. Selfless, dedicated, brave people were able to build a nation like King Mzilikazi.
Mzilikazi and Shaka are amongst the most iconic of southern African rulers. After the break, we see how Shaka's prophecy that the Zulu kingdom would fall under the control of the white settlers would come to pass, and what this meant for the Africans. The Zulu Kingdom, with its heart in KwaZulu-Natal in modern-day South Africa. The great King Shaka was succeeded in 1828 by Dingane, the brother who had murdered him. But Dingane lacked Shaka's leadership qualities, and the Zulu Kingdom became depleted and its soldiers undisciplined. Dingane's brother Mpande, who became king in 1840, managed to rebuild the Zulu kingdom. When Mpande died, he was succeeded by Cetshwayo, his 40-year-old son. Cetshwayo was tall, broad-chested with regal bearing. He invited the British representative, Theophilus Shepstone, to his coronation, who described him as
a man of considerable ability, much force of character, and has a dignified manner. In all conversations with him, he was remarkably frank and straightforward. He is naturally proud of the military traditions of his family, especially the policy and deeds of his uncle and predecessor, Shaka.
But Shepstone proved to be a fickle friend and turned on the king, deciding to seize his lands. Cetshwayo expressed his concern.
I hear of troops arriving in Natal, that they are coming to attack the Zulus and to seize me. What have I done wrong that I should be seized like an Umtakata? The English are my fathers. I do not wish to quarrel with them, but to live as I have always done, at peace with them.
The British told King Cetshwayo that he had to disband his army, knowing he would never agree, thus giving them a pretext for war. In January 1879, British forces crossed into the Zulu kingdom at Rorke's Drift and selected a giant rocky outcrop called Isandlwana. Here they were attacked by a Zulu force of 20,000. 870 British soldiers were killed, only 55 survived. It was a significant victory for King Cetshwayo, who is the great-great-grandfather of Mangosuthu Buthelezi.
I think King Cetshwayo is one of our greatest kings, because you must remember that without any provocation, the British attacked him. He started to sue for peace unsuccessfully, because there were such warmongers who said the Zulu power must be broken once and for all. And of course, he is revered because regiments who were only carrying spears and cowhides, we always celebrate the great victory where the king's army routed the British.
But the celebrations were short-lived. A few months after the iconic Zulu achievement at Isandlwana, the British retaliated. The Zulus were subjected to a massive attack at the Battle of Ulundi in July 1879. 1,500 Zulus were killed. 13 died on the British side. The kingdom built by Shaka Zulu was now in British hands. After his defeat at Ulundi, King Cetshwayo was held captive by the British and his kingdom was broken up. Those Zulus who had sided with the British were rewarded.
On the 4th of July 1879, where the Zulu people were vanquished, where they burnt down the king's palace and so on.
And King Cetshwayo was taken
King
captive and
Cetshwayo
imprisoned in
was
Cape
taken,
Town.
He was a prisoner in Cape Town at the castle with his wives, and then King Cetshwayo tried to plead with Her Majesty Queen Victoria to be allowed to get back to his kingdom. It was terrible what they did, because they divided the kingdom into 13, and they installed what were called kinglets in each one of them. There were several civil wars as a result of what the British did, in which thousands of our people died.
Cetshwayo himself died in 1884. These accounts of Zulu history are remembered today through song, stories, and dance.
Well, Zulu people, song is part of our culture. There are songs for young people, lullabies, which are sung, for babies. Then we've got hymns, which are serious ones, which are sung on very special ceremonial occasions.
You're going to show us the Zulu dance?
When they were young people, I sang and I went baba, hamba baba, I sang and hamba. Hamba Ganegaba. They're young people.
I like that. Can you show me how you do that?
Hamba. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hamba Ganegaba. Hamba. Hamba. Hamba Ganegaba.
The defeat of the Zulus and other communities at this time provided white settlers with the security that enabled them to exploit the diamonds and gold of the whole southern African region.
What really changes South African history is the discovery of diamonds and gold in the 1870s and 1880s, which leads to industrialization and urbanization and shifts the economic center of gravity of the region from the Cape, which had been significant for its role in international trade routes, to the interior, which is a major source of mineral wealth globally. What you see initially is a very great opportunity because these are areas of wealth, and initially it takes time for the color line to be established and discrimination to be entrenched. Africans, the mines were a place where you could go to earn some hard currency, which you could then bring back and purchase firearms and land and become an important figure there. There was a period of openness and exchange, which was the first period. The period when there is an attempt to establish structure and organization is where the system of white supremacy and black inferiority is established. And it's that system which is then established and extended across the South African territorial space.
The Europeans wanted labour from the Africans, but not African competition.
That's correct. So you had wars of conquest in the areas surrounding the diamond fields in order to secure them. As you got that land encroachment, you had land scarcity being created, and people had to come out and offer their services for ever lower wages.
I'm in Kimberley, which is the capital of Northern Cape Province, where diamonds were first discovered in what is today South Africa. Now, diamonds are crystals made of carbon, which form naturally at about 150 kilometers below the Earth's surface over billions of years. They are the hardest substance known to humankind. By the 19th century, they were the most precious of all gemstones. So the mine here at Kimberley was opened in 1871 and it ceased to operate in 1914. But by then it had yielded nearly 3 tons of diamonds. That's about 14.5 million carats. The mine at Kimberley is known as the Big Hole. It covers 42 acres and is about 240 meters deep. And can you imagine, it was all dug out by hand by laborers who toiled and toiled to earn money to keep their families. It's tragic that they sometimes lost their lives simply for diamonds and profits for the people who owned the diamond mines.
But despite the risks of working deep underground, the diamond mines attracted a constant flow of migrant workers from across southern Africa.
This is a recreation of the old city of Kimberley as it was during the time of that great rush for diamonds. The shops are full of the kind of goods that would have been on display and on sale at the time. And at first you might get the impression that it's a little bit like Disneyland, but actually it's pretty evocative of that era.
One of the best known of the mining magnates from that period in Kimberley's history was the Englishman Cecil Rhodes. He'd come to southern Africa in the early 1870s as a young man and was quick to spot the opportunities to make big money. Along with his associates, Rhodes ended up owning the famous De Beers Mining Company, which made huge profits off the back of African labour. The company took its name from the farm of a Boer called Johannes de Beer, on whose land diamonds were found. Today in Kimberley, in a somewhat run-down part of the city, the highly polished brass plaque on the building where De Beers was based is in stark contrast to the drab environment around it.
This Pullman coach was used by directors of the De Beers company when they were travelling along the main lines of South African railways. Now, it was built in 1898 and it was taken out of service in 1937. Clearly, the directors of De Beers enjoyed a very comfortable lifestyle. In this carriage, there's a table set for 4 with silver cutlery and crystal glassware and champagne on ice. And then there's also a room where the men could retire and have a drink, sherry, brandy, whiskey, and perhaps even have a cigar or two.
Matabeleland in what is today Zimbabwe, where Cecil Rhodes also had extensive business interests. The son of Mzilikazi, Lobengula, had succeeded his father as king of the Ndebele people in 1870, and he had the misfortune of having to deal with Cecil Rhodes. The story of King Lobengula's betrayal is taken up by Patisa Nyasi.
We know King Lobengula to have been a calculating person, very clever, witty, and a jovial individual, but a great thinker. He could study the situation and work out the problems, the challenges that confronted him.
But he was illiterate, so when he was presented with various deals and agreements, he couldn't really work out what was in these, and he was hoodwinked by the British.
That was chicanery by Cecil John Rhodes particularly. Very, very cunning, and used to buy all the people, those that stood in his way, he bought them. Whether they were missionaries, concession seekers, he bought them all. So because he had money, he used money power to make his way through. For the Ndebele, ownership of land is communal. They didn't understand that a man can be said to own land. But he was here dealing with people with that kind of system, individual tenure, someone who will say, please, get out of here. This land is now mine. The trees are mine. The soil is mine. The grass is mine. Lobengula is remembered particularly as having been the last king.
His body has never been found.
Never been found. What was important was for the Ndebele not to say he has been captured by whites. See, when you have captured the king, you have captured the nation. Now, this song is about his disappearance, because as Ndebele people, we don't say he died, he disappeared. Kudala kwakungenje, kumhlaba uyaphenduka, kwakubusa umambo lomzilikazi, sawela ujangane, saguqa ngamadolo, inkosi Lobengula yasinyamalala, kwasekusini izulu yasinyamalala.
With Lobengula out of the way, Cecil Rhodes accumulated more and more wealth in this part of southern Africa and spent much time here in Bulawayo, the capital of Matabeleland, in what is today Zimbabwe. This is the very bar where Cecil Rhodes came on a regular basis for a chat or a gossip, or even to do business with other colonialists, white settlers, or just friends. It is interesting to see that actually the bar has retained many of its original features. The manager tells me black people had their own drinking area at the back of the bar at that time.
They were not allowed here. They had their own place where they used to drink, but within the same building. Yeah. The only time they would come in here is when they would have been called by their bosses.
Nigel shows me the section which the colonialists had designated for the black Africans. At the time of his death in 1902, Cecil Rhodes was one of the richest and most powerful men in Africa. Indeed, in 1895, the country that is now Zimbabwe was named after him, Rhodesia. It was at this spot, on the Matobo Hills in Bulawayo, that Cecil Rhodes was laid to rest in 1902 at the age of 48. He actually died in Cape Town in South Africa after he contracted a severe chest infection. But it was in the country that bore his name that he was buried. The immense wealth of the few, such as Cecil Rhodes, was gained at the expense of the many black Africans who were dispossessed from their lands and were confronted with a life of misery, toiling in the diamond and gold mines of southern Africa. Precious metals extracted through their sweat and labor and taken away for the benefit of others. This heavily fortified coach was used to carry gold bullion between Johannesburg, Durban and Cape Town from 1911 to 1967. And the bullion coach was built complete with kitchen facilities, a toilet and sleeping quarters. Somewhere where you can put your clothes. And then, of course, there would be the safe where the gold bullion was kept. As I stand here overlooking Pretoria, the capital of South Africa, I reflect on the fact that the history of Southern Africa is one that is very much mired in conflict over land, gold and diamonds, and that it was greed that, to such a large extent, determined the fate of the people of this region. Zimbabwean historian Dr. George Carrick Waivanani is currently teaching in the UK.
The late 19th century was really a terrible time for many African peoples engaging with the Europeans who had now decided to move on to the continent and take it over by force. So this was a time of displacement, and those African peoples who tried to resist unfortunately were massacred in very tragic ways. And this was a time of land being displaced, livestock being displaced and being forced into labor and having to pay taxes to sustain colonial systems. So this was really a time of great tragedy during this period in African history.
The gold and diamond boom in southern Africa encouraged Europeans to rush into the whole of the continent in the hope of finding precious metals. Also, owning an African colony added to the prestige of a nation. In the next episode, we look at the land grab by imperial European powers in the 19th and 20th centuries in what became known as the Scramble for Africa, and what this meant for the Africans.
Kinshasa, the capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, one of Africa's mega cities where millions live, work and play. And this is Luanda, the capital of Angola. And this is Congo. Now, these were all states that were created at the end of the 19th century during what became known as the Scramble for Africa. But these territories formed part of the historic Kingdom of Congo. In this episode, we find out about this ancient civilization and how old lineages were devastated by European colonizers, and also why Belgian rule of the Congo represents one of the most brutal chapters of African history in this era. The Congo River is the second longest in Africa after the Nile and is the deepest river in the world. It's been a vital part of life in Central Africa throughout the centuries. Today, drivers of cars and trucks pull up by the river for a quick wash of their vehicles, and people fish regularly, hoping to get a good catch. The river bears the name of one of the great kingdoms of Africa, which tragically was to fall victim to the ambitions of the Europeans. We meet a member of one royal family in Congo who's nearly 100. She recalls the cruelty of Belgian rule. Her great-niece is overcome by grief as she relates how her great-great-grandfather, King Msiri, was shot dead by a Belgian captain for refusing to hand over his land.
On a beaucoup d'émotions, comme vous le sentez, vous le voyez. C'est rare. Quand je viens ici, d'habitude, c'est toujours en larmes parce que partout où l'on passe, on nous rappelle. Excusez-moi, excusez-moi.
And we see how the Kingdom of Congo is linked to two of the most important female figures in African history, Queen Nzinga and Kimpa-Vita. First, let us turn to the origins of the Kingdom of Congo. This was founded in 1390. The people south of the river lived in the largest portion of the kingdom, covering parts of what are today the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the DRC, and Angola. About 100 years later, some people began to move northwards and settled in what became the Republic of Congo and Gabon. Professor Isidore Nziem is a Congolese historian and contributor to UNESCO's General History of Africa volumes on which the series bases its facts. I ask him to tell us what we know about the founder of the Congo Kingdom, called Lukeni Luanimi.
À partir d'une réalité, c'est qu'il avait la maîtrise du fer, du travail du fer. Et le royaume va se construire spécialement sur cette technologie, parce qu'on va estimer que quelqu'un qui maîtrise le travail du fer, c'est certainement un surhomme. Et donc c'est sur cette base-là. Et d'ailleurs le terme Mani Congo proviendra de là. Mani c'est le seigneur, un Congo c'est le fer, c'est le maître du fer, on dira le roi forgeron quelquefois. Et il va commencer là et il va réunir la population autour d'un pouvoir politique et qui va commencer. Et c'est comme ça qu'il devient le fondateur d'un tout autre royaume qui sera plus important, plus prestigieux que le petit royaume d'où il provenait.
Le grand royaume que devient le royaume Congo. Donc le mérite de Numi Alukeni, c'est d'avoir réussi cette alchimie, cette union, créer une espèce de nation, donc un peuple, une terre, une langue. Le Congo devient un terme générique qui englobe un ensemble de peuples, un territoire et une langue, et qui se fonde sur un mythe fondateur commun.
The Mani-Congo, or King Lukeni Luanima, established his capital at Mbanza-Congo, which is on the border of modern-day northern Angola and the DRC, and is today a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Mbanza-Congo was densely populated, giving the Mani-Congo a ready supply of manpower. And there was a clear division of labor. Each regional group or clan had its own profession: pottery, weaving, basket making, and trade was based on a system of barter. Textiles, for instance, could be exchanged for other goods. Less than a century after the Congo Kingdom was established, Portuguese sailors arrived at the court of the Mani-Congo in Nzinga a Ukuwu in 1483. The Mani-Congo and his son and heir were persuaded to become Christian. He took the name João I, and his son became known as Afonso. By the time Afonso became king in 1509, the seeds for European domination of this part of Africa had been sown. A year later, the Portuguese began what became known as the transatlantic slave trade. King Afonso I was opposed to this and wrote to the Portuguese king telling him,
Écoutez, vos gens qui sont ici ne respectent personne. Ils prennent comme esclaves même des gens de ma maison, donc les gens de ma famille. Il faut interdire cette activité parce que cette activité n'est pas conforme au christianisme.
Ils arrivent avec un discours d'amitié, de coopération. C'est après que les rois africains se rendent compte que derrière ce discours-là, il y avait des préoccupations économiques. C'est après qu'ils vont se rendre compte, notamment à partir de l'activité des missionnaires, que les missionnaires sont beaucoup plus intéressés à la traite négrière qu'à l'évangile.
Afonso tried to prevent people from being illegally enslaved, but in 1542 he died. But once a king died, there was usually some dispute over the succession, either between his brothers or the sons of the Mani-Congo. Sometimes these rivals would form competing factions for power, and the rivalry could last for a very, very long time. Over the following decades, the Kingdom of Congo was subsumed by power struggles, which weakened its control over its domain in some dependent kingdoms, such as Ndongo to the south, ruled by the Ngola people. And apart from internal rivalries, there were also the activities of the Portuguese, who were increasingly trading in slaves.
Bon, dans la mesure où le royaume du Congo ne va pas collaborer correctement à la traite négrière, l'intérêt des Portugais va davantage aller vers plus au sud, donc vers le royaume d'Angola.
The Portuguese wanted slaves from the kingdom of Ndongo, and by 1575 they had established a new slave trading colony at Luanda Bay in present-day Angola. They conquered coastal areas which could serve as slave trading hubs and launched slaving raids inland or relied on local rulers to sell them slaves.
Esta colaboração é uma forma de corrupção. Então, o povo, os grandes, digamos, que estavam dentro desse processo, os notáveis, as personalidades que tinham contato com os portugueses e queriam tirar proveitos econômicos neste processo da venda de escravos. Então, é um facto, havia essa colaboração, mas foi uma forma de corromper, digamos, as comunidades locais ou as pessoas que queriam tirar algum proveito econômico neste processo.
But most communities were opposed to the slave trade, and this period of African history has given rise to one of the best-known queens of that era who resisted the Portuguese. She was Queen Nzinga of the Ndongo Kingdom. This is a towering statue of her in Luanda, the capital of Angola. In 1635, Nzinga formed powerful alliances and was in constant warfare with the Portuguese for about a quarter of a century. She was a deft diplomat, a skilled negotiator and brilliant tactician. She managed to hone her skills during her long life. Professor Scholastique Nzinga takes up the story of Queen Nzinga.
La reine Nzinga est une des grandes figures féminines de l'histoire de l'Afrique. De son nom congolais, c'est Nzinga Mbandi, et elle sera baptisée dans la religion catholique sous le nom de Anna Nzinga. C'est une personnalité très forte dès son enfance. En tout cas, son père remarquait son intelligence, sa force de caractère, et tout au long de sa vie, elle va développer donc ses qualités.
Nzinga had been well trained by her father. In 1622, she went to Luanda, at first to try to negotiate with the Portuguese on the royal family's behalf. The Portuguese official was seated, and he expected Nzinga to sit on the floor on a rug. Affronted by this, she commanded one of her male attendants to go down on all fours, and she sat on him instead, as this 17th century etching illustrates.
Elle a gouverné pendant longtemps, oui. Et ce qui fait qu'elle restera longtemps au pouvoir, c'est parce qu'elle va emporter beaucoup de victoires. Bien sûr, il y aura des défaites aussi, mais c'est une guerrière. Elle va même en mettre en place un réseau de renseignement, aller prendre les informations, pouvoir vaincre ses adversaires. Donc elle met en place un service d'espionnage, donc de renseignement militaire. Et à l'époque, ce n'était pas facile parce qu'elle a en face quand même des gens qui militairement sont supérieurs. Mais cette femme donc, va se battre, va affronter les Portugais, les troupes portugaises, et jusqu'au moment où le Portugal sera obligé de céder. Et donc on va lui proposer un traité de paix.
But the balance of power shifted over the years in favor of the Portuguese, and Nzinga died in 1663, unable to stop their ascendancy in the region. Soon after Nzinga's death, the Kingdom of Congo fell into the grip of civil war, with the Portuguese playing off one faction against the other. But then another great African woman rose to the fore and tried to restore the glory of Congo. Her name was Kimpa Vita. She was from a noble family and was regarded as a prophetess by her followers. She had her own Christian movement and was bitterly opposed to slavery. She led a revolt against the Portuguese in the early 1700s.
Kimpa Vita, c'est une femme qui va, elle aussi, marquer l'histoire du royaume de Congo. Kimpa Vita, elle s'impose au XVIIIe siècle dans l'histoire du Congo en tant que résistante à la domination portugaise. Elle va agir en tant que personne illuminée. Elle reçoit un message de Saint Antoine. Donc sa mission, c'est la restauration du royaume de Congo. Elle va par exemple impliquer tout le monde dans sa lutte, aux jeunes. Elle va demander aux femmes, aux vieux, à tout le monde de s'impliquer. Mais ce qui est important, c'est que cette femme a donné sa vie pour le salut du royaume, puisqu'elle sera brûlée vive.
Do you think that the role of women in history has been somewhat overlooked?
Donc il faut qu'on révise les manuels d'histoire, qu'on accorde beaucoup de visibilité aux femmes dans les manuels d'histoire. Et ça, c'est le travail, je crois, de tout le monde. Les pouvoirs publics doivent prendre conscience qu'il faut que chacun chaque citoyen se reconnaisse.
The heroic resistance of Kimpavita and her violent death in 1706 at the hands of her enemies have secured her place in the history books. But such efforts to save the Kingdom of Congo ultimately failed, and by 1880, most of it had been reduced to decentralized trading villages. This period ushered in a dramatically new and tragic chapter for the people of Congo. The kingdom's former territories became ruled by the Belgians in the Congo and the Portuguese in Angola. The Portuguese still transported Africans, especially Angolans, to Brazil and the Caribbean until the late 19th century, although the slave trade had been made illegal in the early 1800s. And Portuguese rule of Angola resulted in an economy based on various forms of slavery and forced labor right up until the mid-1900s.
O trabalho forçado era uma das formas como eles utilizaram para, digamos, em termos econômicos, produzir mais riqueza. A população angolana que trabalhou nas plantações com muitas dificuldades e o tratamento não foi muito diferente de como os escravos também eram tratados. Então, eles forçaram a mão dos angolanos para, digamos, não ganhar absolutamente nada, os angolanos, mas eles, sendo colonos, que tiravam o maior benefício disto, sem dar nada em retorno, sem dar nada em retribuição.
So the proud people of the Congo Kingdom that stretched across 4 African countries, including Angola, had become reduced to mere serfs, serving the interests of their European masters. We turn to what is today the Democratic Republic of the Congo, because the suffering of the people here at the hands of the King of the Belgians, Leopold II, has become synonymous with European savagery in Africa.
It was Central Africa, in particular the vast areas around the Congo Basin, that so excited the greed and ambition of one person, King Leopold of the Belgians. In 1876, he convened an international conference of explorers and geographers at his palace in Brussels. And he invited one man, the renowned British explorer Henry Morton Stanley, to be his man in Africa. For the next 5 years, Stanley travelled up and down the waterways of the Congo Basin, setting up trading posts, striking deals and treaties with local chiefs, some of which appear to have been subsequently doctored and were put to very good use by Leopold of the Belgians. King Leopold managed to acquire vast territory in Central Africa and called it the Congo Free State. He regarded it as his own personal colony and saw himself as its proprietor. And he set about amassing a great fortune for himself. King Leopold in particular wanted rubber. The rubber trade was not dependent on large armies and centralized power as the slave trade had been. It relied on a small and mobile workforce. But King Leopold did not want to pay for labor.
Bon, lorsque l'État indépendant du Congo est constitué, avec Léopold II comme souverain, et Léopold II l'a conçu essentiellement également comme une affaire pour gagner le plus possible. Donc tout le monde, tous les fonctionnaires coloniaux ne sera jugé, apprécié que par leur capacité à produire du caoutchouc. Raison pour laquelle, étant entendu que le caoutchouc devient important, les fonctionnaires, mais également les compagnies concessionnaires mises en place, feront tout pour que la population produise le plus de caoutchouc.
One particularly abhorrent practice was cutting off the hands of Congolese. Belgian forces had to justify the use of bullets to their superiors, so they did this by showing them the hands of locals, claiming they were from the corpses of people they had shot dead.
Alors que lorsque ces gens veulent garder quelques balles pour eux-mêmes, pour leurs besoins, qu'ils puissent attraper des vivants et qu'ils puissent couper la main du vivant afin de rapporter ça et de montrer. Et donc, cela va faire que non seulement nous avons eu maintenant un amoncellement de mains coupées et boucanées, mais aussi dans les villages, voir des gens, spécialement des gamins, avec une main coupée parce que quelqu'un l'avait attrapé, avait coupé sa main pour pouvoir faire valoir et garder les balles pour soi.
This photograph, dating to around 1904, shows one father with the severed hand and foot of his murdered daughter. She was 5 years old.
Bien, on estime que de 1880 à 1930, la population congolaise a régressé. Et il y a à peu près 10 millions de personnes qui ont disparu. Et non seulement parce qu'il y a eu ces atrocités de mains coupées, mais il y a eu d'autres types d'atrocités, notamment le portage, parce que ce beau monde qui arrivait ici devait être porté à dos d'hommes, y compris leurs valises, etc., parfois même des canons pour pouvoir faire la guerre de conquête. Pendant longtemps, cette mémoire a été cachée. Parce que pendant la période coloniale, on n'en a pas parlé beaucoup. Et même actuellement.
Clearly, the horrors of Belgian rule in the Congo are still a source of pain for the people of that country. After the break, more from the Congo, as well as the carve-up of the continent by European powers in what became known as the Scramble for Africa. Belgian rule of the Congo is a notorious chapter in African history. If you fly over the mineral-rich province of Katanga in DRC, you see how vast and well-endowed with natural resources it is and why the Belgians wanted to exploit it. I make my way to the regional capital, Lubumbashi, and then travel 200 kilometers north to the village of Bunkea to meet somebody who remembers Belgian rule. As part of my welcome, I'm offered a big bag of onions and a huge bowl of rice. The village is renowned for its superior rice. Kalasa Mukanda Bantu, who is nearly 100 years old, is from the Bayeki royal family of Katanga. I ask her what life was like under the Belgians.
Tata utalula bantu kubalu balabalawo imaboko nenan netupasa kuba kuponia kitine kusula misiasi nekuponia moku mapuisia kutema keba fukira no batula mane balo ankole mwada musiri wako pakupita toka ba maneme luine ba maneme ba tata ne tata muine ne bana banzi bonso ba maneme ba fuma pa ba kalari da palo wa ng'ombe boya tata ke kukitoma wa kuka tata ka bengina kuya kodi koloi abengila kasibali kuibalipa yoho bana balume iba kuteba musebo batoba bapwa.
I've travelled to Bunkea with Kalasa's niece, Dominique Munongo Inamizi, who, as well as being a member of the royal family, is an MP for the region. She's also a relative of one of the DRC's most influential politicians, Moise Katumbi. Dominique has agreed to give me the rare privilege of visiting the hallowed site of the Royal Cemetery to tell me the story of her great-great-grandfather, King Msiri. He made a brave stand against the officials of the Belgian King Leopold II when they visited him in Katanga in 1891 and insisted he hand over his land and copper mines.
Comme ça, je vous montre les tombes de mes aïeux. Il était fort respecté, hein, très respecté par les voisins. Et c'est comme ça, il était en réunion ici à son palais où nous sommes, au Munema. Munema, c'est le lieu où nous nous trouvons. Et tout d'un coup, ils ont vu arriver une cavalerie de Belges armés jusqu'aux dents. Et ils lui ont dit, nous sommes venus, tu dois nous donner cette terre. Drapeau belge ici sur vos terres. Il dit, pas question, c'est sur mes terres, vous n'avez pas le droit. À partir de là, il s'est levé, il leur a dit, allez, allez-vous-en. Parce que mon grand-père n'avait peur de rien, hein, n'avait peur de rien. Alors à partir du moment où il leur a dit, allez-vous-en, Botson a tiré sur lui, sur mon grand-père, arrière-grand-père Msiri, Gelengwa Chitambi 2, c'est ça son nom, Chitambi 1. On a tiré sur lui et c'est comme ça qu'il s'est écroulé. Commençait à tituber pour rentrer dans la maison. Son fils qui était caché, Masuka. Voilà l'histoire, tous les deux sont morts le même jour. C'était une histoire assez tragique pour nous les Bayékés ce jour-là. Bon, on a perdu le contrôle.
The princess is telling me that this is the site of the original palace, and it marks the spot where King Msiri was killed by the Belgians when he refused to hand over his land and riches to them.
On a beaucoup d'émotions, comme vous le sentez, vous le voyez. C'est rare. Quand je viens ici, d'habitude, c'est toujours en larmes parce que partout où l'on passe, on nous rappelle, excusez-moi, on nous rappelle qui nous sommes, mais on doit toujours parler de cet épisode parce que ça nous aide à tenir, à aller loin dans notre vie, dans nos projets, dans nos combats, parce que j'ai toujours dit la vie est un combat. On ne peut jamais, quand on est l'arrière-petite-fille de Msiri ou l'arrière-petit-fils de Msiri, rester insensible. On doit toujours aller de l'avant. Parce qu'il a été pour nous un modèle, on ne peut pas rester à ne rien faire. C'est pas possible. Nous sommes des vaillants guerriers, hommes comme femmes. Ça, je le sens. Et c'est ça. En moi, je sentais l'âme de Msiri. Ce jour-là, quand je parlais dans la campagne, je me disais, mon arrière-grand-père, tu vas pas me laisser. Christian, on s'est pas oublié.
There is a bust of King Msiri outside the museum in Katanga, and inside there is another one of him alongside the Belgian captain Omer Bodson, who had shot him dead. Captain Bodson's last words were reportedly,
"I don't mind dying now that I have killed Msiri. Thank God my death will not be in vain. I've delivered Africa from one of her most detestable tyrants."
In fact, it was the tyranny of King Leopold in Congo which was so brutal that the Belgian government was forced to demand he relinquish the territory to them. Henceforth, it was called the Belgian Congo. But the Belgians were still enthusiastic about exploiting the Congo. Africa's rich resources were a magnet for European nations, and they wanted to carve it up like one big cake between them. The Belgians were not the only Europeans who wanted to exploit Africa's vast wealth. The Industrial Revolution in Europe has sparked a growing demand for Africa's raw materials. And what better way of owning and managing these products than to control the people and territories of Africa? In November 1884 to February 1885, the Berlin Conference was convened by the Germans. Dr. Pamela Kanakwa teaches at Makerere University in Uganda.
What I would say is that Leopold's interests and activities in Congo, I think, played a very critical role or highly contributed to the subsequent scramble and eventual colonization of the rest of Africa. Of course, European activities had been taking place already before the Berlin Conference, but the fact that his actions in Congo prompt the calling of the Berlin Conference and then what the Berlin Conference does, I think makes the Congo story very central, this whole partition drama.
The Berlin Conference did not set in motion the scramble for Africa. It was more of a recognition of a process that was underway on the ground. European nations were already establishing spheres of influence in Africa, and the Berlin Conference merely formalized this and carved up the continent between major imperial powers like Britain and France. This is a tiled mural of the Berlin Conference on a memorial in Brazzaville, the capital of the Congo, to both the slave trade and the subsequent colonial domination by Europe. You can see that it's made up of tiles, and the whole arc is painted with pictures depicting scenes of that terrible era in African history. You can see there the European leaders at the Berlin Conference in 1885, their hands depicted like claws, and they have faces that are quite sort of vulture-like. And the scenes of the Africans carrying their heavy loads, trying to resist the Europeans. It really is very, very evocative and very moving. Africa was divided up between the Europeans. Only Liberia and what is today Ethiopia remained sovereign. The conquest of Africa by the Europeans was based on knowledge of what had previously and disparagingly been seen as the Dark Continent. By about 1880, thanks to the activities of their explorers, Europeans began to know far more about Africa and its interior, its terrain, resources, economy, and the strengths and weaknesses of its states and societies. And this greatly helped to facilitate the conquest of African territories by Europeans. James Nyaga is a research scientist based in Nairobi.
In many areas where we had Christian missionaries, they served as the agents of the colonialism in terms of their education, in terms of providing health facilities, and even the early education sort of exposed the Africans to colonialism. Sort of the education that they were given was very elementary. They were taught what we used to call the 3 R's: arithmetic, reading, and writing. And therefore, the African was all equipped with the tools to serve the colonial regime.
Amongst the colonial powers, French rule was one of the most extensive, particularly in West Africa. This is Grand Bassam, where the French based their headquarters when they took control of the territory known as Côte d'Ivoire. One theory that UNESCO's General History of Africa volumes really wants to put to rest is this notion, often propounded by colonial historians, that African leaders and the people did not put up any kind of resistance to the invading Europeans before, during, and after the scramble for Africa, because somehow they immediately grasped the significance of the kind of benefits that advanced European technology could bring to their societies. One overwhelming advantage the Europeans had was their firepower. This helped them defeat African communities like the Baoulé Kingdom in Côte d'Ivoire, who tried to resist French domination there.
African leaders were not aware of the fact that the guns they had used and stockpiled were now no match for the superior arms used by the Europeans. Their rifles had about 10 times the rate of fire, in particular the rapid-fire Maxim gun. In the early 20th century, the French defeated the Baouli chiefs here in Côte d'Ivoire in a major revolt in the early 20th century, and they seized about 20,000 old-fashioned muskets.
Once the Africans were subdued, the Europeans set about ruling them. There was a difference in approach between two major imperial powers, France and Britain.
I think the British, in some of their colonies, quite a number of them, they used, of course, the indirect rule system, where they used the existing local authorities or indigenous systems to administer their rule. And then for the French, yes, the policy of assimilation, the idea was that there would be provision for Africans or the colonized to acquire French citizenship and be treated as Frenchmen or French women maybe in black skins. They sort of had to strip themselves of so many of their other cultural practices as well.
The Europeans wanted direct rule in Africa so they could exploit its resources for their own needs. They wanted cotton for their textile mills, palm oil and rubber used for tires and other industrial goods, copper, tin, cobalt and zinc and precious metals and diamonds, and also cash crops like cocoa.
The main goal of the Europeans in Africa was for them to obtain the kind of raw materials that suited their needs. This is a cocoa farm north of Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire. And Côte d'Ivoire is the world's largest producer of cocoa. This is a cocoa pod. Inside it are the cocoa beans from which we get our delicious chocolate. And whilst the production of cocoa here brings much needed export revenue, the vast majority of the profits of the finished product, chocolate, goes into the pockets of Western chocolate manufacturers. That was true many decades ago, and it's still true today. Another lucrative cash crop which the Europeans planted in Africa is the coffee bean. And today, this is an industry that's worth close on $100 billion globally. And again, most of the profits go overseas, not here in Africa.
To grow these crops that they would use for food or consumer goods, the Europeans needed land under their control. These are the highlands of one of Africa's most fertile countries, Kenya.
Europeans were given thousands of kilometres of the best farmland, the so-called White Highlands, mostly on the slopes of Mount Kenya, but also here in the Rift Valley. And Kenyans were heavily encouraged to migrate to work on these farms as labourers. Often they had little choice but to do so.
Farmers like Rachel, who lives just outside Nairobi with her son and grandchildren, would have grown the food they needed, and their families and communities would sell the excess. But many were forced off their land.
Hello, Rachel.
Hi, hi.
Do you want to step on your plants here, your crops? Nice to see you. What do you grow here, Rachel?
We grow maize.
Maize. Have you had good crops or not?
This year, from April, we have not. And last year, we grew much on August. No rain.
Everything is dry.
Yeah, everything is dry. Yeah. It comes. These beans, I don't think you'll get it. But maize, they will if the rain come.
I'll let you carry on with your digging. Thank you.
European rule also brought with it the railway to Africa, and one of the features of colonialism that is often cited as being of benefit to the African people is the establishment of transport by train such as in Kenya and Uganda.
The railway, the steamship and the cable provided some solution to the problem of communication within Africa and also between the continent and Europe. In the late 19th century, the British began to build a rail line linking Kenya's interior with the coast. It took about 6 years to complete, and it cost the lives of hundreds of labourers. Here in East Africa, Uganda was initially the focus of British interests because it was strategically important for control of the River Nile. And the British agreed not to take any land for white settlers, unlike in neighbouring Kenya.
The railway was basically designed as one of the mechanisms that will facilitate extraction of local resources for the international market and then the mother country. So it was not necessarily meant to benefit the local people. And whatever positive benefits that came out of it are more of a spin-off than something planned, in my opinion.
And it didn't link the interior of Africa with other parts of it?
Not really. It didn't link the interior of Africa with any other part. If you look at the Uganda Railway from Mombasa to Kisumu in Kenya.
So from Uganda to Kenya?
It was literally aimed at traversing the most productive areas and, of course, protecting the British interests in Uganda, which was the source of the Nile.
This is what is called the source of the White Nile in Jinja in Uganda. By the early 20th century, the domination of Africa was all but concluded. The devastating impact of European superiority in weapons and technology was a bloody and sobering experience for the Africans.
But although the period of direct colonial rule is one that had a profound impact on Africa, it was relatively short-lived, lasting well under a century.
As more and more Africans got educated, quite a number of them going to study abroad. And then the influence of Pan-Africanism, we see ideas and people beginning to demand for reforms, this formation of trade unions and political parties, and people begin mobilizing. And then, of course, there's the formation of the United Nations organization after World War II. And again, that becomes a space through which problems of the colonized are raised and tabled. What then we see is, by the 60s, more and more African countries are getting their independence. Yeah.
By the early 20th century, the conquest of Africa was all but concluded. But just because it was achieved relatively quickly and easily, it doesn't mean that there was not resistance to Europeans laying down an administrative structure for colonial rule. In the next episode, we see how resistance in Africa brought their liberation.
Sadly, Kalasa Mukanda Bantu died after the filming of this episode on August the 18th. I end in Bamako, the capital of Mali, with superstar husband and wife Amadou and Mariam, whose most famous composition, Je pense à toi, provides the theme music for this series. They decided to release it in French to broaden its international appeal.
Oui, la chanson, je pense à toi, ça concerne partout, ça concerne pour tout le monde. Ça parle pas que l'Afrique, parce que ça parle de l'amour. L'amour, tout le monde est concerné. Ça parle de l'amour de nous d'abord, après, ça concerne tout le monde. Tout le monde se retrouve dedans, quoi.
Notre chanson, ou bien nos chansons d'une manière générale, ça a été une ouverture pour la musique africaine. Parce que nous, on a su mettre la dose entre la musique africaine et la musique universelle. Donc c'est ce côté-là que les gens ont choisi les morceaux, parce que chaque fois que nous jouons, les Africains, les Américains, les Européens, tout le monde se
retrouve dedans.
C'est pour cela.
Well, perhaps I could ask you both if you would be so kind as to perform Je pense à toi for us now. Thank you.
Je pense à toi, mon amour, ma bien-aimée. Ne m'abandonne pas, mon amour, ma chérie. Je pense à toi, mon amour, ma bien-aimée. Ne m'abandonne pas, mon amour, ma chérie. Car je suis dans mon lit, je ne rêve qu'à toi. Et quand je me réveille, je ne pense qu'à toi. Quand je suis dans mon lit, je ne rêve qu'à toi. Et quand je me réveille, je ne pense qu'à toi. Je pense à toi, mon amour, ma bien-aimée. Ne m'abandonne pas, mon amour, ma chérie. Je pense à toi, mon amour, ma bien-aimée. Ne m'abandonne pas, mon amour, ma chérie. Si je ne te vois pas, je ne peux rien dire, je ne peux rien faire, je ne peux rien voir, je ne veux rien savoir, mon amour, ma chérie. Si je ne te vois pas, je ne peux rien dire, je ne peux rien faire, je ne peux rien voir, je ne veux rien savoir, mon amour, ma chérie. Je pense à toi, mon amour, ma bien-aimée. Ne m'abandonne pas, mon amour, ma chérie. Je pense à toi, mon amour, ma bien-aimée. Ne m'abandonne pas, mon amour, ma chérie. Certains t'ont promis la terre, d'autres promettent le ciel. Y en a qui t'ont promis la lune, et moi je n'ai rien que ma pauvre guitare. Je pense à toi, mon amour, ma bien-aimée. Ne m'abandonne pas, mon amour, ma chérie. Je pense à toi, mon amour, ma bien-aimée. Ne m'abandonne pas, mon amour, ma chérie.
Thank you. Bravo.